Chapter 261. Death Cult. All the souls of the split demons have been taken away. Lu Wei sat elegantly on the chair, holding her chin with one hand, and asked Tiger King, "Can you find out who did it?" Tiger King crossed his arms and thought for a while. "I don't know." Lu Wei rolled his eyes, pressed his fingers lightly on his temples, split his personality, and deduced who could take away the soul of the split demon. The only person in this world who has the ability to take away all the souls of the segmented demons at once, and who has the motivation and strength to do so, is Miss Eden, who is transformed from the Tree of All-Knowing. Tiger King wondered. It makes no sense for her to take back the souls of the segmented demons now, unless the All-Knowing Saint wants to remake the segmented demons into weapons, and then send them to the Lord of Ashes at the end of time. Maybe she doesn't want to cause too much dispute because of the souls of the segmented demons. Lu Wei guessed, and after all, it was a gift from the All-Knowing Saint to Akhtar, so it's normal to want to take it back. That makes sense. Tiger King nodded, and Lu Wei's analysis made no sense. He scratched his head. The emotional relationship between these people is really complicated, but thanks to their existence, the Lord of Ashes still has memories of the old world. Yes, the emotions are really complicated. Lu Wei's voice was drawn out, revealing a little depression. According to the description of the future, she should have a good relationship with Akhtar, and theoretically she should have memories before the time went back, but she didn't have such memories, which were obviously retained by the puppet girl and the shark girl Kashut. According to the description of the shark girl Kashut and the puppet girl, she was the head of the death cult chosen by Akhtar, and she also made outstanding contributions to the death cult. Why can't the person who keeps the memory have a copy of her? 2 days later. Outside the remote mountain village. It will take some time to prepare the relevant ceremony. Eden stood outside the village gate and asked Akhtar, "Are there any details to add?" "I have said everything I should say." Shimu shook his head and looked into the distance. "Next, just follow the plan." "Yeah." Eden nodded calmly, then reached out and touched Akhtar's cheek, carefully observing the humanity in Akhtar's eyes, and found that it had not diminished too much, so he withdrew his hand from his cheek. "Please pay attention to maintain your humanity. I should not lose my humanity easily." Shimu chuckled, then turned around and disappeared on the spot. Eden, who was left on the spot, lowered his eyes slightly when he heard the words. Even if the Lord of Ashes' personality would not shake Akhtar's humanity, Akhtar, who was at the height of God, would sooner or later change his mind because of his position. Akhtar has shown signs of change now, but his attitude towards her remains the same, but he can never treat ordinary people the same way as before. And this process is almost unchangeable. At night. Iris Palace. The bright moonlight shines through the gaps in the clouds and falls on the mirror-like lake. The gentle evening breeze blows past, creating layers of ripples. At this time when she should be sleeping, Letitia is wearing a gorgeous long dress and sitting elegantly on the edge of the lake. The hem of her skirt spreads like petals, revealing a section of her slender legs like white jade, sinking into the crystal lake. She gently shakes her calves, stirring up circles of ripples. "It's so hard to meet the princess." A female voice that sounded like a complaint came from not far away. 59, who was wearing a lavender dress, came over. She lifted her skirt and sat next to Letitia very naturally. "How come you have time to meet me tonight?" The alchemist, which has other things to deal with. Letitia turned her head and looked at her best friend beside her, revealing a smile. "And if you really want to see me, you can also go to the alchemy workshop in the volcano. I am not favored by the Lord of Ashes." 59 rolled her eyes lightly, looking at Letitia, whose temperament was obviously more mature and revealed a bit of wifely temperament, and couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "Letitia, you seem to have changed a little." "Change?" Letitia was stunned for a moment, then stretched out her palm, as if to catch the moonlight. She felt her enhanced magic power. "My strength has indeed become stronger during this period." Before she finished speaking, 59 waved her hand and interrupted her subsequent words. "It's not a change in strength, but a change in temperament." 50 Finny pinched her chin with her slender hand, looking at Letitia, who was obviously more mature and tolerant, and thought seriously about her feelings. "You are more mature now, like a queen after getting married?" In her eyes, Letitia now has the maturity and tolerance of a married woman. Although she has lost the dignity when she was a princess, her maturity and gentleness are more fascinating and make people feel eager to make a move. But this transformation is too fast. From a dignified and serious princess, she became an intellectual and mature queen in the blink of an eye. Maybe it's because of the night. Letitia pursed her lips and smiled, adjusted her posture, and returned to her original dignified princess posture. Seeing this, Thidney nodded, and did not investigate why Letitia suddenly changed. Perhaps it was because the night was too gentle tonight, which made her feel that Letitia had become gentle and mature. Speaking of which, Letitia chose to change the subject. What did you come to me for? It's not that I really need to find you. Thibney shook her head, realizing that Letitia was deliberately changing the subject. But she continued, I'm just curious about your relationship with the Lord of Ashes. The things about you and the Lord of Ashes are the most discussed in the Iris Kingdom during this period. The news that the world will end in 3 years is no longer a secret information. Except for the more remote places where information is blocked, basically everyone knows about the news about the end of the world. Among them, there is naturally the story about the Lord of Ashes and Letitia. If it weren't for the fact that the Iris Kingdom was already protected by the alchemy witch, someone might have come to trouble Letitia. Who made the birth of the Lord of Ashes related to Letitia? This world is so boring. Many people blame the Lord of Ashes for not having the courage, but they blame Letitia for having the courage. However, since the alchemy witch already exists in the Iris Kingdom, no one dares to come to the Iris Kingdom to trouble Letitia. Otherwise, she might die directly. It's meaningless to discuss the relationship between Akhtar and me now. Letitia chose to avoid talking about it, and instead asked Thibney, how do you discuss Akhtar and me now? It makes you feel bad to talk about it. Thibney scratched her cheek, and Letitia was not surprised to hear that, and could accept people's evaluation of herself calmly. Because Akhtar's becoming the Lord of Ashes was indeed related to her, and this was a reality that she could not escape no matter what. So she could only choose to face it, and then find a way to solve the problem. Let's talk about something happy. Fiafuni suddenly clapped her hands, and said to the curious Letitia, do you know the rumors about the Savior? Letitia showed a puzzled expression. This is the news from the Twilight cult. I heard that a Savior will be born in our era, and have the ability to transcend the Ragnarok. Fiafuni's eyes lit up slightly. It is said that this Savior has higher talents than Akhtar, and also has the power to resist the flame of ash. He is a Savior born to transcend the Ragnarok. News from the Twilight cult? Letitia noticed the subtlety of the problem. The current Twilight cult should be under the management of Akhtar. No, to be more precise, the Saint of Twilight. If there is really a Savior who can transcend the Ragnarok, then this news should not come from the Twilight cult. Instead, it should have been spread by the church. I heard that it was leaked by a captured Dust Believer. Fiafoni explained, I'm not sure if this information is true. Letitia shook her head slightly. If there really is a so-called Savior, then the Savior will face. Fiafoni added the second half of the sentence. It must be beyond imagination. How bad the situation is now. Anyone who knows about the future story will know that even if there is a so-called Savior, the Savior will face an existence with almost unsolvable power that can defeat the gods and burn the world to ashes. And it has been less than 3 years since she was born. In fact, I think the news about the Savior is more to comfort people. Fiafoni said what she thought. This era is too desperate, and people urgently need a lie to comfort themselves. Letitia looked up. Her emerald eyes reflected the starry sky, and her golden hair fluttered in the evening breeze. She subconsciously denied the possibility of the birth of the Savior. It was not based on rational judgment, but purely based on her private thoughts that she did not want Akhtar to be defeated, so she subconsciously denied this possibility. But after realizing her thoughts, she felt guilty again. For this world, it might be better if the Savior really existed. And Thibney seemed to realize that her good sister was entangled, so she chose to talk about an unrelated topic. Then she found that Letitia knew some secret information that normal people should not know, such as the alchemy witch trying to create an ark to smuggle to the New World, and the clone witch trying to find a clone that can adapt to the flame of ash, and then become the partner of the Lord of Ashes, so as to smuggle the whole world to the New World. This group of amazing witches have so many ideas, and it feels very possible, which makes people feel hopeful to survive. Letitia, where did you know so much secret information? Thibney asked curiously, and saw Letitia gently shook her head, and looked across her. She turned her head, and saw no one. Is there anyone there? Nothing. Letitia shook her head gently, pulled out her jade feet that were submerged in the lake, and then put on her shoes. It's getting late. I have to go find the alchemy witch tomorrow morning. After saying that, she headed for a distance. Fiafni looked at Letitia's back and felt that she was walking side by side with an invisible existence. She withdrew her gaze and stretched lazily. Good sisters also have their own secrets, but there is nothing I can do about it. Who makes me just a small country noble? In fact, during the conversation, Letitia did not deliberately hide too much information from her. As long as she used her brain to reason a little, she could get a lot of information. But since Letitia did not tell the news directly, it meant that a lot of information was not suitable to be leaked, so she would naturally choose to keep it secret. Otherwise, it might cause unnecessary trouble. And she didn't like to cause unnecessary trouble. Now her only wish was to expect the witches and demons to work harder and come up with a way to save the world. At the same time, on the other side, on the cobblestone aisle, did you deliberately spread the news about the Savior? Letitia asked the man beside her. Her intuition told her that the news about the Savior was spread by Akhtar, otherwise the source of the news would not be the Twilight cult. Shimu nodded and said, "Yes, I asked the Twilight Saint to spread this news." Letitia looked puzzled. She didn't quite understand why Akhtar spread such meaningless news. Could it be that he wanted the people of this world not to be so desperate, so as to raise the hope of fighting against the Lord of Ashes? Do you know how gods are born? Shimu asked, and then explained to himself. With the progress of civilization, there are corresponding cultures and beliefs, and corresponding gods will appear from the side of the world. His eyes were too calm. Despair has been equally spread to the whole world. At this time, just one lie is enough to make everyone believe that the Savior exists, so that the Savior can be revealed from the world level. After listening, Letitia asked softly, "What does this mean to you?" The condition for achieving salvation is not to defeat the Lord of Ashes. Shimu calmly stated the conditions for transcending Ragnarok. Only those who can create something out of nothing can transcend Ragnarok, otherwise they will inevitably be burned into ashes by the Lord of Ashes. Letitia thought for a while and said, "Do you hope that the Savior born will have the ability to create something out of nothing?" "As long as we can be sure that the Savior has that ability." Shimu's voice was so calm that it was almost emotionless. Then he will be the last piece of the puzzle of the new world, allowing the closed world system to escape the current situation of eternal reincarnation. Letitia asked subconsciously, "What if the Savior does not have the ability to create something out of nothing?" "That doesn't matter." Shimu shook his head. He did not pin his hopes on the so-called Savior. If the Savior has the nature of the first perpetual motion machine, then let the Savior become the last piece of the puzzle of the new world. If he cannot do it, he will also find a way to complete the third ritual, so that he can reach the height of omnipotence. But if the Savior has the nature of the first perpetual motion machine, then he can immediately complete the puzzle of the new world, and thus reach the height of omnipotence through creation. Chapter 262. Lionheart City. In the lower city. In the sewers flowing with stinky water, a man in a white robe stood on the ground with his feet clean of dust, communicating with a group of pale and skinny poor people. His voice was neither slow nor fast, and he promoted his ideas to everyone, which was like a cult-like idea. Let people die in delusion in the way they expect. However, all the listeners present seemed crazy and fanatical about everything the white-robed man said, as if the man was saying some wise saying. The delusion demon is the real Savior. During the communication, a teenager, who looked only in his teens, said, "Only the delusion demon is willing to truly understand our demands, and let us die correctly. It is impossible for those guys in the upper city to understand the greatness of the delusion demon." A middle-aged man next to him nodded in agreement. A few days ago, the delusion demon descended on the lower city and promoted his idea of correct death to everyone, achieving the meaning of one's life through delusion, and then dying correctly, so that there is no need to experience the crisis of Ragnarok. Life is thus completely fulfilled. This concept is very tempting to the residents of the lower city, who need to do their best to survive. Not only can they get rid of all the pain in reality with the power of the delusion demon, but they can also achieve their own meaning of life through delusion. Although this meaning does not interact with reality, the residents of the lower city do not care about the so-called reality at all. Assuming that they can experience the meaning of life in the delusion demon and thus go to the right death, basically no one will refuse. Under the power of the delusion demon, they can experience being loved, realize their self-worth, no longer endure hunger, and get everything that they can't get in reality. So, this is simply a cult. A believer of the god of assassination made such an assertion. He frowned and looked at the delusion demons that were gathered together. He felt powerless from the bottom of his heart, but he felt helpless. In response, a resident passing by the lower town showed a disdainful expression and said to the assassin wrapped in a black robe, "This world is about to be destroyed, and the afterlife no longer exists." He spread his hands. Being able to get a correct death through the delusion demon is undoubtedly the most correct choice. Do we have to wait for the Lord of Ashes to come and burn us into ashes, and then die without accomplishing anything? The assassin in the black robe remained silent. In fact, he couldn't think of a good rebuttal, but he just felt that this was very incorrect, and he also knew that it was useless to say it. Compared to believing in the god of assassination, the passerby raised his hand, and patted the shoulder of the believer of the god of assassination. Why not indulge in the delusion woven by the delusion demon with us? His smile revealed a strange fanaticism. This is the correct way to save the world. The calm words made people feel his seriousness. This passerby believed from the bottom of his heart that the delusion demon was the savior in the prophecy, and the only one who could save the world. As long as everyone entered the correct death in advance, the Lord of Ashes would not be able to hurt anyone, and only an empty shell would burn. This is also a way to save the world. Then you should die in delusion now. The believer of the god of assassination could not help but sneer, but the passerby showed a proud expression when he heard it. I want to spread the gospel of delusion, so that everyone can get the right death, but they can't die right now. He opened his arms. We must make everyone aware of the right death. We must make everyone aware that only the right death can save the world, and only the right death can defeat the Lord of Ashes. Madman. The believer of the god of assassination thought silently, and then his figure disappeared into the darkness. This group of untouchables were brainwashed by the delusion demon during this period, spreading the ideas about the delusion demon everywhere, trying to make everyone accept the ideas of the delusion demon. The most terrifying thing is that this group of people who were brainwashed by the delusion demon did not think they were wrong, but instead spread the ideas about the delusion demon with an almost sacred idea of saving everyone. Fortunately, as long as they can live a decent life, most people are still not very interested in the ideas of the delusion demon. They are in the stage of knowing that there is this idea, but not very agreeing with it. And at this moment, surrounded by the residents of the lower city, the delusional demon suddenly stopped his speech and cast his eyes towards the end of the sewer. He dismissed his followers, and then walked towards the end of the sewer. Within a few steps, he turned into a shadow and disappeared. In a messy and deserted tavern, a few drunkards were lying on a tattered wooden table, drinking cheap rum and eating barbecued meat of unknown animals. The delusional demon walked in, and his eyes fell on the man at the bar. He didn't drink, but just smiled and looked at him. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Shimu pointed to a stool beside him, and said jokingly, "Your words are very persuasive. I just said what they want to hear, and what they desire." The delusional demon said, "Even if my words are boring, they are heavenly music to them." He can gather a large number of believers with just words. This is not because he has a talent for speech and brainwashing, but everything he said just meets the needs of the residents of the lower city, which can achieve a brainwashing effect. In essence, the residents of the lower city have this need. If there is no crisis of Ragnarok, it is estimated that not many people will have a fanatical belief in him. Because for the residents of the lower city, even if they suffer in this life, there is still an afterlife, and they may enjoy happiness in the next life. However, under the premise that Ragnarok is about to come, the next life basically does not exist. So the residents of the lower city will easily accept his ideas and think about satisfying themselves before they die. But the efficiency of this transmission is too slow. Shimu smiled and said to the delusion demon, "With the speed at which you spread your ideas, even when Ragnarok comes, there is no way to make everyone enter the correct death." The delusion demon was silent for a while, looking at the man opposite who claimed to be a demon, feeling that the other party was trying to seduce him to do something wrong. "Then what do you want me to do? Such a slow spread of ideas, and designing a large-scale ceremony to make everyone indulge in delusion, it is really a waste of time and energy." Shimu took out a bottle of red wine, and 2 glasses out of thin air. After filling the 2 glasses, you need to find someone to help you spread your ideas as quickly as possible, and then design a stable ritual. He pushed a glass of red wine in front of the delusion demon. "I have a way to make you succeed quickly." The delusion demon picked up the red wine glass, looked at the rose petal-like wine in the glass, shook it gently, and said, "If it is to force everyone, then I refuse." "No, it is to have a dialogue with everyone." Shimu smiled, facing the slightly vigilant eyes of the delusion demon. "I really want to help you achieve your plan." Delusion demon, Although he didn't know what this guy was thinking, he could feel that this guy was dangerous, but he was willing to listen. This is the village where the all-knowing saint is. Shimu took out a map, and put it in front of the delusion demon. With the scale and power of the all-knowing saint everywhere in the world, as long as she voluntarily helps you realize your ideal, you can not only easily complete the conditions required for the ritual, but also have a dialogue with everyone in the world. He stood up, and walked out of the tavern. Instead of waiting until the end of the world, you might as well consider using the power of the all-knowing saint. This will allow your ideas to spread the fastest. After listening to this, the delusion demon stared at Akhtar's back. "Is the all-knowing saint the one who is behind you?" Shimu turned into a shadow, and disappeared on the spot. The delusion demon also withdrew his sight upon seeing this, and his eyes fell on the map on the table, falling into indecision. Although he didn't know what the other party was planning, it was indeed feasible. Letting him spread his ideas slowly by himself was too slow, and it was very likely that he would not be able to achieve his goal before the Ragnarok came. Density Demon, what do you think? He asked as if talking to himself, and then the air suddenly condensed, and a dark-skinned, muscular man appeared. Density Demon. Possessing the ability to freely control density, he can blend into any environment by diluting his own density. This is completely different from Hercules, who relied on his power. He is an existence that truly exerts the power of density to the extreme. I don't think it's trustworthy. The Density Demon said frankly, the guy who claims to be a demon is too mysterious, and his purpose is too straightforward. He doesn't even have time to gain our trust. Maybe he doesn't want our trust at all. The Delusion Demon analyzed, he just gave you a very tempting choice. The Density Demon thought for a while, if the existence behind the scenes is the Omniscient Saint, then you have no choice at all. With the ability of the Omniscient Saint, she can curse you as a weapon, and then forcibly control your ability to complete the plan. As for how strong the Omniscient Saint is, he has never really fought with her, but she can be everywhere in the world and can easily curse the Split Demon as a weapon. There is no doubt that she has overwhelming power. But the attitude shown by the All-Knowing Saint has always been relatively mild. Even if she collects and divides the souls of demons, she will leave compensation of corresponding value. If the All-Knowing Saint really wants to use you to do something, it may not be very difficult to accept. The Density Demon said the conclusion, if the person behind the scenes is like the All-Knowing Saint, I think it is worth trying to cooperate. The Delusion Demon subconsciously said, what if the person behind the scenes is not the All-Knowing Saint? Can anyone force the All-Knowing Saint? The Density Demon asked back, which made the Delusion Demon stun for a moment, and then smiled with relief. Then go meet the All-Knowing Saint. Now that time is so urgent, meeting the All-Knowing Saint may be a turning point. As long as he can get the support of the All-Knowing Saint, it will be difficult for the gods to block and suppress him. It won't take long to spread the idea all over the world. As for the idea that after it spreads all over the world, some people will not agree, then he will feel happy, but the premise is that he spreads the idea to everyone. This is a choice. Hell. Savior Placenta? The goddess of death suddenly stopped working, and her eyes showed a trace of doubt. She felt that a new god placenta began to be born in hell, which means that a new god was born. Thinking of this, the goddess of death sent the message to the heavens, asking the gods to look for the newly born god of Savior, and then she focused on her work. She had no interest in the birth of the so-called god of Savior. There were many gods with high rule concepts, but it did not mean that the gods themselves were very strong. For example, the god of destruction, the goddess of cycles, etc., they had high-level abilities, but the power they exerted was not very strong. Even if the god of Savior was really amazing and had an extraordinary growth rate, this world would burn to ashes in less than 3 years. The god of Savior had no time to grow. Take Akhtar as an example. As the Lord of Ashes, he still did not exert his power to the level of omnipotence. And the talent of the god of Savior cannot surpass Akhtar by several times. So the ending was doomed from the beginning. The god born in the name of salvation has no way to save the world, and can only carry expectations that cannot be realized. A god born at an inopportune time. The goddess of death said this while working. How the birth of God should look like. With civilization as the placenta, born from civilization, but the world is too vast, unless someone can lock every inch of land, it is impossible to confirm where the god will be born. Maybe born from bamboo. Maybe born from stone, maybe born from breeze. Maybe born from flames. This law is basically difficult to grasp. If you want to say who can accurately find the place where the god is born, perhaps only the Omniscient Saint, who is everywhere, can know. And at this moment, a ray of bright sunlight shone on the rocks on the cliff. A girl in a white dress, holding a golden holy sword and a shield, lay on a wide rock, looking at the world with empty eyes. Until a man poked his head out and looked at her. The side lines of both parties overlapped into a line, and the originally empty eyes were full of spirit, revealing curiosity and confusion. Sunbathing? The man asked the girl. The girl did not answer, staring at the man blankly, as if thinking about how to answer. She was born with knowledge, and understood the meaning of her birth. But being born with knowledge does not include too complicated knowledge. At least, she does not know how to communicate correctly now. Who made her a baby who was less than a minute old? Get up first. The man showed a gentle and helpless smile, and then stretched out his hand to the girl. It is not appropriate for a lady to lie on the stone blankly. Chapter 263. The amber eyes of the Savior Goddess reflected the kind and gentle smile of the man in front of her, as well as the hand handed to her. She felt an emotion rising in her heart, wanting to stab the accompanying holy sword through the chest of the man in front of her. However, common sense told her that people would die if they were killed. So this was not right. Her impulse and reason conflicted with each other, causing her little head to crash, staring blankly at the hand stretched out in front of her. And Shimu did not urge her, keeping the gesture of extending his hand. The savior goddess hesitated for a moment, held the hand handed to her, and stood up with a slight pull. The world will be destroyed in less than 3 years. Shimu asked the savior goddess with a smile, "Do you have any way to save the world?" The savior goddess in front of him was so weak that it was very easy to kill her, but his goal was not to strangle the savior goddess in advance, but to confirm whether the savior goddess's ability had the potential to create something out of nothing. As long as he can confirm that it is possible to create something out of nothing, he can immediately become a partner with the goddess of savior after the creation of the world, so that he can temporarily gain the ability to create something out of nothing. I don't know how to save the world. The goddess of savior shook her head gently. She is indeed a goddess of the concept of saving the world, but she knows nothing about how to save the world. She only has basic knowledge. Shimu looked at the goddess of savior with long golden hair, amber eyes, and wearing a white dress, and then smiled warmly and said, "Then I will teach you." The goddess of savior showed a puzzled look. Shimu raised his hand and rubbed the head of the savior goddess, and said in a gentle voice with convincing steadiness, "No one in this world knows how to save the world better than me." "Really?" The savior goddess showed a surprised expression and unexpectedly chose to believe. She didn't seem to have any doubts at the moment, but was just happy to save the world. She raised her hand and put it on her slightly heaving chest. "Then should I call you teacher?" "You can call me teacher if you want." Shimu nodded gently, and the savior goddess smiled brightly and called him sweetly, "Teacher." "Then I will tell you how to save the world." Shimu nodded gently and told the savior goddess the way to save the world without reservation. However, the more the savior goddess listened, the more confused her expression became. She couldn't understand the so-called world model, time bifurcation, the first perpetual motion machine, world errors, and other concepts well. Although she knew every word, she couldn't understand it at all when they were mixed together. This was too difficult for her, a child who was less than 10 minutes old, but she was sure of one thing. Her teacher must be very powerful and could tell her a lot of knowledge that she couldn't understand. "You don't need to fully understand it yet." Shimu chuckled and looked at the confused expression of the savior goddess. "Now you just need to write it down." The savior goddess nodded obediently. As a goddess, she had a very good memory. Although she couldn't understand it accurately, she could easily write it down. As long as she asked the teacher more questions in the future, she would be able to fully understand what the teacher said sooner or later. "Let's go, I take you to get familiar with this world." Shimu turned around, and the world changed completely, as if the game map was forced to switch. The savior goddess blinked her eyes, looked at the pedestrians around her, and subconsciously approached her teacher to seek psychological comfort. This was the first time she saw so many people. "This is the Magic Kingdom. I also studied here." Shimu took the savior goddess's hand to go shopping, and took her to get familiar with this world. Not long after, the savior goddess held a bunch of delicacies in one hand, chewing the delicacies with a bulging mouth, and holding cheese bread in the other hand. As for the uneasiness of the unfamiliar environment, after the teacher bought her a crepe, she no longer felt any uneasiness, and was attracted by the seemingly endless delicacies. She followed the teacher to eat all kinds of delicacies all the way. "Teacher, don't you want to eat?" The savior goddess has a very sharing virtue, and handed the cheese bread with a bite to the teacher's mouth. "I'm not hungry." Shimu smiled and shook his head, and the savior took a bite of the cheese bread and then handed it to the teacher. "Teacher, it's really delicious." Shimu sighed, looking at the savior's full of sharing and expectation, and took a bite of the cheese bread, the position of the savior's nibbling. "This is not disgust. There is a beautiful girl willing to share food with you. It should be accepted happily. But this beautiful girl is less than a day old." At night, the moonlight penetrated the gap in the window, and fell on the soft big bed. The savior lay on the bed with her legs spread wide, and she experienced everything she had never experienced before. A kind teacher took her to travel around the world, eating food she had never tasted before, taking her to buy various styles of clothes, witnessing various new worlds, and patiently teaching her the basic common sense of this world. "Teacher, what are we going to do tomorrow?" She turned her head, and looked at the teacher who was sitting elegantly on a chair not far away, holding a book in one hand. "Take you to get familiar with this world, otherwise you don't even know what you want to save." Shimu turned a page of the book and explained casually, "The premise of wanting to save the world is to understand the world. Tomorrow I will still take you to witness the difference of the world. Before he finished speaking, he noticed that the girl on the bed fell asleep with a satisfied smile on her face. After closing the book, Shimu got up calmly, casually set up a barrier, and then disappeared in the room. Now he planned to meet another person. And the savior goddess on the bed turned over, hugged the quilt in her arms, and whispered something. "Teacher, this is also delicious." The girl's mumbling voice floated out of the window, blending with the moonlight, without any dirt. At the same time, in the big library of the Magic Kingdom, a remote corner, the Magic Queen was suspended in midair, her palm gently stroking the moon in her arms, until she heard footsteps coming from far away in the shadows. She put down her hand stroking the moon. "Who are you? To break into the barrier set up by the Witch of Fate?" "I'm a passerby." Shimu walked out of the shadows, looked at the Magic Queen with a calm look, and smiled warmly. "Magic Queen, we meet again." "The Magic Queen is no longer me." The Magic Queen gently stroked the full moon in her arms. She was now just a doll in the hands of the Witch of Fate. Not only was her own life and death not in her own hands, she couldn't even protect the life of her child. Is the Witch of Fate still interested in the position of the Queen? Shimu looked at the Magic Queen, and saw that she was sitting in the air, revealing a section of white legs, hanging down very naturally, and her feet outlined a beautiful arc. This was the only relatively exposed part of the magic goddess. She was wearing a queen's robe, which completely concealed her mature figure. The Magic Queen's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at the strange man. "Your tone when you mentioned the Witch of Fate was too gentle and familiar." "Because the Witch of Fate is my teacher." Shimu smiled, and admitted very frankly that he was not worried about his identity being exposed. With the ability of Teacher Hecate, she would sooner or later notice his appearance. And he could make the Magic Queen speechless as long as he wanted. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The Magic Queen's aura suddenly became dangerous, and then suddenly declined. If the man in front of her was Akhtar, he must be a more terrifying existence than the Witch of Fate. It was very stupid to show hostility. Shimu chuckled, a very wise judgment. "If you are Akhtar, why did you come to see me specifically?" The Magic Queen questioned. She couldn't figure out why Akhtar came to see her specifically. "To meet someone familiar," Shimu answered. He didn't need to meet the Magic Queen, but since he had come to the Magic Kingdom, he naturally had to meet her by the way. "If you are pretending to be Akhtar," the Magic Queen warned very calmly, "then you..." She swallowed the unfinished words. The pupils of the man in front of her suddenly turned into ruby, and she could vaguely see what he looked like after the world was burned. There was no doubt that this man was Akhtar. "By the way, do you have basic teaching materials?" Shimu changed the subject and asked the Magic Queen. "It can let ignorant children understand the concept of magic." "Yes." The Magic Queen nodded gently, then her crystal clear feet landed on the ground, and took Akhtar to find relevant books. After handing a few books to Akhtar, "Sir Akhtar." The magic goddess looked at the man beside her, pleading, "Please let the Witch of Fate release my children. I am willing to pay any price." "Teacher Hecate should not care about your children." Shimu shook his head and said, and the Magic Queen was silent after hearing this, and then continued to take Akhtar to find suitable books, and explained the relevant books to Akhtar in a simple and easy-to-understand way, trying to make Akhtar understand her sincerity as much as possible, so as to win freedom and safety for the children. The next day, a remote village. The Delusion Demon and the Density Demon walked to the entrance of the village together, and saw a girl in a gray cloak came out. The two sides passed by. "Follow me," Eden said calmly, and the Delusion Demon and the Density Demon looked at each other, and then followed Eden's footsteps and left. After arriving at a stream, "All-knowing Saint, what is your purpose in calling us here?" the Density Demon asked first, and Eden was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "It is to save the world. You would not agree to achieve the meaning of life in delusion." The Delusion Demon said so. His philosophy is very close to escape, but for truly powerful beings, they would think about solving the problem directly, instead of letting the Lord of Ashes burn everything as long as we die. This is the difference in thinking caused by the way of survival. Before the final battle with the Lord of Ashes, I hope to simulate the battle against the Lord of Ashes several times, so that everyone can be fully prepared. Eden explained calmly, "Only when everyone understands the meaning of Ragnarok can people better decide whether to end their lives in delusion." The Density Demon asked, "But this should not be your purpose." Although it is not clear why the All-Knowing Saint simulated the battle against the Lord of Ashes, it is definitely not to make people feel the fear of the Lord of Ashes in advance. Eden nodded and said, "If the simulation can help past heroes find a way to fight against the Lord of Ashes, then perhaps the world can be saved." The Delusion Demon shook his head. "I can't imagine everything in the world. Even if I simulate the defeat of the Lord of Ashes, I can't succeed in reality. He knew very well the limits of his ability. It was easy to defeat the Lord of Ashes in delusion, but it was impossible to defeat the objective Lord of Ashes. Otherwise, he would not need to let people die correctly in delusion. I can simulate reality to the point where there is almost no difference. Eden concluded, and the delusion demon and the density demon looked at each other. If the all-knowing saint could do this, it would be a good thing for them. Now they don't have an accurate understanding of the Lord of Ashes' strength. If they can test the Lord of Ashes' strength in the simulation, then they can make corresponding preparations for the future decisive battle. If the Lord of Ashes is really too powerful to fight, then the idea of the correct death of the delusion demon will be easier for the public to accept. No matter what, it's not a loss. When can we start the simulation? The density demon asked, his body trembling slightly. He began to feel excited. Thinking that he could fight the Lord of Ashes in the simulation, he had a strong expectation. The time is not certain now. Eden did not give an exact time. Her job was not to copy the world data, but to find a way to improve Akhtar's theory and ensure that there were no problems with the world model envisioned by Akhtar. The time required for this workload is an astronomical figure for normal demons and witches, and they will never be able to complete it in their lifetime. At present, only she can improve Akhtar's theory. It won't take a long time, right? The density demon showed a skeptical expression. Now the end of the world is less than 3 years away. In response, Eden shook his head gently and said, I can artificially create a time gap to buy time. It won't take too long for the outside world. She turned and disappeared on the spot. You can think about how to communicate with the whole world. The density demon couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the all-knowing saint, she can help everyone find a way to defeat Ragnarok in the simulation. The delusion demon nodded after hearing this, but his expression was a bit complicated. His original goal was to let everyone die correctly in delusion, but now it has become to help the all-knowing saint find a way to defeat the Lord of Ashes in the simulation. Although the final result did not deviate from the goal, he felt that he was being manipulated by the all-knowing saint. And he had no reason to refute this process, because everything the all-knowing saint said was very legitimate. There was no conflict with him, but it would make his plan go more smoothly. Chapter 264. In Lionheart City. Teacher, why are you all looking at me? The savior held a book in one hand and a skewer in the other. She didn't quite understand why everyone was looking at her. Yesterday, it was because she was still young. Less than a day old, so she didn't feel much about people's eyes on her, but now she has been 2 days, and she also noticed that she didn't notice anything unusual yesterday. Shimu glanced at the savior beside him. Her figure was relatively mature, but her temperament contained a childish innocence, which formed a strong contrast on her, and naturally attracted people's attention. Beautiful women will naturally attract attention easily. He taught, if someone you don't know comes to chat with you, you must pay attention to whether the other party has other purposes. If they dare to touch you, stab them with a sword. The savior nodded obediently, and kept the teacher's words in mind. Pay attention to your manners when eating. Shimu sighed, and took out a tissue out of thin air. The savior goddess raised her chin slightly when she heard it, and let the teacher wipe the oil stains from the corners of her mouth. She also slowed down her eating of the skewers. Shimu crumpled the tissue into a ball, and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road. Then he began to introduce the Lionheart City to the savior goddess. This city is famous for duels. People who want to change their fate will gamble their lives to duel. If they win, they will get honor and wealth. If they lose, they will go to hell and wait for reincarnation. He pointed to a building in the distance that was similar to the Roman duel arena. Duels usually take place in the duel arena. I will take you to see it tomorrow. Today I will take you to see the same kind. The savior goddess blinked. The same kind? She is also a goddess like you. Shimu explained, but she is more mature and sensible than you. The savior goddess' cheeks were slightly puffed, but her eyes revealed curiosity. She had never seen her kind before, but she knew that other gods existed, but she had never seen them, and she was not very interested in meeting them at the moment. She just wanted to stay with her teacher to learn how to save the world, and go out to eat with her teacher. At the same time, in the lakeside mansion, can't find a new god? The sick and dead witch lay on the sofa, her long brown hair spread out like a waterfall, her 2 white jade legs raised, swaying restlessly. She looked at the plague goddess with a worried look on her face and asked, did a demon or witch take the newborn god away? This possibility cannot be ruled out. The plague goddess said worriedly. In the past, any god born could be found immediately under the guidance of the god of all-knowing, and there was no need to worry about the disappearance of the newly born god. But now the God of all-knowing has gone to the end of time to fight the Lord of Ashes, and following the guidance of the three goddesses of fate, they can only find traces of the goddess of Savior, but they don't know who she left with. If she left with a witch, it might be better, but if she was abducted by the devil, it would be very bad. Maybe there will be a goddess who is not in the gods' camp. The Death Witch raised her lips, and the Plague Goddess glanced at her and said casually, "Are you talking about the goddess of lies? What's wrong with the goddess of lies?" The puzzled male voice came, making the Death Witch and the Plague Goddess slightly stunned, and then immediately looked towards the voice, only to see Akhtar walking over with a blonde girl. The blonde girl timidly hugged Akhtar's arm, her amber eyes were cramped, and she seemed to feel uneasy in the unfamiliar environment. The Plague Goddess looked at the scene, sighed tiredly, and showed an expected expression. "It turned out that you kidnapped the newly born goddess." Shimu chuckled and said, "I just happened to pass by and taught her how to save the world." "I don't understand what the teacher said." The Savior Goddess muttered softly. Her attention has been attracted by various new things in the past 2 days. She has not put too much thought on saving the world, and has not studied the way to save the world too much. You will understand it slowly in the future. Shimu raised his hand, and rubbed the Savior Goddess's head, then pointed at the Plague Goddess and said, "She is your kind, and can be your target of learning and imitation. The mental state of the strong in this world is relatively abnormal, but the Plague Goddess is undoubtedly a relatively normal person, suitable for the Savior Goddess to imitate and learn." The Plague Goddess smiled, and then walked towards the Savior Goddess, who seemed to be afraid of strangers, and hid behind Akhtar. She stopped and smiled gently. "Akhtar and I are friends. I will not hurt you. Besides, we are the same kind. You can try to trust me." The Savior Goddess cast a questioning look at the teacher. After seeing the teacher nod in agreement, she took the initiative to walk towards the Plague Goddess. Shimu came to sit next to the Sick Witch and looked at the Sick Witch lying lazily on the sofa, and said, "Don't you even have the intention to move now? Anyway, moving can't change the ending." The Sick Witch's tone was lazy, but her body was very honest. She stood up and poured a cup of tea for Akhtar. She looked at the weak Savior Goddess and said, "I don't know whether it is lucky or tragic to get your attention. You are also being watched by me. Is it lucky or tragic?" Shimu chuckled, but his eyes fell on the Savior Goddess. The Sick Witch rolled her eyes lightly. She was just a pawn of Akhtar, and she was not the same as the new goddess. And at this moment, Shark Girl Kashut walked down the stairs. She looked at Akhtar with surprise, and hurried over. The living room suddenly became lively. At night. Bathroom. Hazy mist filled the air, and 2 girls could be vaguely seen soaking in the bathtub. "Why is the teacher sleeping with Miss Kashut?" The Savior Goddess hugged her knees with her hands, and complained to the Plague Goddess behind her, as if something important to her was taken away, and her tone contained a little bitterness. She should have a closer relationship with the teacher. The relationship between Kashut and Akhtar is not the same. The Plague Goddess explained softly, running her fingers through the Savior Goddess's golden hair, helping her to wash her hair patiently. "You are master and apprentice, so your relationship is naturally different." At this point, she added another sentence. "You are still young now, and when you are mature enough, you will understand why you can't sleep with your teacher." The Savior Goddess, Tomorrow she will be 3 days old, but it is still a long way from the 18 years people know, and this world will be destroyed in less than 3 years. Doesn't this mean that she will never be mature enough? Woo! Shark Girl Kashut lay on Akhtar, her body pressed against him, and her plump fruit was pressed into a flat circle. She was covered with a thin quilt, hiding her snow-white body under the quilt, but her red cheeks and neck, as well as the fine sweat, all showed that she had gone through a tiring exercise. "Lord Akhtar, is that goddess valuable to you?" she asked in a low voice, and Shimu, who was lying on the bed, reached out his hand and touched the white and tender cheek of Shark Girl Kashut, and then inserted his fingers into the small mouth that exhaled hot air. Compared with human teeth, Shark Girl Kashut's teeth are sharper. If the body is not strong enough, or Shark Girl Kashut is not careful, it will cause bleeding. But Shark Girl Kashut's natural bite force makes people feel very surprised. "I just expect her to have that qualification," Shimu explained, and Shark Girl Kashut showed a puzzled look when she heard it, but did not start asking directly. Her mouth was blocked by something, so she couldn't speak casually. "She is qualified to save the world." Shimu withdrew his finger, but now it seems that she does not have that talent, which is really disappointing. On the first day, he got along with the Goddess of Savior. He already knew the ability of the Goddess of Savior, which is the ability to punish those who are considered to be threats to the world. If the Goddess of Savior subjectively believes that the person is a threat to the world, then the goddess of savior will give birth to the corresponding annihilation force. Assuming that the goddess of savior regards the witch of death as an enemy, the corresponding annihilation force will be born, which can theoretically annihilate the witch of death. But actually using it is another matter. Whether this annihilation force can attack people, whether they can survive before the annihilation force is condensed, and whether they can break the death of the witch of death are all completely unknown. No. It should be impossible to do it. The actual result of facing the witch of death is that she will be stabbed to death by a finger of the witch of death, without even time to react. Is she useless? Shark Girl Kasha breathed a sigh of relief, but Shimu added, but she is not useless. Her ability is essentially to solve the factors that threaten the world. If she can deeply realize the essence of the threatening world, then the form of her annihilation power will be different. He made such an analogy. If a person dies, the world may be destroyed. The power of the savior goddess is to heal all injuries. If she realizes that only creating something out of nothing can save the world, then... Shark Girl Kasha noticed the pause in her words and asked, then she can create something out of nothing? No one in this world can really create something out of nothing. Shimu denied it. Looking at her is more of an attempt in my spare time. I don't really hope that she can show her savior qualifications. But you are also very good to her. Shark Girl Kasha whispered, and Shimu chuckled and explained, who asked her to call me teacher? It's really enviable. Shark Girl Kasha whispered, then covered her head with a quilt, her two white buttocks raised high, her body shrank back, and her white fingers brushed across Akhtar's chest. The battle still has to continue. The next day. Early morning. Shimu opened his eyes, and looked out the window. The morning light was faintly shining through. He retracted his gaze, and looked at his own body. He saw the Shark Girl Kasha sleeping peacefully, while holding his body. Through the gap in the quilt, he could see her plump body and snow-white back. Push Shark Lady Kasha away gently. Shimu got off the bed, and saw men's and women's clothes scattered on the wooden floor. The air still retained the smell of lust from last night. Lord Akhtar, I will prepare clothes for you. Shark Lady Kasha woke up. She rubbed her eyes, and got off the bed. She opened the closet, and took out the clothes that had been prepared long ago. Then she dressed Akhtar like a wife. This is the clothes that Miss Yasaki bought. She has never worn them since she stayed here last time. She buttoned Akhtar's chest, exposed her white legs in the air, took a step back, and looked at Akhtar's current outfit. I have to admit that Yasaki has good taste. Let's go see Yasaki tomorrow. Shimu said so, then turned and left the room. As for Shark Lady Kashut, she stayed in the room to clean up the battlefield last night, and put on her clothes. In this magical world, as long as one's strength reaches a certain level, one does not have to worry too much about physical problems. Even if one has experienced a day and a night. No, several days and nights of fierce fighting, it will not take long to recover. There will be no situation where one cannot get out of bed the next day, and has to walk with the help of the wall. Living room downstairs. She is not awake yet. The plague goddess sat elegantly on the sofa, smiling at Akhtar, who came down and said, "You are really teaching her how to save the world. If you don't teach the savior goddess to save the world, what should you teach?" Shimu asked back, and the plague goddess was silent when she saw this, and stared deeply at Akhtar, who kept smiling, as if she wanted to see through the heart of this man. "Are you longing for death?" "It's really a question of jumping." Shimu didn't answer directly. He sat down next to the plague goddess, and made a cup of coffee for himself. "Are you going to watch the duel together later? You have to bring the sick and death witch with you." The plague goddess continued the topic, otherwise she might be attacked by the clone witch. "You don't have to worry too much about this." Shimu looked out the window at the clone witch holding a parasol. Now her attention should be on actively looking for valuable abilities, rather than thinking about harvesting everyone at once. After realizing that the plague goddess and herself wanted to protect the sick and death witch, with the clone witch's personality, she would definitely change her mind and start to actively look for suitable prey and turn it into the clone she needs. There is no doubt that the efficiency will be slower, and it will take a lot of time. But it is definitely better than waiting for the rabbit to come. It would be great if she wouldn't keep staring at me. The plague goddess complained, glancing at Akhtar, who was drinking coffee, and said, "If you want to hunt the sick and dead witch, wouldn't it be better to lurk and wait for the opportunity?" Shimu shook his head. "Look at me. It's not like I arranged for the clone witch to block outside." He did want to use the clone witch to keep the plague goddess, but the clone witch kept blocking outside the mansion, which was really not his arrangement. The clone witch simply felt that she had little chance of hunting the sick and dead witch, so she deliberately left a clone to continuously make the plague goddess uncomfortable. It was not his arrangement behind the scenes at all. Really? The plague goddess looked suspicious, picked up the long bread on the table, and poked it into Akhtar's mouth. This is your breakfast today. Chapter 265. Lakeside Mansion. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the lake, creating golden fragments of light, and the breeze on the face made people feel comfortable and drowsy. Shimu was lying on a bench by the lake, his head resting on the knees of the savior goddess, his cheek covered with a book, and his chest rising and falling slightly, indicating that he was resting. Originally, he planned to take the savior goddess to watch the duel today, but encountered opposition from the plague goddess, saying that it was not appropriate for the savior goddess to watch the overly bloody scene now, so he gave up the plan to go to the duel field. The savior goddess, who was sitting on the chair, held a book in both hands and studied the relevant knowledge seriously. It was a book specially selected by the Queen of Magic. From entry to graduation, theoretically, one can reach the peak of human beings and sort out a relatively normal knowledge system. After a while, "Teacher, I have written it down." The savior goddess closed the book and whispered to the teacher, who was resting on her knees. Shimu took off the book covering his face, propped himself up on the chair, sat up straight, yawned and said, let's go to the Sky City for a visit." The moment he finished speaking, the surrounding scenery changed. The mirror-like lake disappeared, replaced by a bustling crowd and high-rise buildings. The savior goddess looked around. She was still sitting on the chair, but it was no longer the original chair, but came to a completely unfamiliar city. However, she did not feel panic. This was not the first time she had experienced this kind of thing. The teacher had the ability to directly transfer the location. Unfortunately, she could not learn this ability. According to her teacher, this is to use the player's ability to regard the world as a map and then teleport at will. And she must have gained the ability to teleport through the process of saving the world, that is, she must be in a remote area, where a factor threatening the world occurs, and she cannot rush there immediately, so as to drive her ability to teleport. As long as she has experienced teleportation once, she can unlock the ability to teleport. According to the teacher, her ability will sooner or later push her to the point of omnipotence, as long as she is willing to practice the path of saving the world diligently. Sky City is a city suspended in the sky. It was essentially built to escape the plague. Many rich people would buy a house in Sky City to escape the plague or to show their status and position, which indirectly made Sky City prosperous. Shimu introduced Sky City in a familiar tone, and pointed to the center of the city. The owner of the city has a good relationship with the teacher. We will stay there tonight. The goddess of savior asked curiously, is it the teacher's lover again? Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at the curious eyes of the goddess of savior and asked, who taught you the word lover? The dead witch. The goddess of savior answered obediently. She said that the teacher has many lovers, and can sleep in many lovers' homes. There are not many lovers. Don't listen to her nonsense. Shimu waved his hand, and then took the goddess of savior to visit Sky City, and answer the goddess of savior's related questions, and help the goddess of savior establish the relevant saving cognition. After a while, in the garden of a castle. The boss has come to the castle in the sky? Zed showed a surprised expression, and looked at the photo that Asaki took out across the table. He saw a girl with long golden hair and amber eyes smiling at the air, as if there was someone around her. She asked in confusion, what does this have to do with the boss? Although I don't know what ability Akhtar used to make people invisible. Yasaki handed the photo to Zed, and then gave an explanation, but people who get along with Akhtar can see it. As long as you confirm who is with Akhtar, you can determine Akhtar's movements. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. The girl in the photo is Akhtar's apprentice, a recently born savior goddess. Zed observed the photo in his hand, and saw that the girl in the photo smiled innocently and brightly, which made people feel comfortable. How did you get such secret information? Just keep an eye on Letitia and the plague goddess. Yasaki gave an answer. As the princess of the Sky City, she can mobilize intelligence networks all over the world. As long as she keeps a close eye on the places where Akhtar may appear, and then observes the people who may come into contact with Akhtar, she can infer Akhtar's current state. As a mortal, she certainly had no way to observe Akhtar directly, so she could just observe people related to Akhtar. So soon after the savior goddess appeared in the Sky City, she guessed that Akhtar had come to the Sky City. It's actually possible. Zed suddenly realized, and then saw Yasaki folded her hands and smiled gently. Then I leave the matter of inviting Akhtar to come over to you. Yes, I can. Zed looked at the photo, and then looked at Yasaki, but wouldn't it be better if we go together? I still have things to prepare. Yasaki smiled and shook her head, her fingers in front of her lips, and this is a rare time for you to spend with Akhtar. Okay, I go invite the boss over. Zed nodded, then asked for the address, and then hurriedly left the castle. The garden suddenly became quiet. Asaki bit her rosy lips lightly, and her confident and calm appearance disappeared, revealing a little uneasiness. She glanced at Siegfried, who was walking from a distance, and immediately regained her original calmness and confidence, as if no difficulties could overwhelm her. However, Siegfried noticed his daughter's abnormality at a glance. He sat down at the table, poured himself a cup of black tea, and then smiled teasingly. Are you nervous? Asaki didn't speak. But Siegfried smiled and said, You are so nervous that you dare not meet immediately. It's really an interesting reaction. It's just to prepare a welcome banquet. Asaki snorted in dissatisfaction and defended herself. But Siegfried laughed even happier when he heard it, and felt very interesting about his daughter's blushing defense. Asaki was very angry about this, and her cheeks were puffed up with anger, but she could do nothing about her father. She couldn't beat her father. Square. A few white pigeons landed on the edge of the fountain, and the savior goddess threw the bread crumbs in her hand to feed the pigeons that were fighting for food. Shimu smiled at this, and then his eyes fell on the wheat-skinned girl who was walking not far away. She was wearing a top that exposed her lower abdomen, and a dagger hung on her shorts, giving people a very energetic feeling. Hi, do you like pigeons too? Zed came to sit next to the savior goddess and greeted her very familiarly, without any restraint of meeting for the first time. The savior goddess looked at the familiar woman with doubtful eyes and nodded gently. Pigeons are very cute. Occasionally I come here to feed pigeons. Zed lied without changing her face. Her impression of pigeons is that they are more delicious when boiled into soup. She does not have the preference of raising pigeons and appreciating pigeons like a noble lady. As a mercenary, she has no interest in pets. She only has the concept of whether they are delicious or not, and whether they are difficult to handle. But it is a good way to cut into the topic. But aren't you worried about coming here alone, miss? She showed a concerned expression and asked the innocent savior goddess. The current environment is not very good. Hearing this, the savior goddess subconsciously glanced at the teacher beside her. And Zed also followed this subconscious action to determine Akhtar's location. She raised her hand and greeted. Hello, invisible sir. When did you have so many little thoughts? The gentle voice floated into Zed's ears, and a warm breath came. Zed's body subconsciously tensed up, her toes slightly clenched, and then immediately relaxed. She confirmed that the invisible person was Akhtar. She would never forget this voice. Because there is no way for people to confirm whether you are the boss or not. If I greet you without thinking and the boss is not there, it will be very embarrassing. She complained while reaching out to the side and touched Akhtar's face after careful groping. Yasaki invited the boss to a private banquet. When? Shimu looked at Zed, who was groping his cheek and widening his eyes, and lifted his own cloaking effect. From Zed's perspective, Akhtar's figure gradually appeared, and he looked at her with a smile. The two side lines overlapped into a line. 7 o'clock. Zed said with a smile, and then unexpectedly gave Akhtar a warm hug and buried Akhtar's head in his chest. She hugged him so hard that Akhtar couldn't breathe freely, and only the girl's unique body fragrance reached his nose. The savior goddess witnessed this scene, and subconsciously wanted to separate the two, but when she saw the excited and nostalgic expression on Zed's face, she suppressed the urge to separate the two. Although it is unclear what the relationship between this wheat-skinned girl and the teacher is, they must be familiar with each other. And with the teacher's ability, it is impossible for him to be bound by humans. Boss, I thought you didn't plan to come to see us. Zed complained. You have come to our side, and you are still invisible. Shimu didn't speak. He was hugged so tightly by Zed that he couldn't speak at all. However, he did not specifically make himself invisible, but used the player's power to keep himself in a state of withdrawal, so that he could treat the world as a sandbox and need it at will. This state is a bit similar to the demon outside the world, but it is not to be separated from the world, but to let oneself reach a certain height to need the world. The so-called invisibility is not an effect of withdrawal. As long as the strength reaches a certain height, his existence can be observed. Of course, he can also reversely let specific objects recognize his existence. After a while, Jed loosened the hug and showed an embarrassed smile. She scratched her cheek and whispered, Boss, I seem to be a little excited. You are quite courageous to hug the boss casually. Shimu joked, and then explained to the savior goddess beside him. Her name is Zed, she is a very outstanding mercenary and a close friend of mine. At this point, he introduced Zed again. Savior goddess, she is my apprentice, and is currently learning how to save the world from me. Learning how to save the world. Zed's expression froze slightly, and then recovered as before, stretched out his hand to the savior goddess, and greeted her very enthusiastically. She knew that the girl next to her was the savior goddess, but after hearing Akhtar say that he would teach the savior goddess how to save the world, her first reaction was that Akhtar was trying to teach someone to kill herself. There is basically no one in this world who can defeat the Lord of Ashes. Even the God of Omniscience was defeated by the Lord of Ashes. As long as the Lord of Ashes wants, he can burn the world to ashes at any time. But if the Lord of Ashes does not want to burn the world to ashes, but is looking forward to someone defeating him, that is another matter. And at this moment, have you heard? Suddenly, a conversation came from the side. It was a mature lady wearing a white hat. She was also sitting on the edge of the fountain, and said to her husband beside her, "The savior goddess has been born. She holds the destiny of saving the world, and is bound to defeat the Lord of Ashes." "Really?" The man next to him smiled gently. He did not discourage his wife's hope. Although he himself did not think that the so-called savior goddess could defeat the Lord of Ashes, it was not a bad thing to have hope. Now he is more looking forward to the heroes who have been resurrected in the past to come up with a reliable plan. He has learned through some channels that the heroes in the past have come up with relatively mature plans to save the world. As long as any plan can succeed, then everyone can survive successfully. Compared to pinning hope on the so-called savior, it is more reliable to pin hope on past heroes. At least past heroes can come up with relatively reliable plans and programs, instead of pinning so-called hope on fate. The sky is dim. The last ray of afterglow in the sky disappeared, and the night enveloped every corner of the world. "Do you smell the fragrance of wine and food?" Zed stood in front of the door, stretched out his hand to press the handle, and smiled at the savior goddess. "This is the princess's carefully prepared dinner. Ordinary people can't eat it in their lifetime." The savior goddess' eyes lit up when she heard it, and Zed smiled, looked at Akhtar, and then pushed the door open. The slightly cool air mixed with the fragrance of food poured out, and there was a round table in the bright room, on which precious delicacies were placed. But the most eye-catching thing is the girl standing by the round table, wearing a red dress. She seems like a carefully decorated ruby, attracting everyone's attention. Even if you look at her with the most demanding eyes, it is difficult to find any flaws in her. Instead, she looks even more stunning. "I'm still thinking about whether to let Zed drag you to me." Yasaki smiled gracefully, her eyes reflecting Akhtar's figure. She raised her red wine glass. "But now it seems that it's not necessary." Chapter 266. There are no outsiders here, so there is no need to hide. Shimu chuckled and looked at Yasaki, who was walking towards him. She was wearing a low-cut red dress, and the sapphire necklace hanging on her slender neck naturally fell on her snow-white chest, making people feel dizzy. "There are no outsiders." Yasaki smiled sweetly, raised her hand, and gently gathered the red hair beside her ears, stared at Akhtar and asked, "Then who am I?" Without waiting for an answer, she set her sights on the savior goddess, only to see that the goddess, who took on the mission of saving the world, was staring at the food on the table. But she did not eat directly without being rude, but stood there with ladylike etiquette. Yasaki smiled and said to the savior goddess, "Don't be restrained. You can eat whatever you want. There are no outsiders here. Is it okay?" The savior goddess' eyes lit up slightly, then glanced at the teacher, and after getting the affirmation, she couldn't wait to start eating. When Jed saw this scene, he scratched his cheek. It was just that the savior goddess was born too recently, so he didn't feel the aggression in the air. Now Yasaki was full of aggression and launched an offensive against Akhtar. But she didn't plan to say much. She came to the side of the savior goddess, instructing her on dining etiquette and introducing how to eat different foods. Shimu shook his head helplessly when he saw this, and then he realized that his arm was being held. Yasaki held his arm and pressed her whole body against him, transmitting the silk-like touch and temperature through the dress, making him feel like he had encountered an entangled snake, catching him in circles. He looked down subconsciously, and happened to meet Yasraki's delicate face, and their eyes overlapped. From this angle, Yasraki looked like a gorgeous flower, with skin so white that it seemed invisible to the light, and a red dress, like a red rose in the morning, showing all the tenderness of a woman. "What's wrong?" Yasraki tilted her head slightly, as if she was puzzled by Akhtar's gaze. Shimu was silent for a while, and said, "You are a little different today. I will show different sides to different people." Yasraki took Akhtar's arm, and sat down at the dining table. "In the past, Letitia would help you with socializing." Yasaki elegantly poured a glass of red wine, and handed it to Akhtar, "But she's not here today." When she first met Akhtar, she had already discovered that Akhtar had no interest in socializing, and it was Letitia who communicated on his behalf. But today Letitia was not in the Sky City, so Akhtar had to deal with it himself. Letitia is learning from the alchemy witch. Shimu shook the red wine glass lightly, and the wine in the glass swayed gently. Learning to master the power of the Sword of Light? Yasaki crossed her slender legs, and her calves and high heels swayed slightly. She picked up the red wine glass and clinked it with Akhtar. After drinking the red wine in the glass, she naturally shifted the topic to herself. Can you feel any changes in me? Changes? Shimu looked at Yasaki expectantly, as if thinking seriously, and said, You use dragonborn magic. Besides that? Yasaki asked with a smile, and Shimu observed the gorgeous princess again, pretending to think seriously for a moment. You have made a significant improvement in strength. That? Boss, I think you can pay attention to other aspects. Zed suddenly raised his hand. Her expression was a little tangled, and she felt helpless about Akhtar's answer. Although she herself was not good at dressing up, she could feel that Yasaki dressed up very carefully for this encounter, and even she felt amazed. Other aspects? Shimu looked at Yasaki carefully, pinching his chin and analyzing. Her eyes are still clear, her flame-like red hair has not faded at all, and she is proud but gentle like a princess. He shook his head gently. It's really hard to find any changes. Really? Yasaki smiled, looking at Akhtar's pretending to be distressed, and then reached out to touch Akhtar's cheek. I noticed some changes in you. What changes? Shimu asked, and then he felt the hand touching his cheek slide, landing on the corner of his mouth, and then landing on the center of his eyebrows. Yasaki withdrew her hand and said gently, The eyes are obviously warmer, but the eyebrows are slightly wrinkled. Shimu was stunned for a moment, then chuckled, Really a meticulous observation. As the princess of the Sky City, observing words and expressions is a basic skill. Yasaki blinked. Do you need me to tell you about some other changes? Anything else? Shimu picked up the wine glass, gently touched it with Yasaki, and started chatting. While Jed, who was watching this scene, ate a mouthful of foie gras silently. She found that the two of them had a good sense of propriety, and she didn't need to interrupt. She had thought that Akhtar was unromantic before, which was purely her assumption. Thinking of this, she focused her attention on the savior goddess beside her. She saw that this goddess, who carried the mission of saving the world, was paying attention to eating. She only occasionally looked at Akhtar. After confirming that her teacher had not left, she would eat the food on the table without worrying about it like her. But this was also very normal. This savior goddess was probably born less than a week ago, and didn't have any complicated thoughts at all. And at this moment, Teacher, this is delicious. The savior goddess' eyes suddenly lit up, and she handed out the pudding on the plate, so that Akhtar and Yasaki on the side stopped chatting. Shimu took the plate and placed it on the table. He then took out a tissue and said to the goddess of savior, Pay attention to your manners. You are a goddess. Yes. The goddess of savior took the tissue and wiped her mouth, then continued to focus on the table. It's really not in line with your position to be so nice to the goddess of savior. Yasaki glanced at the goddess of savior. She knew Akhtar's identity very well. If the goddess of savior grows up one day, she will definitely be an enemy of Akhtar, but Akhtar is too tolerant of the goddess of savior. Saving the world should be everyone's position. Shimu said so, and then his eyes fell on a possibility in the future, which was a scene where the goddess of savior fell into despair, and in the world of ashes with nothing, she swung the holy sword of salvation at him. But this is only a possibility in the future, unless he himself wants to choose such a future, and wants to see the savior goddess fall into despair. Otherwise, this scene will not happen. Including you? Yasaki asked, and Shimu glanced at the savior goddess, who buried her head in her chest and ate pudding silently. He took a sip of red wine and said, Now it's a happy banquet. There is no point in discussing this. Let's talk about it when we have time. That's true. Yasaki chuckled, her calves slightly raised under the table, touching Akhtar's calves. Her ruby-like eyes revealed a little drunkenness. Then I'm drunk tonight? You have to be responsible for sending me back. Zed hasn't. Before he finished speaking, Shimu saw Zed raised his hand to cover his forehead and showed him an apologetic expression. Boss, I seem to have drunk too much. Zed put his hands together to apologize, then picked up the red wine glass and took a big gulp, and then poured himself a big glass. In fact, she was very grateful to Yasaki. Although she knew very well that Asaki's preferential treatment for her came from Akhtar, this preferential treatment was so generous that it was unimaginable, and it was something that a low-level mercenary could never achieve in his lifetime. Not only did he give her a house that she could never afford, he also gave her a sum of money every month to spend freely, and she didn't have to work, and even arrange good positions for her friends. This favor was enough for her to cooperate with Asaki's actions. If her friends were to repay this favor, I'm afraid they would not hesitate even if they offered their wives. And now she just needed to pretend to be drunk. Okay, I'd be responsible for sending the drunk people back. Shimu nodded and agreed, then picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Tsuraki. The two chatted for a long time, talking about trivial matters, ways to save the world, and the movements of witches and demons. However, they didn't care much about the content of the chat. They just enjoyed the process of communicating with each other, and it didn't matter what topic they talked about. After a long time, the food on the table was finished. Tsuraki drank the red wine in the glass, and then looked at Zed lying on the table. She overlooked a very critical point. After usurping the power of the red dragon, not only her strength has been improved, but also her alcohol tolerance has been improved. She didn't get drunk after drinking so much, and her consciousness was still very clear. Of course, she can also pretend to be drunk. As the princess of the Sky City, she has received training in this area, and ordinary people can't see it at all. But there is no doubt that she can't hide it from Akhtar, and she still feels very ashamed to let Akhtar take her away when she is conscious. It would be fine if she was in a state of confusion. Zed is already drunk. Shimu put down the wine glass, came to Zed who was lying on the table, and hugged her directly around the waist. He smiled at Yasaki and said, "Then let me take her back according to the agreement. I take you to Zed's room." Yasaki showed a helpless expression. She would prepare the kind of wine that ordinary people would get drunk with one drink next time. Shimu nodded gently and asked the savior goddess beside him, "Are you going to stay here overnight, or go back to the lakeside mansion?" The savior goddess thought for a while, then looked at Tsuraki again, weighed the pros and cons, and said, "I want to go back to the lakeside mansion." Compared to staying in the strange sky city, she wanted to get along with the plague goddess and shark girl Kashut. Anyway, the teacher would not stay with her overnight, but the plague goddess would tell her bedtime stories, and shark girl Kashut would take her out to play. So she was more inclined to spend the night in the lakeside mansion. Okay. Shimu's pupils turned red, and the savior goddess sitting at the table disappeared in an instant. He himself also tended to let the savior goddess and the plague goddess get along for a while, which would help the savior goddess grow. It's really a convenient power, Tsuraki said, and then took Akhtar out of the room. After a while, Shimu put Zed, who was hugged by the waist, on the bed, and then looked at each other with Tsuraki, and then the two left the room together. In the corridor filled with night, the two walked side by side, close to each other. The backs of their hands could touch each other, and they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Yasaki felt her heart beating fast, her body temperature rising, and her delicate face flushed. She always hated hesitation, and always thought that when she met someone she liked, she would confess without hesitation, and would not be shy like a little girl. But in fact, when she faced him, she did not show the decisiveness she should have in the past, but fell into anxiety. If she was really drunk, she would not be so nervous. And at this moment, Shimu stopped and stood in front of a door. He put his hand on the door handle, turned around and said to Yasaki, "By the way, what changes have you made today?" He looked at Yasaki with a slightly red cheek and praised very seriously, "You have become more beautiful today." "Is there?" Yasaki adjusted her mentality, raised her hand to fiddle with her hair, and said in the same tone as always, "Isn't it that? Maybe the moonlight makes it clearer." Shimu explained, then turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. "This is his room." "Wait." Yasaki grabbed Akhtar's sleeves, and facing Akhtar's puzzled eyes, she pursed her lips. "Walk with me for a while." "Okay." Shimu closed the door and walked with Yasaki all the way to the garden, strolling under the moonlight. At this time, I hesitated. Siegfried sat cross-legged on the castle, watching his daughter walking in the garden with a man, and couldn't help shaking his head, but he didn't intend to go down and teach his daughter. But after a moment, I'm finally getting braver. He clapped his hands and smiled, his pupils reflecting the scene of his daughter, who took the initiative to hug Akhtar's waist and kiss him. Perhaps the Sky City will have a successor tonight. After saying this, he turned around and left, not intending to watch any more. The next step was to leave it to the two young men to deal with. Although it was a bit strange to call the Lord of Ashes a young man, according to his daughter Yasaki, it was okay to call the Lord of Ashes a young man, but the Lord of Ashes was too brilliant, causing people to ignore his age. The window sash closed, leaving only a small gap. The silver moonlight passed through, and the red dress could be vaguely seen sliding down the snow-like skin, followed by a string of sapphire necklaces falling, and then a moving figure flashed by, and she seemed to have taken the initiative to push a man down on the bed. Chapter 267. Awake? A gentle female voice came into his ears. Shimu opened his eyes, and saw Yasaki, who was resting on his arm, smiling gently. She reached out, and gently stroked his cheek, then kissed his cheek. Yasaki turned over, and sat on Akhtar's lower abdomen. She looked down at the man under her and asked, "Don't you plan to rest more? You are the one who should rest." Shimu smiled softly, and looked at the beautiful girl sitting on him and said, "Don't you plan to rest more?" Compared to him, the Lord of Ashes, Yasaki is just a human who usurped the power of the dragon. Both sides are not at the same level in terms of physical strength and recovery. So the person who really needs to rest is not himself. "Do you plan to let me rest?" Yasaki raised her hand, and gently gathered the red hair beside her ear, with a smile in her ruby-like eyes. She could feel the heat against her buttocks, indicating the man's vitality and impulse. She clamped her long legs together, supported herself on the bed with her hands, and her long red hair fell on Akhtar's face. "Dear, it's morning now." Shimu looked at the beautiful girl on his body. Compared with the softness, like water shown by Letitia, Yasaki was very hot, like a winding snake, wrapping him completely and responding to him actively. But this is also consistent with Yasaki's personality. "Well, it just so happens that I have something to deal with." "What do you want to deal with?" Yasaki got up from the bed, and came to the closet next to her, running her fingers across a long line of men's clothes. "Which one do you want to wear?" "You choose." Shimu sat on the bed, his elbows on his knees, and his eyes fell on the red dress and blue gems beside the bed. The creation which should have noticed my arrival. Why was she the first to notice your arrival? Yasaki picked out a set of men's clothes that suited her taste, and then picked out a matching women's long dress for herself. "Have you forgotten that he used the magic of the Dragonborn?" Shimu explained. She can sense the changes of her followers. Yasaki came over and handed over the clothes she had chosen, while asking curiously, "Are you referring to what happened to us last night?" Dragonborn magic is the backup used by the creation which to get rid of the seal. Shimu explained. She has a strong sense of the owner of the Dragonborn magic, but she usually doesn't look at them. Yasaki reacted. "But what happened last night would attract her attention, right?" Shimu nodded in agreement. Theoretically, the creation which would not cast a glance at a Dragonborn magic user, but this person is Yasaki. Everything that happened last night will make the creation which suspicious and cast a glance at the Sky City. Now the creation which is staying nearby. The creation which is a very troublesome woman. Yasaki put on her clothes and put on the sapphire necklace, and then asked Akhtar, "Are you ready to deal with her?" "It's the creation which who needs to deal with me." Shimu shook his head, and Yasaki smiled slightly when she heard it, and then stretched out her hand to Akhtar. "Come on, have breakfast with me." Shimu stood up. His body seemed to be refreshed, and he put on his clothes automatically, and left the room with Yasaki. Noon. Garden. Siegfried sat in the pavilion, with 2 glasses of wine on the table. He drank by himself until a human figure appeared on the table. He put down the glass and looked at the man opposite. "It's a pity that I didn't keep the memory before time went back. Maybe the Witch of Time thinks you are not important." Shimu sat down, looked at the glass on the table, and said, "Do you want me to help you remove the sequelae of the Dragonborn magic?" "The Witch of Creation has removed the sequelae of the Dragonborn magic." Siegfried shook his head, picked up the glass on the table and clinked it with Akhtar, and then drank the wine in the glass. He put down the glass, and recalled the scene last night. "That scary woman suddenly appeared last night, and I was really scared." Shimu smiled. "But I got a surprise, didn't I?" Siegfried took a sip of wine. He did get a surprise. The creation which who suddenly came directly solved the sequelae of the Dragonborn magic, so that he didn't have to worry about turning into a dragon, and he could live as a human from now on. The creation which is in the Sky City, and she should be waiting for you to take the initiative to meet her. "Yeah," Shimu responded, and then talked about other things with Siegfried. The two chatted very easily, and talked a lot about Asaki's childhood, such as the experience of being scared to tears by listening to ghost stories. After a long time, several bottles of wine were finished. A lot of things really happened. Siegfried stood up on his knees, and patted Akhtar on the shoulder. "Don't think that you can solve all problems by being killed. There is still time to find a way to keep everyone alive." After saying that, he left happily. He knew about Akhtar's situation. Akhtar, who had transformed into the Lord of Ashes, had cut off the future and was the enemy of everyone in this world. But he did not want Akhtar to wait for the so-called savior to come and punish him. Otherwise, his daughter would be very sad. Shimu retracted his gaze, looked at the creation which who had appeared beside him at some point, raised his glass and said, "Have you thought of a way to keep everyone alive?" "I have never thought about keeping everyone alive." The creation witch's voice was extremely cold. She had no interest in saving everyone. She was never a saint who wanted to save everyone. Except for a very few people who were worthy of her care, even if everyone was burned to ashes, it was just a recreation for her. In her eyes, the weight of life was just a cheap product that could be created at will. As long as the few people she cared about survived, she could completely recreate all life. Have you thought of a way to keep yourself alive? Shimu asked with a smile, not caring about the cold attitude shown by the creation witch. Does it exist outside the world? The creation witch asked calmly, sitting next to Akhtar. In this closed world system, we will only fall into eternal reincarnation, and variables must be introduced. With her talent, as long as she starts thinking about how to solve the problems of the current world, she will soon find the core problem she faces, and start trying to solve the problem fundamentally. But she is not sure whether there is outside the world, and what conditions are required to find it. For her who is in a closed world system, there are still many unknowns and uncertainties. Such confusion is like real human beings. They will wonder whether there is a universe outside the universe. Although they will imagine that there is a universe outside the universe, they can't provide any effective evidence. Now the creation which is facing such a problem. There is a world outside the world. Shimu gave a positive answer and added thoughtfully, the demons outside the world have the ability to escape from the world, but how to find a new world is another problem. The ability of the demons outside the world is like a fish jumping out of a fish tank. It is as difficult to find the sea or another fish tank as to cross the Ragnarok. This does not deny the ability of the demons outside the world. On the contrary, the ability of the demons outside the world is very good, but it is not enough to solve the dilemma. Is that so? The creation witch pondered for a moment, but could not think of any good solution. She withdrew her attention and asked Akhtar, "Why can you descend to the current era?" "Because I am the Lord of Ashes and Akhtar." Shimu said so, but did not explain in detail how to achieve it. He himself achieved the miracle with the help of the system's ability. Otherwise, even if his will descended to the past, it would trigger Ragnarok, not to mention letting himself descend to this era. The creation witch thought for a while and said, "You split yourself?" You could understand it as a high-level use of the creator. Shimu made up a lie, and the creation witch did not continue to ask. She focused her attention elsewhere. Do you have a way to solve Ragnarok? If you don't consider letting everyone in the old world survive. Shimu smiled gently. Now I can solve the Ragnarok crisis. The creation witch nodded, then stood up, turned her head and looked at Akhtar with a gentle smile, and said, "I won't tell them that you have come. With their abilities, they will find out sooner or later, but it's not bad to be found later." Shimu chuckled. He had great confidence in the abilities of the Witch of Fate and the Witch of Death. As long as he continued to make trouble in this world, he would find out sooner or later that he had come to the world. That's your business. The creation witch disappeared on the spot. She had obtained the information she wanted. As for the emotional entanglement between Akhtar and the Witch of Death, she had no interest in getting involved. A few days later, a remote mountain village. The delusion demon and the density demon sat by the river, each holding a fishing rod and fishing, waiting for the omniscient saint to come. As for going to preach, there was no need, it was really a waste of time. So it was better to wait for the omniscient saint to create an opportunity for them to have a dialogue with the whole world. And at this moment, Eden walked out from the other side of the river, stepped across the flowing river, and came close to the delusion demon and the density demon. "Omniscient saint, are you ready?" The density demon spoke first. He and the delusion demon had been waiting in this remote village for a few days, just to wait for the omniscient saint to make preparations. Eden nodded gently. "I can let you talk to everyone in the world now. Whether it will succeed depends on your eloquence." The density demon asked curiously, "What if we can't convince everyone?" "That doesn't matter." Eden answered calmly, "As Ragnarok approaches, most people will choose to indulge in delusion. That's just a last resort." The delusion demon shook his head. He deeply understood that letting everyone indulge in delusion was just because the reality was too desperate and powerless, so everyone had to escape into delusion. "Now we can talk to the whole world." He put away the fishing rod, and his expression became serious. Although he himself felt that letting everyone indulge in delusion was a choice that could be called escape, he also believed from the bottom of his heart that this was the best choice at present. "Then let's start." Eden stretched out his fingers, and a subtle white light flashed between the green onions. The density demon next to him twitched his mouth. "Isn't this too fast?" Although he said that, the density demon knew that in this world that was about to enter the end of the world, every minute and every second was very precious, and there was no time to waste it casually. It was everywhere, with almost the same world specifications. When such an existence wanted to take the initiative to do something, except for a few people who had the ability to resist, basically everyone could only passively accept it. Whether it was a god or a demon. Iris Kingdom. Bang! The savior goddess felt the fist in front of her rapidly enlarged, and then the whole person flew backwards and fell into the pool not far away. Then it sank. Shimu handed the wooden sword in his hand to Aishilia beside him, and then walked towards the pool. He was trying to teach the savior goddess to fight, but the effect could not be said to be very ideal. It could only be said to be completely unsatisfactory. This is not to say that the savior goddess has no talent for fighting. On the contrary, the savior goddess learns quickly, but there is a problem with her mentality. The savior goddess seems to have a psychological barrier to fighting with herself. Come out, I shouldn't have used too much force. The savior goddess under the pool blinked her eyes, spit out a few bubbles as if dissatisfied, then stood up from the pool, and then pointed to the sky and said, "Teacher, there is someone in the sky." Shimu looked in the direction he pointed, and saw the figure of the delusion demon appear in the sky, with the density demon and Eden next to him. Things seemed to be getting interesting. He laughed and walked towards a chair not far away, and Aishilia, who was standing beside him, immediately poured a cup of tea and sent it to Akhtar. As the princess of the Iris Kingdom, she shouldn't serve her brother-in-law. But this brother-in-law is the Lord of Ashes at the end of time, which is another matter. Thank you for your hard work. Shimu took the teacup with a smile and glanced at the reserved Aishilia. He often came to see Letitia during this period, until one day Aishilia suddenly broke into Letitia's room and discovered his relationship with Letitia. So he helped Letitia train her sister. It's not hard, not hard. Aishilia waved her hands repeatedly, her pretty face showing an expression of wanting to cry. She seriously suspected that Akhtar wanted to bully her, so he let the Twilight cult contact her secretly, and gave her the power that seemed to be able to defeat her sister. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed directly to Letitia's room in a fit of anger, uncovering Letitia's relationship with the Lord of Ashes, causing her to be captured and trained by Akhtar. Of course, this training refers to personality, and there is no unspeakable training on her body, just hoping to train her to be a normal person. This is a dialogue with all sentient beings. The delusional demon in the sky asked seriously, "Do you desire a correct death?" Chapter 268. Longing for a correct death? Aishilia looked a little confused. She couldn't understand what the white-robed man in the sky was saying. The deepest fear in this world is death. Who would long for death? And the delusional demon in the sky seemed to have expected it. He looked at his side. With the sudden distortion of the air, a mature woman appeared. Her blue eyes looked at the delusional demon tenderly, full of enviable love. "She is my wife and my delusion." The delusional demon reached out and touched the cheek of the woman beside him. "She is not a real person, but a puppet that I can manipulate. Henry, this is enough." The woman raised her hand and held the hand of the delusional demon, smiling gently and guilty. "It doesn't matter even if it's a delusion. I will accompany you to the correct death." The density demon not far away turned his head away when he saw this. He felt a little bit reluctant that the delusional demon was communicating with his delusional wife. With the ability and talent of the delusion demon, it is impossible for him to be so lonely that he needs to imagine having a wife. In fact, the delusion demon really has a wife who loves him, but she died very early, which caused the delusion demon to have mental problems. He fantasized that his wife was still alive, but ordinary people could not see her. Now the delusion demon has manifested his wife, which is tantamount to revealing his scars to the whole world, and he has to face countless ridicules. There are actually people who fantasize that they love their wife. What a pitiful creature. He knows very well the desire for survival in people's hearts, and he also knows that people will not easily give up the desire to survive. Imagine wife? Aishilia looked puzzled, raised her hand, and lifted the golden hair beside her ear. "Since you have become a demon, do you still need a wife? Since you have become a demon, you can get any kind of beauty. Why do you have to imagine a wife who loves you? And the woman you imagined is not very beautiful." Usually, Shimu gave an answer, after becoming a demon, they will cherish the lover who has accompanied them all the way to grow up. Even if this lover is weak and pitiful, they will not choose someone who seems to be better. After reaching the height of the demon, as long as they are not at the same level, there is not much difference in the eyes of the demon. They will not look at you differently just because you are the peak of human beings, unless this person has the potential to become a demon, or is too amazing. Yes. Aishilia lowered her head. She suddenly thought of the scene of Akhtar and his sister together, and suddenly understood why Akhtar chose to be with his sister, not because his sister's charm was enough to confuse the Lord of Ashes, but purely because the Lord of Ashes and his sister had experienced hardships together. This is the reason why her sister was favored by the Lord of Ashes. If she had gone to see the plague goddess before time went back, would her fate have been different? The woman standing next to the Lord of Ashes now is herself, with a noble status that defies the gods. And at this moment, someone should be curious about why I fantasized about my wife. The fantasy demon pulled back his hand that was touching his wife's cheek, and saw the woman who was materialized turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Because my real wife has passed away, I missed her and created a fantasy body, imagining that my wife is still by my side. He said what he thought. My original vision of life was to grow old with my children and wife, and then calmly accept death. This is the right death I can accept. The light and gentle voice spread throughout the world, explaining what the right death is. It is very easy to understand, without too many difficult words, so as to make everyone understand his philosophy correctly. Not everyone in this world is smart, and the education level is different, so the delusion demon must use the most easy to understand words to make everyone understand. Of course, this is only the right death I can accept. The delusion demon smiled very gently, revealing the compassion of a saint. Everyone is willing to accept a different right death. Some people want to become a world-famous blacksmith, some want to become a famous hero, and some want to burn the world to ashes. Everyone has different inner visions, but they all have things they want to accomplish. He reached out to everyone. I can satisfy your wishes. Let all of you fulfill your wishes in delusion, and then usher in the correct death. But the price is that you will achieve the correct death in delusion, and you will also die in reality. What's the difference between this and escaping? A careless voice suddenly came, and then a bald, strong man appeared in front of everyone, holding a feminine man with one hand. The delusion demon did not show an angry expression when he saw this. He looked at the god of war who was coming and said, "This is escaping." God of war, Ragnarok has not been here for 3 years. The delusion demon explained, for the strong, Ragnarok is a challenge, but for ordinary people, it is a disaster that cannot be resisted. Their lives will come to an abrupt end. They may not even have experienced love, or even leave the village gate. This is too unfair for them. He said sincerely, "It doesn't matter if it's a delusion. I hope everyone can realize their own value, and then usher in the correct death. But what if someone wants to accompany their family to the correct death?" The god of war asked. Not everyone is eager to fulfill their wishes with delusion. Some people are eager for real people. The delusion demon smiled and replied, as long as both parties are willing, they can connect each other's delusions, and they can still stay together and enter the correct death. What if one of them is unwilling to connect each other's delusions? The god of war asked. He didn't care about the delusion demon's so-called pity for the weak. For him as a strong man, the so-called self-realization of the weak is not important at all. Now he just follows the order to deny the delusion demon's plan. However, the goddess of fate asked him to deny it, and she probably didn't expect him to really deny the plan of the delusion demon. As long as the ending of Ragnarok did not change, the delusion demon's plan had incomparable appeal. There was no point in denying it anyway. That's their own choice. The delusion demon showed an unexpectedly cold side. All I can do is provide a choice, and I can't satisfy everyone. If they don't want to connect their delusions, then I won't interfere at all. Is that so? The god of war thought for a moment, but now Ragnarok has not yet arrived, so isn't it too hasty to rush everyone into the correct death? That's right. The delusion demon admitted, if you don't try to cross Ragnarok, and directly cross the correct death in delusion, it would be too tragic. The god of war grinned. Do you think Ragnarok can be crossed? It is the end of the existence time, and the end of all things. In fact, he also felt that Ragnarok could not be crossed, but he would not feel afraid for it, but was full of expectations to challenge the existence that could never be defeated. How do you know if you don't try? The delusion demon said so. His eyes fell on the all-knowing saint, and then took a step back. The next step is the time of the all-knowing saint. He is just a demon who sympathizes with the weak. The only plan he can come up with is to let everyone enter the correct death in delusion, and nothing else can be done. Crossing Ragnarok is beyond his ability. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The god of war stared at the all-knowing saint in a grey cloak, then suddenly opened his arms, and said loudly, "Let me introduce you to this seemingly fragile girl. She is the incarnation of the all-knowing tree that is everywhere. She has all the wisdom in the world. She has witnessed the development and decline of all civilizations, and is the oldest existence in this world. Gods are children in her eyes. The world is just the courtyard where she takes root, and all life is life growing under her wings. Eden, Then how do you, so great, plan to save this world that is about to burn to ashes. The god of war waved his hand, and looked at the all-knowing saint with interest. Everything he said was true, and he felt from the bottom of his heart that the all-knowing saint could come up with a more reliable plan to save the world. If even the all-knowing saint couldn't come up with a more reliable plan, then this world will inevitably be burned to ashes. High in the sky, on the Tower of Wisdom, I knew the all-knowing saint would take action. The goddess of cycles put one hand on her waist, glanced at the goddess of wisdom not far away, and asked, "What plan do you think the all-knowing saint can come up with?" The goddess of wisdom shook her head gently. She looked at the projection screen in the sky, expecting the all-knowing saint to come up with a reliable plan. Although she was a goddess of wisdom, it did not mean that she could be on par with the all-knowing saint. As the incarnation of the all-knowing tree that was everywhere in the world, she had witnessed the rise and fall of civilization and possessed all the existing knowledge in the world. What kind of plan could the all-knowing saint come up with? Even she had no way to guess. But what is certain is that this plan will definitely give people hope to survive, because the all-knowing saint hates people who dream and escape from reality. Although the all-knowing saint protects a group of voters who dream. Hell. The bottom. The Death Witch looked calmly at the projection in the sky, then lowered her head to look at the thorn iron cage in her hand, which held the soul of the little dragon princess. She had no intention of rescuing the little dragon princess soul, but the gods of hell took the initiative to deliver the little dragon princess soul to her door, and also sent the soul of the former dragon queen, as if they tacitly agreed that the little dragon princess soul and the former dragon queen's soul belonged to her. Take her soul back to the world. She handed the thorn iron cage to Angelica, who was standing beside her, and then waved her hand with the void beside her, opening a passage to the world. Lady Death Witch, are you not going to return to the world? Angelica asked the Death Witch while holding the iron cage containing her daughter's soul. The death cult is waiting for your return. Although she did not retain her memories before the time travel back, she still understood from the description that she should join the death cult in the future, so she should also be considered a member of the death cult. Otherwise, the gods of hell would not give their souls to the Death Witch. The Death Witch shook her head gently, and then her figure disappeared from the spot. She is very busy now. Just like the all-knowing saint is preparing to save the world, she and the goddess of death are also planning to create a world of death within death, so as to accommodate all souls to sneak into the new world. However, whether this plan can succeed is still unknown. But even if it fails, it doesn't matter. She will challenge the Lord of Ashes again, and pull Akhtar down from the position of the creator. Really reliable. Angelica pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Her eyes fell on the sky, and she saw the all-knowing saint took off her cloak, revealing her delicate face. Then she heard the all-knowing saint's plan. The Lord of Ashes is very strong. His mission is to burn the old world and create a new world. What he represents is inevitable. The voice of the all-knowing saint was calm, and she asked everyone, "But do you know how strong the Lord of Ashes is?" Of course, it is impossible to know. In this world, no one can know exactly how strong the Lord of Ashes is. No, maybe the all-knowing God can know, but that doesn't make any sense, because no one knows how strong the all-knowing God is either. The only concept they have is that the Lord of Ashes has power beyond the all-knowing God, so the Lord of Ashes is an irresistible existence. If you want to know how strong the Lord of Ashes is, you must fight the Lord of Ashes. Eden said a seemingly useless nonsense, because fighting the Lord of Ashes means death, and it is meaningless even if you realize how strong the Lord of Ashes is. But soon everyone understood what the all-knowing saint was thinking. I can input all the necessary information of the present world into the world created by the delusion demon, so that everyone can try to challenge the Lord of Ashes. Compared to unprepared fantasies, you have plenty of time to prepare to try to defeat the Lord of Ashes. Whether you are a mortal, a demon, or a god, you can get the qualification to challenge the Lord of Ashes. As long as you have an idea, you can try it. As long as someone can surpass the simulated Lord of Ashes once, it means that there is a possibility of surpassing the Lord of Ashes. The world seemed to be silent in an instant. The god of war was stunned when he heard the words, staring at the calm and indifferent all-knowing saint. He didn't expect the all-knowing saint to be so generous, but considering that the all-knowing saint has all the knowledge in the world, it is not surprising that she can do this. In this way, the heroes can experiment with their own conjectures and plans. He grinned. It seems that surpassing the Lord of Ashes is not hopeless. Chapter 269. If we can cross the Ragnarok, the delusion demon smiled sincerely, and said to the god of war, then it is not necessary to give people the right death. The god of war was slightly stunned, and then sneered, you really use your kindness in a very boring place. The delusion demon kept smiling, not caring about the ridicule. Other people's opinions had nothing to do with him. He just couldn't bear to see people die worthlessly, so he wanted to help them fulfill their own life value. There is no point in discussing this. The density demon raised his hand and rubbed his temple. His eyes fell on the delicate cheek of the all-knowing saint. Can you tell me the specific details? Anyone can choose to join the simulated war against the Lord of Ashes after entering the dream. Eden said, but once you join, you can't easily quit. You have to stay in the simulated world for 10 years. Wait, how long do you have to stay? The density demon's expression was subtle, and Eden frowned when he heard it, as if puzzled, asking, is there any problem with this? Wouldn't staying for 10 years be equivalent to adding 10 years to your life? The density demon spread his hands. I think 10 years is too short. Why not increase it to 1,000 years? Now he suddenly realized something very interesting. Since the speed of time in the simulated world is the same as in reality, and there is all the information needed in the real world, it is essentially no different from the real world. And the Ragnarok will come in 3 years, so as long as the time of the simulated world is continuously extended, the correct time in theory is almost infinite. In this way, the Ragnarok problem can be postponed almost infinitely in disguise. However, Eden gave a negative answer. The purpose of the simulation world is to find a way to defeat the Lord of Ashes. It is necessary to make multiple attempts in a short period of time. I also need to adjust the simulation world in this process to make the simulation world closer to reality. In theory, she can make a certain proportion of time difference between the simulation world and reality, but that is meaningless to her. She created the simulation world to confirm whether the new world model is reliable, so it is necessary to restart and experiment frequently. And except for the spirituality of a few powerful lives, they will gradually deteriorate in the face of long-term destruction, just like the souls of the sky or hell who lose the motivation to survive. At that time, it was a different kind of torture. Really? The density demon thought for a while. If he had to wait for time to fight the Lord of Ashes, it would be too. Unfortunately, now he should experience the power of the Lord of Ashes as soon as possible. Iris Kingdom. It would be nice if there were 1,000 years. Ashia whispered. She only had 100 years, and would get older with time. If she could live for 1,000 years in the simulation world, it would undoubtedly be a blood profit. However, the goal of the all-knowing saint is to find a way to transcend the Ragnarok and allow past heroes to fully display their talents, rather than letting people hide in the simulation world to escape. Even if you are given 1,000 years, do you think you can live for 1,000 years? Shimu chuckled and stared at Aizalia, who was serving beside him, and said, maybe you will think about escaping the simulation world as soon as possible. How is this possible? Aizalia subconsciously wanted to deny it, but she did not dare to refute the Lord of Ashes, fearing that she would be burned into ashes by a fire. She chose to change the subject. Lord Akhtar, is it really a good thing to let the all-knowing saint simulate? Why is it not a good thing? Shimu stood up, came to the side of the Savior Goddess, raised his hand, and gently touched the wet temples of the Savior Goddess. You also join the simulation tonight, and I will also teach you the way to save the world in your dream. Yes. The Savior Goddess nodded obediently, but her expression did not seem very happy. As a natural god, she also had the power to save the world. Naturally, she noticed that her teacher was not right. But she subconsciously did not explore. A deserted island on the sea. Unknown monsters are all over the deserted island, fighting and preying on each other. The air is full of blood and the roar of monsters. The monster which stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the girl with milky white hair sitting on the rock. Her pretty face revealed worry, as if she had encountered some troubles, making people want to hold her in their arms and comfort her. If you are worried, go back and see him. The monster which said to Sleipnir, since that man can come here now, it means he can interfere with the plan of the all-knowing saint at any time. But is it okay for you to stay here alone? Sleipnir asked softly, and the monster which turned around and waved her hand casually. I plan to experiment with my ideas in the simulated world, and we can meet in my dreams tonight. Sleipnir's expression was surprised at first, and then it immediately became subtle. Monster which, you won't mess around in the simulated reality? Anyway, the simulated reality is to find a way to defeat the Lord of Ashes. The monster which replied calmly, then whatever you do is allowed, and other witches and demons will have the same idea. Sleipnir was silent for a moment, and whispered, I suddenly don't want to join the simulated reality. She has witnessed with her own eyes how much trouble witches and demons can cause. Assuming that there is no need to consider the consequences, this group of amazing people can come up with many inhuman methods, and ordinary people can probably experience all kinds of novel hardships. There were so many disasters before the time went back, and now the demons and witches have been resurrected and gathered in a simulated reality where they can do whatever they want. It's hard to imagine that it will be very bad. If you feel uncomfortable, you can try to commit suicide to exit. The monster witch said, and then disappeared from the spot, and no one knew what she was doing. The mayor saw this and turned into her original form, running towards the direction of Lionheart City, intending to meet Akhtar. Magic Kingdom. In a tavern. Simulate the crusade against the Lord of Ashes? Michael put down his glass and smiled at his sister across the table. Maybe we have a chance to meet Akhtar. Mr. pursed her lips and shook her head gently. That's just a fake Akhtar. It's impossible for him to really. Before she finished her words, blood gushed out of the floor, and the figure of the god of blood emerged. He looked at Michael eagerly, but revealed his concerns. The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Michael's expression revealed helplessness. Looking at the god of blood who appeared, he poured a glass of wine and gently pushed it to the edge of the table with his fingers. God of blood, what's the matter with you? Don't worry. The god of blood picked up the wine glass on the table, looked at Michael's gentle smile, and glanced at Mr. who might draw his sword at any time, and then drank the wine in the glass. I won't attack you this time. He paused for a moment, but still made a promise. After the three goddesses of fate gave a prophecy about the future, he didn't dare to attack Michael casually. If he attracted the attention of the Lord of Ashes, he might be in unpredictable danger, and he might be burned to ashes by the flames that appeared out of thin air. Of course, he also thought that the Lord of Ashes would not come casually, but who knows if the Lord of Ashes has any strange means to make some powerful existence suddenly appear and stab him to death directly. Then you shouldn't show up. Mist's voice was cold. She had no good feelings for the god of blood. If she had the opportunity to stab the god of blood, she would definitely not hesitate. I just want to see Michael. Isn't that enough? The god of blood sighed. He just wanted to pursue Michael. He didn't quite understand why he wanted to capture Michael and lock him up in a small dark room to make him into a puff in the future. Now he just wanted to approach Michael from the perspective of a pure pursuer, and he wouldn't cross any boundaries. No. Misty's eyes became even colder before time went back. Didn't you think so? It's different this time. The god of blood quickly retorted, if I mess around, I will attract the Lord of Ashes. Before he finished speaking, cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead, and a figure could be vaguely seen flashing in the depths of his pupils. It was a being in the flames of ash, glancing at him with ruby eyes. His heart was so tense that he forgot to beat, and he felt that he might be burned into ash at any time. Michael showed a puzzled expression when he saw this. He was puzzled by the sudden cold sweat of the god of blood, but he soon realized that there must be a higher-level existence who warned the god of blood. But who this higher-level existence is, it is still uncertain at present. It may be the Witch of Fate or the god of the sky. Let's get back to the point. The god of blood pulled the corner of his mouth and changed the subject abruptly. If you want to simulate the Lord of Ashes itself, you must have a deep understanding of the Lord of Ashes. But if you have such a deep understanding of the Lord of Ashes, you should also find a way to cross the Ragnarok. Mist reacted. Yes, it's just as you think. The god of blood speculated. The Lord of Ashes in the simulation is likely not fake. After saying that, he turned around. If you can spend 10 years in the simulated world, you may be able to meet Akhtar. After the words fell, the body of the god of blood collapsed into blood and disappeared in the cracks of the floor. Originally, he did have a lucky thought. If he could pursue Michael by normal means, even the Lord of Ashes would not object. But now, he was just approaching Michael, and was glanced at by the Lord of Ashes. This is really too dangerous. Dragon Empire. Don't be depressed. The White Dragon King looked at the white-haired Lolita lying on the bed with her head buried in the pillow, and couldn't help but sigh. That man, he is not someone who will be easily defeated. The white-haired Lolita lying on the bed moved slightly, then turned her head, revealing her delicate little face buried under the pillow. Father, I'm not worried about Akhtar being defeated, I just feel. At this point, she was silent for a moment. Akhtar seems to be eager to be defeated, otherwise he must have a way to stop the plan of the all-knowing saint. The White Dragon King was silent for a moment. He knew that his daughter was very smart. Just through the words of the all-knowing saint, she guessed Akhtar's mentality and felt sad for it. Say something good. He chose to divert the attention of the white-haired lowly. Your mother came out of hell, taking your soul with her. Mother came out of hell? The white-haired lowly was slightly stunned, and then immediately reacted. It was probably that the gods of hell took the initiative to let her mother leave hell, and released her soul together. Go meet her. The White Dragon King turned around, facing the white-haired Lolita, and said in a steady voice, By the way, Don't join the simulation of the Lord of Ashes tonight. I specifically asked the corpse witch and rejected the devil's opinion. The conclusion they came to is very dangerous. The white-haired Lolita sat up, put on her shoes with her white and tender feet, and said her understanding. The simulated world has no constraints and does not need to bear any consequences. The resurrected demons and witches will definitely try their best to defeat the Lord of Ashes. So don't dream this time. The White Dragon King walked out the door and passed by a married woman with long silver hair. Both sides seemed not to see each other. Everly, what are your plans next? Eugelika handed the thorn iron cage in her hand to the white-haired Lolita, then gently stroked the hem of her skirt behind her hips, squatted down to look at her daughter, and stroked her daughter's cheek. Are you going to the Order of Death, or are you going to stay in the Dragon Empire? Where is mother going? The white-haired Loli asked, and saw Angelica pursed her lips and smiled, and did not choose to answer the question. But the white-haired Loli had already gotten the answer from this reaction. The Dragon Empire did not need two queens. If her mother stayed in the Dragon Empire, it would inevitably lead to a fierce power struggle. I will also go to the death cult. The white-haired Loli gave an answer. She wanted to stay with her mother for a while. The death cult should have information about Akhtar. Angelica stood up and held her daughter's white and tender hand. They are the force most closely connected with Akhtar. Lionheart City. Lakeside Mansion. Kasuto, why do you want to stay in Lionheart Castle? The puppet girl looked suspicious. And you change clothes more frequently? Is there any problem with this? Shark Girl Kasuto raised her hand and lifted her hair, explaining casually, this is just to get closer to the plague goddess. Really? The puppet girl did not ask further, and turned to talk about another thing. The clone witch wants to talk to us. You go and negotiate with the clone witch. Why don't you go by yourself? Shark Girl Kasuto showed a tangled expression. According to Lord Akhtar's habits, he might come to see her tonight. In response, the puppet girl smiled. You have nothing to do anyway, right? Shark Girl Kasuto, In fact, she has something very important tonight, but she can't explain it to the puppet girl. Chapter 270. Lionheart City. Lakeside Mansion. A series of horse hoof prints suddenly appeared on the horizon, as if someone had cut the clouds in the sky. However, if someone looked closely, they would find a small black dot on the horizon, which was rapidly enlarged and finally revealed an 8-legged divine horse. At this moment, the savior goddess, who was sitting on a bench by the lake and reading a book, blinked her eyes, and looked at a pair of straight and slender legs in front of her. Then she subconsciously raised her head, and saw a girl with long milky white hair and a mature figure. The two sides met each other's eyes. Excuse me, who are you? The savior goddess closed the book, put it on her knees, and smiled politely, giving people the feeling of an elegant noble lady. This is the etiquette she learned from Miss Anastasia. During the time she lived in the lakeside mansion, occasionally a lady who claimed to be a man would come to chat with the teacher, and she also learned a lot of etiquette from Miss Anastasia. Sleipnir. Sleipnir gave his name and observed the girl carefully. She could clearly feel that the other party was a god, but she could not tell what power he had. She was only sure that the other party was not dangerous, otherwise he would not be able to live safely in the lakeside mansion. The savior goddess suddenly realized what she said, clapped her hands lightly, and smiled intimately. You are also the teacher's lover, right? Sleipnir, The teacher is sleeping in Sister Kashut's room. The savior goddess pointed to the lakeside mansion, and immediately noticed that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The smile on Sleipnir's face gradually disappeared, and the savior goddess shrank her head, as if she had done something wrong, and picked up a book to cover her cheek. Are you Akhtar's student? Sleipnir stroked the hem of her skirt behind her hips, sat down next to the savior, and then showed a gentle smile that made people feel impeccable. However, the savior felt that there was an inexplicable sense of oppression in the gentle smile of the other party, which made her want to escape. However, considering the other party's identity. Yes, I am the teacher's student. The savior replied, and then she was led by the other party to talk about the teacher's recent situation. And Sleipnir's expression changed from frowning and dissatisfaction to firmness, as if he had experienced a very complicated psychological process. After a while. Thank you. Sleipnir thanked him, then looked at the sky full of stars, and then said to the savior, Can you help me check if Akhtar is asleep? You yourself? You can. The savior wanted to refuse, but after seeing Sleipnir smile, she nodded obediently and trotted to the mansion. Anyway, it was not an important matter. And Sleipnir's eyes had a kind of oppression that she couldn't refuse. However, not long after entering the room, the savior goddess was grabbed by the collar by the sick witch and asked to wait in the living room. She was not allowed to go to her teacher now. I go and inform Akhtar. The sick witch yawned and said to the savior goddess, Anyway, I'm going to go upstairs to sleep. But the savior goddess opened her lips slightly, and the sick witch glanced at her and said nonchalantly, You can't find Akhtar and Kashut, only I can find them. So you just wait here obediently. After saying that, he turned into black mist and disappeared on the spot. In this world, as long as Akhtar doesn't want people to see something, then everyone, no, at least most people can't see it, except for a few people standing at the top who can see through Akhtar's invisibility. And she is one of the few people who can get close to Akhtar, and is not cared about by Akhtar. A moment later, on the second floor, Shark Girl Kashut, wearing a maid outfit, sat on Akhtar in a duck-sitting posture, with her hands on Akhtar's lower abdomen. She bit her red lips lightly, her body rose and fell regularly, and she made a nasal sound that was not sure if it was tired. Until a moment later. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and Shark Girl Kashut's eyes widened, as if she was frightened and trembled, and her white legs subconsciously clamped Akhtar's body. And the sick witch outside the door tilted her head, and smiled at Shark Girl Kashut, biting her red lips and blushing cheeks. She sniffed the air gently. Am I here at the wrong time? She said with a smile, and slowly closed the door. Wait! Shark Girl Kashut suddenly spoke, stretched out her hand to the sick witch who wanted to close the door, subconsciously wanted to get up, and then sat down weakly. She bit her lower lip and asked, I am just fulfilling my duty as a maid massage. What can you say to Lord Akhtar now? When did the bishop of the death cult become a maid? The sick witch pretended to be surprised and asked, but her smile revealed her bad intentions. She didn't dare to tease Akhtar, but she had the courage to tease Shark Girl Kashut, and it was very big. Humph, I volunteer, isn't that enough? Shark Lady Kashut snorted, not too worried about the sick witch. If it was the savior goddess or the plague goddess, she might panic, but she didn't need to be too nervous about the sick witch. She knew the sick witch's character too well. She was a woman who wanted a peaceful life. Even if she found out something, she wouldn't say anything. Instead, she would take the initiative to help cover it up. What a thoughtful maid. The sick witch chuckled, and then talked about business. Sleipnir is back. Shark Lady Kashut nodded gently, put her hands on Lord Akhtar's lower abdomen, and slowly stood up. Unexpectedly, after Shark Lady Kashut stood up, the two people she saw were fully dressed, as if nothing had happened. Shark Lady Kashut got off the bed, and passed by the sick witch as if nothing had happened. Lord Akhtar, I will go and negotiate with the Witch of Clones later. Shark Girl Kashut suddenly stopped and said to Akhtar, who was already sitting on the bed, She seems to want to ask the Witch of Death to do something. Go, she won't hurt you. Shimu glanced at the future casually, and confirmed the safety of Shark Girl Kashut. Yes. Shark Girl Kashut responded softly, then closed the door, and disappeared outside with the Witch of Death. Go take a shower. Outside the door, the Witch of Death observed the appearance of Shark Girl Kashut, only to see her legs slightly clamped together. A drop of sweat slid down her white neck, and fell on the gap between her full chest. Shark Girl Kashut's lips moved slightly, and the strange smell in the air, and the sweat sticking to her body were drawn away by an inexplicable force. Then she walked towards the bathroom. Seeing this, the sick witch glanced at the path that Shark Lady Kashut had walked. A smile appeared on her lips, and then she turned into black mist, and disappeared on the spot. Not long after, Sleipnir opened the window, and the night wind outside the window blew through her milky white hair. She turned around, observed the room, and then said, I regret going to accompany the monster witch. Partner, why did you come back suddenly? Shimu asked in confusion, and Sleipnir's cheeks bulged slightly when she heard it. She felt that Akhtar was changing the subject abruptly, but after glaring at Akhtar, she chose to discuss along with Akhtar's topic. Because of the speech of the all-knowing saint. She came to the bed and sat down, her legs straight, her eyes revealing a trace of worry. If she continues to make mistakes, it will be dangerous, right? Trial and error is not a bad thing. I am also growing. Shimu shook his head and said something unexpected. If they can find a way to smuggle everyone to a new world, it will definitely not be a bad thing for me. Sleipnir was silent for a moment and asked, what if they find a way to defeat you? Don't worry. Shimu smiled and touched Sleipnir's head. In this world, I am invincible. Sleipnir showed a tangled expression when he heard this, and Shimu seemed to guess the mayor's thoughts. He thought for a while and said, if the Lord of Ashes is not in his current form, but the fire giant Surtur imagined by the Witch of Time, there is still a chance to defeat him. Sleipnir showed a puzzled expression, and then heard Akhtar's explanation. He raised a finger, and the tip of his finger was swaying with flames. If the god of all knowledge had not gone to the end of time, and someone with talent close to me had appeared in this era, then perhaps the Lord of Ashes at the end of time could be defeated. And the fire giant Surtur had been implanted with a corresponding personality in the past. That personality would try its best to suppress the power from the Lord of Ashes, and hope that someone could surpass the Lord of Ashes and let the world move towards a more distant future. So in theory, the fire giant Surtur could be defeated. After listening to the explanation, Sleipnir thought for a moment, but now the Lord of Ashes is not the fire giant Surtur. So the prerequisite for defeating the Lord of Ashes can no longer be met. Shimu shook his head and said with a smile, "And I am also trying to solve the crisis of Ragnarok, and I will not always wait for the savior to defeat me." At this point, he patted the bed. "Partner, do you want to sleep with me? At least this time we can face all enemies together." Sleipnir hesitated for a moment, glanced at the neat bed, then glanced at Akhtar with a gentle smile, then nodded gently, took off his shoes, and got into bed, and fell asleep with Akhtar. Simulated world. At the moment of nightfall, everyone can fall asleep and join in the preparations to defeat the simulated Lord of Ashes. And this also means time difference. The later you fall asleep, the later you will enter the simulated world, and you will not be able to participate in everything that happened in the early stage of the simulated world. And everything that happened in the early stage will change the simulated world. Where is this? Sleipnir showed a blank expression. The world he saw was desolate. The whole world seemed to have been baptized by artillery fire. There was no green vegetation, and there were green-skinned monsters that had never been seen before wandering around. It's an indirect preview of the future. Shimu chuckled and explained to the mayor beside him, the heroes in the past still had some concerns in the real world, but in the simulation world, there will be no concerns, and you can do whatever you want. Sleipnir thought about it. The war between witches and gods before the time went back was not worse than now, and she had experienced the world burning to ashes, so what is happening now is not very surprising. "Come on, accompany me to visit this doomsday." Shimu took the mare and began to wander in the doomsday. After a while, in the Iris Kingdom in the simulation world, the originally poor and backward country has changed its appearance, and is covered by heavy walls. Inside the walls is a city made of gears and metal. Even the original residents have gotten rid of the restrictions of flesh and blood and become alchemical puppets. Outsider? A villager with obvious mechanical joints on his limbs, and faintly visible metal lines on his neck walked out of the house. He looked at the man and woman outside the door in surprise, took off his bowler hat gracefully, and bowed to them. "Are you here to get rid of the restrictions of flesh and blood?" "Get rid of the restrictions of flesh and blood?" Sleipnir asked doubtfully, and the man smiled, beckoned the two into the house, and explained. "You are the ones who just entered the dream, right?" "That's right." Sleipnir nodded. She and Akhtar had just entered the dream, and they didn't know anything about this world. No, to be more precise, she herself didn't know anything about what happened in the simulated world. With Akhtar's ability, as long as he wanted to know, he could know everything that happened in the simulated world in detail. When we first dreamed about this world, people were planning to work together to find a way to defeat the Lord of Ashes, but soon they found that something was wrong. The man asked the two to sit down, and then poured 2 cups of coffee. He crossed his fingers and fell into memories. The witches and demons had no intention of working together. They were all very willful and acted according to their own ideas, and even ordinary people like us were dragged into the war. Except for a few people who survived, they also received the favor of witches or demons. At this point, he pulled out his arm and shook it casually. Basically everyone has died, or they have become like us, neither human nor ghost. If you don't want to experience everything in this world, you can also choose to quit, right? Sleipnir asked. Although you have to stay in this world for 10 years, if you die, you should be able to force yourself to quit. In response, the man connected his arm and then clenched his fist. Although this world is terrible, there are also many benefits. We can actively contact different demons or witches, understand their ideas of salvation, and obtain the power they give us, so that we can have power that we never dared to think of before. Sleipnir frowned. Even if the body becomes like this? She didn't understand why her life form was turned into an alchemical puppet. How could a body made by alchemy be superior to a flesh and blood body? She would kick it into scrap metal with just a kick. Is it a bad thing to become like this? The man shook his head, turned his head 360 degrees, and then showed a proud expression. Compared to those people who accepted the power of monster witches, we are more suitable for surviving in the doomsday. He raised his finger. If you want to survive in this world, you must accept the power of witches or demons to change your life form. The power of the existence of the alchemy witch, memory demon, monster witch, earth demon, etc. allows us to transform ourselves into another form of life so that we can adapt to this world. And what I accepted was the power of the alchemy witch. By implanting my own soul into the alchemy doll, I gained the power to survive the doomsday. Sleipnir subconsciously asked, "What kind of life form are other demons and witches?" The man chuckled and explained kindly, "Memory demon turns life form into memory, exists in people's collective cognition, and completely gets rid of the limitations of the body, while monster witch turns people into various monsters, and as for the earth demon, it turns people into elemental life and survives by directly absorbing the elemental power of the earth." At this point, he added another sentence. "Of course, this is just a more mainstream life form transformation. You can also turn yourself into a corpse, or pray for the power of the Lord of Ashes." Chapter 271. What's the point of praying for the power of the Lord of Ashes? Sleipnir asked subconsciously, and then he saw the air suddenly blurry, and a projection of a girl with waist-length white hair and a white coat appeared. Of course, it's to survive in the world of ash. The girl in the white coat tilted her head, smiled at Akhtar and said, "Understanding the Lord of Ashes, thus changing one's own life form, and surviving the burning of the ash flame, this is the truth of praying for the power of the Lord of Ashes." Sleipnir was stunned for a moment, then shook her head gently. She used to be Akhtar's partner, so she knew something about the characteristics of the Lord of Ashes. Except for the Lord of Ashes itself, everything will be burned to ashes. "Mrs. Alchemy Witch, why are you here?" The man beside her stood up excitedly and saluted the alchemy witch. His attitude was like a believer seeing a god. The alchemist smiled upon hearing this, then pointed at Akhtar and said, "Phil, bring this gentleman to see me, but don't inquire about his identity." "Yes." Phil responded respectfully without asking why. Since the alchemist said so, there must be a corresponding reason. After accepting the body transformation and the alchemist's ideas, he firmly believed that only the alchemist's arc plan could save everyone. "Then see you later." The alchemist waved her hand, and the projection disappeared into the air, as if it had never appeared. In the scope of the Iris Kingdom, it is basically equivalent to the alchemist's alchemy workshop, and she can grasp all the information she needs. "You two, please follow me." Phil stood up from the table and left with Akhtar and Sleipnir. On the way, he explained the whole picture of praying to the Lord of Ashes. In this world, many people have almost obsessively studied the power of the Lord of Ashes in order to successfully survive Ragnarok, but some people have also fallen into Twilight believers in the process, believing that the world should be completely burned to ashes. However, since it is in a simulated world, people cannot be sure whether their research methods can be applied to reality. After a while, in the Volcano Alchemy Workshop, Phil stood in front of the heavy metal door. He took off his bowler hat with one hand and bowed elegantly. "You two, I can only accompany you here. Thank you for your hard work." Shimu nodded slightly, turned around and walked into the metal door with the mare. Seeing this, Phil put on his hat again and looked at the direction where the two left. He vaguely guessed their identities. In this simulated world, all the information about Akhtar was chewed over and over again by people. Although chewing intelligence itself has many distortions, some intelligence can be confirmed to be true, such as the mount of the Lord of Ashes is an 8-legged horse, and the human form is a beautiful girl with milky white hair. But this is just a guess. The man may be someone else, and according to the intelligence, the Lord of Ashes cannot descend to the current era. At the same time, in the alchemy workshop, the alchemist put down the report in her hand, and then turned to look at the two people approaching. She just glanced at Sleipnir, and then her eyes fell on Akhtar. "The situation is a bit bad." "Why do you say that?" Shimu came to the side of the alchemist, and his eyes fell on the report on the table, which recorded the training data of Letitia, and it can be judged that Letitia has made very good progress in this year. She could have made faster progress. The alchemist put her hand on Akhtar's shoulder and smiled softly. "But because of you, her progress has slowed down." Shimu showed a surprised expression. "She's here." The alchemist took a step back, and a metal door not far away slowly opened, and Letitia walked out. She was wearing white clothes-fitting armor. No, a more accurate description should be a tights. Her beautiful figure was perfectly outlined by the white tights, and there was a sort of light hanging around her waist. The most eye-catching thing was her waist-length golden hair, swaying with her steps. "How do you feel?" Letitia came close to Akhtar and fiddled with her long hair. "I remember you said you liked long hair more." "You still remember." Shimu smiled, touched Letitia's delicate cheek, and his fingertips passed through her golden hair. Sleipnir, who was not far away, pursed his lips when he saw this, and then turned his head slightly. She had expected Akhtar and Letitia to have close contact, but she still felt uncomfortable when she saw it, and she regretted going to accompany the monster witch. Otherwise, it should be Letitia who is uncomfortable now. Although I prefer blonde hair, I also like your short hair. Shimu pulled back his hand, and saw Letitia tilted her head and said as if jokingly, the alchemy witch said that long hair is a bit of an obstacle in fighting, and has been suggesting that I cut it off. Since you like it long or short, then I... Before she finished speaking, Akhtar shook his head and chuckled. I haven't seen enough of your long hair. Then keep your hair long for now. Letitia smiled and fiddled with the golden hair by her ears. She spent so much time growing her hair long just for this moment, when Akhtar was reluctant to let her go. The Witch of Death also has long hair. Isn't she also very powerful? Shimu said, his eyes still on the alchemy witch, and the alchemy witch also keeps her long hair, isn't she? When you reach the level of the Witch of Death, you don't need to care about your hairstyle. The alchemy witch explained, as for me, a witch who plays alchemy, of course I don't need to care about my hairstyle, as long as I like it. She put her hands on Letitia's shoulders. But if she keeps her hair long, it will indeed affect her progress. This is a lie. In fact, Letitia's progress has not slowed down, and she just said that it has slowed down or accelerated. Anyway, Letitia herself doesn't quite understand these data. As long as she says that keeping long hair will slow down Letitia's progress, it can effectively stimulate Letitia to exercise and improve. She doesn't mind telling some little lies. I feel like I've completely adapted to the long-haired fighting style. Letitia whispered, even if there is an impact, it can be ignored. But it does have an impact, doesn't it? The alchemist witch shook her head gently, and then changed the subject. Lord of Ashes, don't you plan to bless your lover? She spoke her true thoughts. In this simulated world, witches and demons bless mortals very frequently, even to the point of growth. It must be okay for the Lord of Ashes to bless his lover? Shimu thought for a moment and nodded. I will bless her tonight. Not now. The alchemist witch was a little disappointed, and saw Akhtar glanced at her subtly. Of course, it's better to talk about this kind of thing in private. It's not appropriate with outsiders. The alchemist witch's cheeks bulged, and she pretended to be dissatisfied and said, I have been doing my best to care for Letitia's growth. The alchemical materials invested in her are enough to buy several countries. There is no better teacher than me in this world. Can't you create the alchemical materials directly? Shimu showed a puzzled expression, but the alchemist witch put her hands on her hips when she heard it. But the value of creating things is anchored. Then for your dedication. Shimu's mouth curled up. Come to my room tonight, and I will give you a blessing. The alchemist witch fell silent. She went to Akhtar's room tonight, and it felt a little dangerous. Although it was probably overconcerned, because Akhtar would focus all his energy on the long-haired version of Letitia tonight, and it was impossible to invest unnecessary energy in her. Blessings are meaningless to me. The alchemist turned around. I will let my daughter go to your room to receive the blessing tonight. Since she couldn't go herself, she would let her daughter, who had a better relationship with Akhtar, go so that they could get to know each other before time went back. And her daughter was so cute, Akhtar probably wouldn't be willing to bully her. Are you scared? Shimu suddenly asked. The alchemist turned around and met Akhtar's gaze, then said confidently, Yes, I am scared. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Letitia smiled softly, and raised her hand to cover her forehead. She was almost used to the alchemist's offline behavior. Sometimes her thinking angle was very strange. She often encouraged her to get pregnant with the Lord of Ashes for research. But she didn't force her at all. In fact, the alchemist witch rarely forces people. As long as you can resist the temptation of the alchemist witch's words, the alchemist witch will turn her head and focus on other directions. In the words of the alchemist witch, attention is a very precious resource. If you can't please yourself and waste it on meaningless things, it would be too stupid and not a qualified alchemist. This is why many people think that the alchemist witch is very indifferent. For things that are not interesting, the alchemist witch is not even interested in a conversation, unless you can attract the attention of the alchemist witch. Okay, let your daughter come to my room at night. Shimu nodded reluctantly. I will fill her with blessings. I refuse. A cold female voice suddenly came, and a white-haired girl walked in expressionlessly. She glared at the alchemist witch, and then set her sights on Akhtar. Please don't be interested in the alchemical puppet. I don't have that function. No, it's a one-to-one replica of me. The alchemist witch showed a puzzled expression. The white-haired girl she created was a replica of herself, and she had all the functions she should have. The so-called clever girl can't get pregnant. This kind of thing does not apply to the white-haired girl. In response, the white-haired girl glanced at her creator coldly, and then lied as if nothing had happened. I have transformed myself, and I don't have that function. After she finished speaking, she saw her creator approaching her, touching her up and down, checking whether her body had been transformed. "Don't get so close to me." The white-haired girl pushed the alchemist witch with disdain, not letting the alchemist witch touch her body, and said to Akhtar calmly, "I have prepared the corresponding accommodation room for you. Do you need me to take you there now?" "That's not urgent." Shimu smiled and shook his head, watching with interest the scene where the alchemist witch stretched out her hand to check the body of the white-haired girl. Then, bang! The white-haired girl pulled her hand back as if nothing had happened, while the alchemist witch covered her forehead with both hands, revealing a pitiful expression. "Please follow me." The white-haired girl sighed tiredly. She was infinitely happy about the resurrection of the alchemist witch, but in fact, after getting along with the alchemist witch, she found that the legendary alchemist witch was a very troublesome woman. Not only was she willful, but she also often had headaches. What an interesting reaction. The alchemist witch smiled and looked at the people who left. She was very interested in her clone's ability to show emotions. Whether it was anger or love, she was very interested, as if she could see another side of herself in her clone, like a normal person's side. If it were her, she would not be so shy as to hit someone's head with her fist because someone touched her body randomly. It is more likely that she would directly make the person who touched her randomly into a specimen. At the same time, on the other side, "Sorry, I made you laugh." The white-haired girl apologized to Akhtar while tidying up her messy clothes and hair. "My mother is usually a very serious person." At this point, her voice gradually became smaller, and it was obvious that she felt guilty. "At least she is not a bad person." Letitia also defended, but her voice gradually became smaller, and it was obvious that she had no confidence. She also knew very well what the alchemist witch did. As long as she is willing to find a way to cross the Ragnarok, she is a good guy. Shimu did not have any bad feelings towards the alchemist witch. At his current level, basically nothing can make him feel disgusted. In the simulated world, we can only study theoretical knowledge. The white-haired girl explained in a cold voice, "After all, this is not the real world. We can't study substances that don't exist in reality. We can only study based on existing information." At this point, she curiously said to Akhtar, "And according to our research, this simulated world has deviations. Life in the simulated world will have dreaming, often dreaming about themselves in another world, and experiencing a future that is completely different from their own." Shimu pinched his chin and analyzed. It seems that the omniscient saint concealed some very important information. "Don't you know the truth?" The white-haired girl showed a trace of doubt, but did not investigate further. She came to a room with 02 written on it, and walked towards the closed door without hesitation. The door opened automatically before it was about to collide. This room can accommodate more than 5 people. As long as you have any needs, you can ask the alchemy maid at any time. They will meet all your needs. She walked into the spacious living room, and pointed to the alchemy maids in silver shells serving around the living room. Then she added another sentence. "Of course, if there is something they can't handle, they can call me." Chapter 272. Now there are problems that they can't handle. Shimu chuckled and pointed to the sofa. "Although you have no memory, we used to be very good friends. Come and chat with me." The white-haired girl was silent for a while, and said expressionlessly, "According to the prophecy of the 3 goddesses of fate, I should have been threatened by you to join the Order of Death, and you also brought danger to my shop." She had a detailed understanding of the prophecy of the 3 goddesses of fate about her part, and found that Akhtar played her in the palm of his hand. No matter how you look at it, it can't be considered a good relationship. But this doesn't prevent us from having a good relationship. Shimu came to the sofa and sat down, saying casually, "If you have a soul, maybe the Witch of Time will let you keep your future memories. There's nothing surprising about this." The white-haired girl replied, "After all, I am." Before she finished speaking, she saw Akhtar turned his head and smiled helplessly. "So I'm thinking about whether to give you a soul," Shimu said, "but you don't seem to want the blessing." The white-haired girl instantly showed a tangled expression when she heard it. She was not interested in the blessing that Akhtar mentioned, but she felt moved when he mentioned the soul. As a creation of the alchemy witch, she herself has no soul, so she has always considered herself a doll. But now she has the opportunity to get a soul. "Why do you look so embarrassed?" Sleipnir showed a puzzled expression, and then heard the white-haired girl sigh, and her delicate face showed an unwilling but helpless expression. "I just feel like I'm being manipulated by Akhtar, and I don't want to admit defeat." Shimu laughed in silence. "How could I control you? I really want to help you." The white-haired girl hesitated for a moment, and the temptation of having a soul prevailed. She nodded gently and said, "Then I leave it to you. Then come and chat with me." Shimu patted the soft sofa beside him, and the white-haired girl came over and sat next to Akhtar, and poured 4 cups of black tea very politely. This is also the first time I give a soul to someone. After a few days, I will give you a soul when I am sure. Thank you. The white-haired girl had no opinion. Of course, it is better to be cautious about such an important matter. She herself does not want any accidents, and a few days will pass quickly for her. No need to thank me, it's not difficult for me. Shimu shook his head gently, and then changed the subject. By the way, have all the residents of the Iris Kingdom become alchemical dolls? Some people retain their human identity. Letitia held a teacup and explained softly to Akhtar, alchemical dolls have stronger physical survival ability. Shimu nodded and said, if it breaks, you can replace the body parts at any time. Body parts do not support arbitrary replacement. The white-haired girl shook her head gently. I don't want to increase meaningless workload. Many of the body parts used by the residents of the Iris Kingdom today are made by her. If the residents of the Iris Kingdom are allowed to replace body parts at will, it will be a lot of work for her. I hate meaningless work too. Shimu yawned, and his eyes met with Letitia's. I would rather spend more time sleeping. The white-haired girl blinked her eyes, and observed Akhtar and Letitia. Her delicate face showed an expression of enlightenment. She drank the tea in the cup on the table, then stood up on her white knees. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, she turned around without hesitation and disappeared outside the door. This simulated world has all the information needed in the real world, which also means that all the data of the human body is available. Except for not being able to reproduce, all feedback will be available, which means that in-depth communication between normal lovers can be carried out. Of course, this is just a collision at the level of consciousness, and there will be no changes in the body in the real world. The next day. At noon. In the dim room, the girl's low moaning can be vaguely heard, and a white jade foot suddenly clasped its toes under the quilt. The rapid breathing slowly became calm. After a while, the quilt was gently pulled down, revealing Shimu and Letitia. Their bodies were close together, and they could feel each other's body temperature. Shimu looked at the girl beside him. Her golden hair was stuck to her delicate cheeks. Through the gap in the quilt, one could see her plump fruit pressed flat. Her rapidly rising and falling chest made people feel her fatigue. Do you want to take a shower? He reached out and pushed away the hair stuck to Letitia's cheeks. He saw that Letitia didn't say anything, but hugged him more tightly, like a clinging kitten. The dim room suddenly became quiet, and words seemed to lose their meaning at this moment. After a long time, or maybe a moment. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and then the voice of the white-haired girl came. Letitia, are you going to train today? Letitia raised her delicate face. Her emerald eyes were filled with a hint of inquiry, and after seeing Akhtar shaking his head, she said to the white-haired girl outside the door, no training today. Understood. The voice of the white-haired girl came from outside the door, and then the sound of footsteps went away. Get up, I take you to visit the current Iris Kingdom. Letitia supported the bed with her hands. Her long golden hair slid down her shoulders, and rested on Akhtar's cheek. She sat on Akhtar's abdomen, and could feel something pressing against her buttocks, without any fatigue. But she was not surprised. My king, indulging in women is not a good thing. She reached out and stroked Akhtar's cheek. It's time to inspect your territory. I don't remember that the Iris Kingdom belongs to me. Shimu shook his head, but Letitia smiled and explained. Not long ago, my father passed the Iris Kingdom to me, and my country is of course yours. She pulled Akhtar's hand. So my king should get up and inspect the country. Okay. Shimu did not refuse, and accompanied Letitia out of the room. He saw Sleipnir hugging his knees on the sofa in the living room, silently watching the two people walking out of the room. The wind and sand whistled past, and the temperature in the air seemed to squeeze out every bit of moisture. However, in such a cruel environment, the figure of a girl gradually became clear. She was wearing a skirt armor, and her long golden hair was tied into a single ponytail, swaying with the wind and sand, giving people a sense of awe and sacredness. And at this moment, the girl suddenly stopped and swung her hand. A golden holy sword appeared out of thin air. She looked around vigilantly, and saw the gravel on the ground began to surge, and a green-skinned humanoid monster emerged. This monster, with only a rag wrapped around his crotch and a bone knife in his hand, gave people a very desolate feeling. Ha ha, there are guests coming to the door, come out. The green-skinned monster holding the bone knife knocked on the ground with the bone knife, and the gravel on the ground began to surge, and many green-skinned monsters came out. This scene is like a stern knight who went out, and was surrounded by a group of goblins, and fell into a self-evident crisis. However, after the savior goddess's amber eyes became stern and took an attacking posture, the situation was reversed in an instant. Plop! The monster holding the bone knife knelt down without hesitation, with his hands raised high. The other monsters were only a moment slower, but the speed of kneeling was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. The atmosphere fell silent. The savior goddess's pretty face showed a trace of confusion and entanglement, and it seemed that she could not understand the transformation of this group of green-skinned monsters. The leader of the weirdos forced out a flattering smile and raised his hands higher. To have such a powerful existence, it must be a witch or a goddess. I think it's better to abandon any behavior that makes you feel threatened. Although this world is a witch, being killed is just returning to the real world, but the witch and the goddess are also in the real world and can be offline at any time. So they have to be timid. And they also want to survive longer in the simulated world to see if the witches and demons can come up with some powerful gifts so that they can follow them offline. What did you plan to do to me before? The savior goddess asked, and the holy sword in her hand emitted a little light, revealing a strong oppressive force, as if it could take people's lives at any time. The leader was silent for a moment, then began to explain. We are a group of people who believe in monster witches. We have abandoned the constraints of human bodies, and our way of survival has undergone a subversive change. He pointed to his green skin. We now reproduce by ourselves, without any opposite sex. Secondly, we don't need to eat too much. As long as there is sunlight and a little sand, we can meet our survival needs. So why do you want to surround me? The savior goddess repeated. She had been taught by the plague goddess and the sick witch, and she had some common sense in communication, so she would not be easily led off the topic. To increase the number of our kind. A strange man, with a slightly bulging chest and wrapped in rags, made a deep male voice. She lowered her head, and her forehead was against the gravel. Although we need very little to survive, we need to increase our kind. The more of our kind we have, the more we can get the favor of the monster witch. The savior goddess nodded and asked, What are you going to do? Knock it out and swallow it into the stomach. The charming and dangerous female voice, with sweet breath, hit the savior goddess's ear, making her subconsciously want to avoid it, but her body could not move. The savior goddess's amber eyes moved slightly, staring at the girl who appeared beside her. She tied her long black hair into 2 ponytails. Her fair skin seemed to have never seen the light, her delicate face with an elegant smile, but her temperament gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. She had seen this woman before. She often stayed in the mansion by the lake, holding a parasol, but because the plague goddess did not allow it, she had never taken the initiative to contact this woman. But she knew the woman's name and ability. Doppelganger witch, you can't turn me into a clone in this world. The savior goddess said calmly, and then the clone witch withdrew her hand and stepped back with a smile. I'm just waiting for the sick witch to die here. The clone witch touched her lower lip with her slender hand, bit her slender waist, and the white fruit on her chest swayed, making people breathe faster. This is a charming and dangerous witch. However, the savior goddess's eyes did not change at all. She could not appreciate the seductiveness of the clone witch at all. She had the cognition that the clone witch was very dangerous and must be careful. That's too much, such a cold look. The witch clone didn't care, on the contrary, she still kept a sweet smile. Little guy, do you want to know how to save the world? The savior goddess was slightly stunned, and then immediately said, I already know how to save the world. Is it right to learn the way from your teacher? The witch clone kept smiling and came to the savior goddess to tempt, and your teacher really didn't hide anything from you? After the words fell, the sword flashed, and the whistling sandstorm was separated in an instant, as if the world was cut open with a huge wound. However, did you really notice something wrong? A charming laugh came from the side, and the witch clone walked out intact, with her hands behind her back, looking at the savior goddess's expression. Even if it is to prove that there is nothing wrong with your teacher, do you want to understand our concept of salvation? The savior goddess turned and left. You can't find a teacher for a while anyway. The witch clone caught up. Why not get in touch with demons and witches during the journey? Maybe you can find a good way to save the world. She handed over a map. You can follow the map to understand the demons and witches. Of course, you can ignore the map, but you need to find your own way. The savior goddess stopped and asked the witch clone, What is your purpose in contacting me? Maybe you want to play the role of a guide to train the savior. The witch clone handed the map to the savior goddess, and then disappeared into a shadow. She was not interested in the savior goddess herself, but she was very interested in the teacher of the savior goddess. Who is that invisible existence? Is it as she expected? The sky was full of yellow sand whistling past. The monsters who stayed in place looked at each other for a few times. They seemed to have learned very important information. Although there was only a few conversations, they knew that there was a savior goddess in this world, and she was still looking for a way to save the world. Wasn't this simulation world created just for the savior goddess? Someone raised a question. It's been less than 3 years since the Ragnarok, so it's normal to create a simulation world to buy time for the savior goddess to grow. The power of the simulation world can't be brought to the real world. Someone raised a rebuttal. They received simulation gifts in the simulation world. After all, they were false things, and there was no way to materialize them in the real world. But what if the savior goddess doesn't need to grow in power? The leading weirdo speculated, what does the savior goddess need is experience in using power? The atmosphere fell silent. There is not much meaning in speculating about the gods. After all, they are a group of weak people, and it is impossible for them to know the truth. Chapter 273. Isn't it spectacular? The witch clone smiled sweetly, standing on the edge of the cliff, looking at the mountains that seemed to separate the continent. No, it was a big snake, an incredibly magnificent snake coiled on the land. Each scale was like a mountain peak, and it was spread out like tiles, which was daunting. Yeah, the savior goddess responded softly. She had a feeling that the big snake coiled on the land could trigger her savior power, because the big snake made her feel that it could threaten the world. It was so huge that it was incredible. Any movement would be a huge disaster. Then do you want to try to conquer Jormungandr? The witch clone asked with a smile, looking at the savior goddess with a puzzled look. She pointed at the big snake and explained, Jormungandr just exists and breathes, and it will occupy a lot of living space. Don't you think Jormungandr should be killed? The savior goddess calmly asked back, you are no less dangerous than Jormungandr. Should I kill you too? That makes sense. Then let's ask the owner of Jormungandr. The clone witch pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes fell on the dark green curly-haired girl who was walking not far away. She was wearing a tight dress, and her navel on her slender waist could be vaguely seen. Her white jade feet walked in the air without being stained by dust, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Savior goddess, right? The monster witch ignored the clone witch and came to the savior goddess. She looked at the savior goddess. That man can accept you as a student, which should show that you have something unique. The savior goddess subconsciously asked, do you know the teacher? We have been together for a short time. The monster witch said briefly, and then added, I know where the man is, but I have no reason to tell you the information, and the man may not want you to find him immediately, otherwise he will come to see you. Speaking so directly will make the child sad. The clone witch said, as if jokingly, she is not even 1 year old, and she directly told the teacher that she doesn't want her anymore. Isn't it too much? Monster witch, why do you know me? The savior goddess suddenly asked a question, and I don't know if it was to change the subject. In response, the monster witch gave an answer, my ears and eyes are all over the simulation world, and the clone witch also specially notified you of your arrival. The savior goddess nodded gently, and then saw the big snake at the end of the field of vision move, and the land began to shake, cracking into huge canyons, and huge rocks rolled down from the mountaintops. Try to see if you can kill her. The monster witch said, I know where your teacher is. As long as you can kill Jormungandr, I will tell you the information about that man. Why do you do this? The savior goddess asked, and then she felt her vision change. Her body appeared in the sky out of thin air. She could see Jormungandr slowly raising his head and looking at her with cold eyes. Then she heard the monster witch's voice coming into her ears. Sometimes this world is unreasonable, and sometimes you can only choose to accept it. The cold voice told the fact that people could not be happy, leaving no room for negotiation. This was a situation the savior goddess had never encountered before. She could not negotiate with words, and could only fight a battle of life and death. Roar! Jormungandr roared to the sky and bit the savior goddess. The world quickly darkened. After the snake's mouth closed, the last ray of sunlight disappeared. After all, she is still too immature. The clone witch said with a smile. She didn't care about the savior goddess being eaten by the snake. After all, the savior goddess was too young, and it was normal for her to cry out of fear. She put her hands together and asked the monster witch, can you let the savior goddess out? She is not suitable to stay in the dark. Before she finished her words, light burst out from Jormungandr's mouth. This dazzling light was not strong, but it had a strong killing power on Jormungandr, directly cutting a huge wound on Jormungandr's chin. And the savior goddess also broke away from the snake's mouth. What an interesting power. The witch clone put down her folded hands and began to observe the battle between the savior goddess and Jormungandr. The battle looked very fierce. Jormungandr just swung his body to make the land tremble, and set off a storm that blew away everything. However, all this did not cause any harm to the savior goddess. It was better to say that the savior goddess was restraining herself from killing Jormungandr. The battle lasted for a long time. The land was dyed red with blood, flowing like a river along the canyons and mountains. Jormungandr let out a wail, and her huge snake body fell to the land. Her body was covered with wounds that could not heal, and blood flowed out of the wounds like a waterfall. Is this considered my victory? The savior goddess raised her delicate face, looked at Jormungandr's huge snake pupils, and showed a bright and sunny smile. We have no reason to kill each other. Jormungandr looked at the smiling girl, slowly closed his snake pupils, and the huge snake body began to shrink, turning into a girl with long green hair. Her body was covered with wounds and flowing with red blood. I lost. Even if the monster which asked me to continue fighting with you, I would refuse. She staggered towards the girl. You are the savior, right? You just have the power to save the world. The savior goddess explained softly, and Jormungandr smiled when he heard it, came to the savior goddess, and stroked the savior goddess' cheek with his bloody hand. As the loser, it should be left to the winner to deal with. She said, so, how are you going to deal with me? The savior goddess was silent, and then looked at the monster witch and the clone witch who were walking not far away. She had never encountered such a thing. Sometimes, the girl's words need to be interpreted deeply. The witch of the clone shook her head gently and explained to the goddess a savior. She wants to stay with you to repay you for your patience in not killing her. At this point, she added another sentence. And compared to someone like me who has ulterior motives, you need someone who is trustworthy. The goddess of savior, Why would someone speak out his ulterior motives directly, even though she knew the witch of the clone had ulterior motives from the beginning? Your teacher is in the Iris Kingdom. The monster witch said the information, and then set her eyes on Jormungandr. Her voice softened. It's also a good choice to stay with the savior goddess. After she finished speaking, she turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The savior goddess opened her mouth, and she did not agree to let Jormungandr stay by her side, but looking at Jormungandr, who was bleeding and shaky, she chose to give priority to removing the power attached to Jormungandr. Otherwise, Jormungandr would bleed to death. Let's go. I know where the Iris Kingdom is. Jormungandr smiled, and was about to take the savior goddess to find the teacher. But the savior goddess looked at Jormungandr, who was covered in blood and pale, and couldn't help saying, at least take a bath and rest? My healing ability is very strong. Jormungandr explained, and after seeing the savior goddess's rather stubborn eyes, she chose to compromise, and went to the monster witch's house with the savior goddess to rest. At the same time, in the Iris Kingdom, Shimu withdrew his gaze, and said to Sleipnir beside him, Jormungandr lost, but there is still someone he wants to follow. Sleipnir widened her beautiful eyes. Who? The savior goddess. Shimu gave the answer, and Sleipnir thought about it, then nodded in enlightenment. Aren't you surprised? Shimu asked, and Letitia beside him also cast a curious look. Jormungandr likes pure and gentle girls. Sleipnir explained, during the battle, the savior goddess must have shown mercy to Jormungandr, right? She counted on her fingers. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also kind-hearted and very gentle to Jormungandr. Well, it's normal for her to be interested. Letitia pursed her lips and smiled. In other words, as long as you grasp the corresponding interests, you can make the top monsters follow you? If such a person appears. Sleipnir nodded. She chose to follow Akhtar because she was attracted by Akhtar's deeds, and felt that Akhtar was a hero in line with her imagination. Just like Ruby in the Orc Kingdom, she is a fox monster with 7 tails, and has a strong sense of gratitude. If you have a chance to save Ruby once, you can let Ruby follow you. Letitia sighed. Really a distinct personality. Don't you also have a very strong sense of gratitude? Sleipnir glanced at Letitia and said, in order to repay Akhtar's kindness, I even offered myself. She complained in a low voice. I heard your voices through the door last night. Letitia's expression was a little unnatural. She thought Akhtar would use magic to block the sound, but she didn't expect Sleipnir to hear it. Her eyes wandered, and she changed the subject. That's where my sister lives. She's much more mature now, and doesn't want to kill me anymore. Why do you sound relieved? Shimu's expression became subtle. I just don't want to kill you. Letitia raised her hand, and gently placed it on her chest. It's gratifying that you don't want to kill me. Leave it to me. I guarantee your sister will obey. Shimu said jokingly. Letitia showed a curious expression. Just change of personality. Shimu said nonchalantly. Any personality can be customized, even if she feels like a kitten. Forget it then. Letitia shook her head. She was not so far from brainwashing her sister just to correct her. That would be too crazy. After a while, everyone entered Ashilia's room and saw Ashilia, who had been thinking about usurping the throne, standing elegantly by the window. She was wearing a white dress, and her long golden hair fluttered gently in the wind, giving her the temperament of a melancholy beauty. "Sister, you are here." Ashilia turned around and her eyes quickly fell on Akhtar. Then she lifted the hem of her skirt elegantly. "Lord Akhtar, I didn't expect you to accompany your sister to see me. It's really touching." Shimu looked at Ashilia and then chuckled. "You have matured a lot." "I did a lot of childish things before." Ashilia smiled elegantly and turned to make tea. After a while, she came to the table with a tea tray, put a cup of tea in front of the three people in turn, and then sat down elegantly with her skirt. "You still maintain your human identity." Shimu observed the girl opposite, and Ashilia smiled slightly when she heard it, took a sip of the teacup on the table, and then put it down and said, "The advantage of maintaining your human identity is that you can enjoy all the beautiful things designed for humans by past civilizations." She set her sights on Letitia. "If you don't maintain your human body, Lord Akhtar won't be able to enjoy your sister's beauty to the fullest, right?" "Ashilia." Letitia's voice rose slightly, but Ashilia's cheeks puffed up when she heard it, as if complaining, "There are no outsiders here, there is nothing to be afraid of." Letitia's fair neck turned slightly red, and she glared at her sister who spoke without thinking, and Ashilia saw this, and quickly raised her hands in surrender. "I know I was wrong, don't let me practice swordsmanship again." Letitia's expression relaxed, and then she saw Ashilia, who gently rubbed Akhtar's instep with her slender thighs under her skirt, and winked playfully. "If my sister doesn't want Akhtar to experience the beauty, then as a sister, I am willing to do it for her. We are real sisters, no matter how beautiful we are." Shimu looked down at the jade feet that gently rubbed his instep, and then he heard Ashilia's begging for mercy. She saw Letitia dragging Ashilia out of the living room, and an angry scolding came. Today's Ashilia has indeed matured, but it does not mean that the idea of usurping the throne has changed. It just changed from usurping the kingdom to usurping her sister's man. This is not because Ashilia fell in love with herself, but purely because Ashilia wanted to steal her sister's things. As for whether this thing is the throne or the man, it doesn't matter, as long as she successfully steals her sister's things, she can prove her own value. Although Ashilia herself knows that this is wrong. Soon after, Letitia hurriedly took Akhtar and Sleipnir away, and did not stay at her sister's house any longer. And Ashiria stood at the door, folded her hands in front of her belly, and smiled at the three people who left. "There are obviously many snacks that I have not given to Akhtar to try," she complained and turned to walk into the room. "Take it to Akhtar in the evening." As soon as she finished speaking, the door closed tightly. Since she left with Akhtar, she could also go to find Lord Akhtar. No, she should go to find Lord Akhtar while looking for her sister. As for being angry with her sister, and being killed by her own hands, she was not worried. Even usurping the throne and intending to murder her sister was spared. Now she just seduced her sister's lover, she should not be beaten to death. Chapter 274. It was getting dark. "Ashilia, aren't you going to go back?" Letitia put down her teacup and looked at her sister, who was sitting elegantly opposite. She didn't expect her sister to be so bold as to tease Akhtar in front of her. In response, Ashilia gently twirled her hair around her ears and said in a sweet voice, "Sister, do I want to stay with you for a while?" Although she said so, her slender thighs under her skirt were slightly raised, as if she accidentally touched Akhtar's legs. Suddenly, I felt my blood pressure soar. Letitia had the urge to draw her sword and stab her sister a few times, but considering that Ashilia was her own sister, she could only suppress the urge to draw her sword. "I can't really stab my sister to death. I still have to exercise tomorrow." She stood up, grabbed Akhtar's wrist, and walked towards the bedroom. Then, there was a strong sound of the door closing. I have to admit that Letitia has a good moral standard. She can resist tearing up a green tea sister. If it were someone else, they would have pressed the green tea sister to the ground. "You will be beaten sooner or later." Sleipnir said so, and picked up the cookies on the table, and found that the taste was unexpectedly good. "How is my cooking?" Ashilia smiled complacently. After she found that she probably couldn't beat her sister in this life, she changed her track and improved her feminine charm. So she spent a lot of time studying cooking. "Very good." Sleipnir gave a very objective evaluation. "Maybe you are suitable to become a believer of the dessert goddess." Ashley rolled her eyes, looked at the red nails nonchalantly, and said disdainfully, "The dessert goddess is too weak, not worth following." Sleipnir, By the way, as the partner of the Lord of Ashes. Ashley showed a curious expression, holding her chin with her slender hand. Why are you chatting with me in the living room now? The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Sleipner's expression gradually became dangerous. She felt that her heart was pierced by a sudden arrow, and the person who shot the arrow was Ashley, the little green tea who intended to seduce Akhtar. Now she suspected that Ashley was provoking her. She was not Letitia, and she would not have any psychological burden to beat Ashley. Well, you are too passive after all. Ashley seemed to sense the danger in the air. Her slender fingers gently entwined her golden hair, analyzing in an objective tone. Based on my understanding of my sister, as long as time goes back, she will definitely choose to take the initiative, she said to Sleipner with a smile. If you keep waiting for Lord Akhtar to take the initiative, you will only wait until Lord Akhtar and my sister's children inherit the country. It does make sense. Sleipner was distracted, and the danger in his eyes gradually disappeared. Ashley also breathed a sigh of relief, then got up and sat next to Sleipner, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Passive waiting will never be faster than taking the initiative, and the world will be burned to ashes. Why not enjoy it in time and satisfy your regrets?" The succubus-like whisper echoed in her ears. Sleipner gradually wavered, but still said with some entanglement, "But what if the Ragnarok crisis is resolved? Then you are at a greater disadvantage, aren't you?" Ashley couldn't help rolling her eyes. Now is the end of the world, everything can be indulged, but if you successfully survive the end of the world, you will seamlessly become a family, and you will just be a partner and a companion. At this point, he added another sentence. Maybe in the future, you will have to be ridden on the back of your sister's child and run around with your sister's child. Sleipner imagined it for a while, and found that it would be better if she took the initiative, otherwise she might really have to help Letitia run around with the child in the future. When Ashley saw this, she knew that her goal had been achieved, so she didn't continue to talk. She was actually just exaggerating. Being able to become Akhtar's partner means that Sleipner and Akhtar have a very good relationship. Sooner or later, Akhtar will take Sleipner a step further, and even if she doesn't say it, it won't affect the result. Beach by the sea. The savior goddess stood on the beach. The red waves submerged her little feet, and then quickly faded away. The sea in her impression was blue, but in the simulation world it was red, and there were many huge monsters swimming in the sea. The number of sea monsters is increasing, and it is estimated that they will soon reach the stage of landing. Jormungandr walked over from a distance, leaving a trail of footprints on the beach with his white jade feet. She stood next to the savior goddess. Use the sea as a petri dish, use thousands of monsters, let them compete with each other, so as to occupy the land, sky, and sea, and completely replace the biosphere created by the goddess of life. The savior goddess asked, "Why do you do this?" "In order to select individuals who can adapt to the ash flame. All the monsters here serve this purpose." Jormungandr replied, "The monster which wants to cultivate an individual who can adapt to the ash flame so that he can sneak into a new world. All the monsters created so far serve this purpose. Everyone is working hard to save the world." The savior goddess looked at the end of the sea, where the Iris Kingdom was located. This world seemed to be a world where witches and demons could think of ways to save the world, but she herself had no way, no. To be more precise, there was no way that suited her heart. Compared with the amazing talents in history, she seemed very immature and ordinary, and was at a loss when facing the end of the world. As long as there is a plan that can succeed, the world can be saved. Jormungandr comforted her, and gently moved the surging red waves with his feet. The crystal water splashed in the air, reflecting the strange library and the strange people. What happened? Be careful. The savior goddess took out the holy sword, quickly protected Jormungandr behind her, and looked at the strange library with amber eyes. The bookshelves were stacked around, like the walls of a maze, and a full moon and stars hung on the ceiling. However, the most eye-catching ones were the 4 women in the center of the library. 3 of them had white hair, and they were in the 3 stages of Lolita, girl, and adult. And a mature woman with long black hair, and wearing a magician's robe. She elegantly held a cup of steaming black tea, with a mysterious and intellectual temperament, making people feel elusive and difficult to approach. "Little guy, we have no ill intentions." The goddess of fate, who represented the future, smiled gently. Her eyes fell on the witch of fate. "It's just that someone wants to go with you." "Go with me." The goddess of savior restrained her vigilance and quickly confirmed their identities, the 3 goddesses of fate in the legend, and the teacher's teacher, the witch Hecate who controls fate. "The one who intends to go with you is the witch of fate Hecate, your teacher's teacher." The goddess of the future held her chin with her slender hand and observed the reaction of the goddess of savior. She found that this goddess, who was born not long ago, was unexpectedly mature. Well, to be more precise, not too immature. It is obvious that she has experienced corresponding training and learning. Judging from that look and reaction, it should be the goddess of plague who is teaching. Come and sit down. Hecate smiled gently, waved to the goddess of savior, and then poured a cup of black tea and placed it on the seat next to her. The savior goddess exchanged glances with Jormungandr, then sat down next to the Witch of Fate, trying to maintain a correct sitting posture, and politely thanked the Witch of Fate. As for Jormungandr, he took a few steps back, hid behind the bookshelf, and concealed his presence. This was not an attempt to escape, nor was it an attempt to sneak attack, but simply an attempt to conceal his presence. Not to attract the attention of the three goddesses of fate, and the Witch of Fate. Sometimes the gaze of the strong is very fatal to the weak, and any topic may cost the weak life. So avoiding the gaze of the strong is a safe choice. There is something I am confused about. Hecate spoke slowly, facing the eyes of the savior goddess. You are eager to return to your teacher, so why is my apprentice not eager to return? The savior goddess opened her mouth, and then fell silent. She didn't know how to answer this question. She couldn't wait to return to her teacher because she could only return to her teacher, which was where she thought was home. And why didn't the teacher wait to return to the Witch of Fate Hecate? How could she know such a thing, after thinking about it? I don't know. The savior goddess answered like this, without casually speculating on her teacher's thoughts. Then you go to see the Lord of Ashes. The goddess representing the future yawned. I also want to take a break for the first time in a long time. It's really too tiring to accompany the Witch of Fate Hecate to study fate. After time went back, they accompanied the Witch of Fate Hecate to hide in the cracks of time, conducting long and boring research, trying to find a relatively satisfactory fate. Although they have not found a relatively satisfactory fate, they have found traces of the Lord of Ashes in this era. Then shall we set off now? The savior goddess suggested, and then she felt her forehead being flicked. As for who flicked her forehead, she didn't notice it. The four women who controlled fate present all had omnipotent strength, stronger than her, the newborn god. As a savior goddess, you are attached to the Lord of Ashes. The goddess of fate, representing the future, sighed, Do you understand your birth mission? The savior goddess was silent for a while, and said, Gods are only born with culture and beliefs, which does not mean that they must implement their own powers, otherwise the god of destruction should take the initiative to destroy the world. The goddess of the future asked, So you want to save the world? Of course, I want to save the world. The savior goddess can confirm that she has the urge to save the world, but she also knows that saving the world does not necessarily mean killing her teacher. Finding a perpetual motion machine out of nothing can fundamentally save the world. Since that man is your teacher, didn't he tell you how to save the world? The future goddess shook her head gently. What an incompetent teacher. The savior goddess subconsciously retorted, Of course, the teacher told me how to save the world. The future goddess questioned, Really? I don't believe it. The three concise words carry an amazing lethality. The savior goddess's cheeks swelled in dissatisfaction, and then she told the teacher how to save the world. After listening, the future goddess clapped her hands and said sincerely, It is worthy of the Lord of Ashes' opinion. It is really a way to fundamentally solve the Ragnarok crisis. Although the savior goddess only talked about the way to save the world, the amount of information in it is very high. From it, she can know the reason why the simulated world was born, and the real solution to Ragnarok. From so much important information, she could predict Akhtar's real purpose to a certain extent. What that man wanted was to escape from the eternal cycle of reincarnation. This vision was so grand that it was almost impossible. But there was a feeling that the man might be able to do it. At the same time, behind the bookshelf, Jormungandr raised her hand to cover her cheek. She didn't expect that the goddess of savior would be so easily tricked out of such important information with words. At least she would use this information to exchange for benefits, such as asking the three goddesses of fate to give her fate protection. I'm still too naive, she whispered, thinking that she would have to talk to the savior goddess about this issue later. Then she felt that the scenery suddenly changed. The original library turned into sand, and a city made of gears and steam appeared in the distance. Jormungandr put down his hand covering his face, looked at the savior goddess who appeared beside him, and said, This is the Iris Kingdom. It really doesn't look like it at all. The savior goddess said so. In her impression, the Iris Kingdom should be a small city, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, and the residents are also very simple. But here are high-rise buildings everywhere. The residents have been replaced by alchemical puppets, and it is difficult to see a trace of green vegetation around. There is nothing we can do about it. Jormungandr spread his hands helplessly. This world has been destroyed by witches and demons. It is very difficult to find a pure human being now. In today's world, except for the new dreamers, basically no one is human. They have long become inexplicable lives, perhaps alchemical puppets, green-skinned monsters, or elemental lives, etc. In any case, they cannot be human. And if you must maintain your human identity, you must have enough strength, otherwise there is no way to survive in this doomsday. The world has not been saved yet, but the doomsday has come first. The savior goddess had a tangled expression, and walked towards the distant city with Jormungandr. Next, it was time to reunite with the teacher. Chapter 275. Underground. A wide test field. Letitia stood alone on the gray floor, holding a spirally interwoven long sword in one hand, looking around at the groups of alchemical puppets coming from the surrounding passages, and took the lead in launching an attack. The sword slashed past, drawing a brilliant arc of light, cutting the gushing alchemical puppet in half, and the blazing ash flames that immediately erupted burned the cut alchemical puppet in half. The whole process was smooth, and there was no hesitation. At the same time, on the other side. How do you feel? The alchemical witch stroked the transparent one-way glass and looked at the battle in the test field. Just judged by technical growth. She retracted her gaze and looked at Akhtar beside her. She had studied Akhtar's growth trajectory. The reason why this man could grow up smoothly was because he had a very high fighting talent and could find a way to win at the fastest speed. So she also trained Letitia's fighting skills. Do you want to train Letitia to be another me? Shimu asked, and the alchemist scratched her cheek and smiled shyly. After her eyes wandered for a moment, she said, if Letitia can catch up with you, then I can consider letting Letitia have adaptability to the ash flame. Shimu shook his head. Since Letitia can adapt to the burning of the ash flame, won't your arc plan be successful? Since she is the partner of the Lord of Ashes, she should be a little special and naturally have a certain degree of resistance, right? The alchemist said her guess, after seeing Akhtar's helpless expression. She put one hand on her waist and explained with a smile. As long as we find a seemingly possible solution, it is worth experimenting, because we need to grasp any possibility. Since Akhtar and Letitia slept in the same bed, the depth of their mutual understanding must be beyond the reach of ordinary people, so she would experiment with the mentality of not regretting to try. Then I look forward to your results. Shimu smiled, turned and left, and disappeared in a few steps. The alchemist which blinked, then hurried to the white-haired girl, put her hands on her shoulders and asked, did that man bless you last night? What does it matter? The white-haired girl took a step back, but found that her shoulder was held down by the alchemist witch. Did the Lord of Ashes leave a blessing in your stomach? The alchemist witch pressed the white-haired girl's lower abdomen with her other hand. The atmosphere was silent. The white-haired girl pushed the alchemist away with a look of disdain, and then coldly suggested, if you really want to obtain the blessing of the Lord of Ashes, I suggest you disguise yourself as me. Anyway, there is no technical difficulty for your mother. The alchemist was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. If she could directly study the abnormal information of the Lord of Ashes, or give birth to corresponding offspring, then perhaps she could find the direction to adapt to the flame of ash. Then a white-haired girl would go. No, the Lord of Ashes would definitely see through it at a glance. The wind and sand blew, rolling up the dust on the ground. The savior goddess stood in front of the heavy gate, looking at the alchemist doll holding her head, and playing with it at the gate, revealing an expression that wanted to say something but didn't. Why would someone be so bored as to play with his own head? A new dreamer? The guard at the door connected his head, stretched his neck, and then asked in a nonchalant tone, are you here to change your body, or are you just a traveler? I'm here to find someone. Jormungandr stood up and described the person he was looking for. The guard at the door thought for a while. There are indeed such people recently, but they are all guests of the alchemist witch lady, and they can't be seen casually. His pupils opened and closed, flashing like a camera. Wait a moment, we need to contact Princess Letitia, as long as... No need. A hand was placed on the guard's shoulder, and Shimu walked out of thin air, smiling at the savior goddess. But before he could speak, he was hugged by the savior goddess, and she rubbed her face against Akhtar's chest, venting her thoughts. Shimu raised his hand and stroked the head of the girl in his arms, then glanced at Jormungandr and smiled. Long time no see. Jormungandr opened her mouth. Through the words of the witch clone and the monster witch, she knew that the savior goddess teacher was the Lord of Ashes, that is, the terrifying existence that would burn the world in the future. And now this terrifying existence greeted her kindly, and the words were very familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, I don't have any memory of the future. It doesn't matter, I just remember you. Shimu stroked the girl in his arms, and said to Jormungandr, my partner will be very happy to see you, and you will have the opportunity to stay together and chat often in the future. Jormungandr opened his mouth, and then nodded gently. She thought she was not afraid of death, but when she actually faced this truly great existence, she still found that she would unconsciously restrain herself. Shimu smiled gently, then looked down at the student in his arms, and said softly, let's go to another place to chat. The savior goddess left the teacher's arms, and when the teacher held her hand and led her away, the scenery in her eyes changed, from the city gate to a warm living room, and the whole switching process was so fast that people couldn't react. Jormungandr, who was standing not far away, was surprised, and then immediately calmed down. In this world, people who are more powerful can appear and disappear. Sit down. Shimu pointed to the sofa, then turned his head and said to Jormungandr, Sleipnir is still sleeping in the bedroom behind you, and the door is not locked. Then we won't disturb you and your apprentice to reminisce about the past. Jormungandr smiled and nodded, and walked towards the room behind him, tiptoeing gently without making any sound. The door was gently pushed open, and Jormungandr walked in. After a moment, the scream of the little mare was heard, and then a series of fighting sounds were heard. Shimu glanced at the mare's room, then waved his hand gently, opened the door, and then closed it, isolating the noise of their quarrels. Usually the mare is very quiet, but if she meets her sisters, she will become very lively. Teacher, I encountered something before I came to the Iris Kingdom. The savior goddess whispered. I met the teacher's teacher. Teacher Hecate. Shimu said softly, as if this name had some magic power, making the air in the living room heavy, as if something foreign was mixed in the air. The savior goddess looked around and felt that something was wrong, but she could not detect any abnormality, until she saw Teacher Akhtar pick up the teapot on the table, and pour a cup of tea for Hecate, the Witch of Fate, beside him. Teacher, why are you here? Shimu looked at the woman who appeared beside him. She was wearing a loose magician's robe, but it could not completely cover her figure, showing the elegance and mystery of a mature woman. The apprentice does not come to see the master. Hecate's voice was as gentle as ever, and it was impossible to detect specific emotions. She picked up the teacup on the table, and rubbed the edge of the cup with her fingers. The teacher can only come to find the disciple by himself. I also thought about going to find the teacher immediately. Shimu showed a distressed expression, but the teacher has been locking himself in the cracks of time. It is obvious that there are important things. I can't disturb him casually. Is that so? Hecate raised her hand to gently gather the hair beside her ears, then lowered her eyes slightly and said, I thought the disciple graduated and didn't need the teacher anymore. No one in this world should be willing to graduate from Teacher Hecate. Shimu smiled. Teacher Hecate is not only beautiful, but also gentle, and treats her disciples with the most love. He asserted so. Anyone who wants to graduate from Teacher Hecate must be mentally ill. Why didn't the teacher realize that you were so good at talking before? Hecate sighed softly, and the dissatisfaction in her heart disappeared under the sweet words of the disciple, although she knew very well that Akhtar was coaxing her. But what Akhtar said was sincere. The savior goddess next to him stared at this scene blankly, silently memorizing what Teacher Akhtar said. This will definitely be used next time. It's just what I think. Shimu smiled, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, saying, But there is a reason to meet others first. He looked at the Witch of Fate Hecate with curiosity and explained, If there is no way to cross the twilight of the gods, I hope to say goodbye to them one by one. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The savior took a sip from the teacup. She wanted to leave the living room and chat with Sleipnir. The atmosphere here was a bit depressing. Savior, go play with Sleipnir. Shimu suddenly spoke, which made the savior breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly drank the tea in the cup and ran to Sleipnir's room. Apprentice, is this simulation world prepared by you for the new world model? Hecate, the Witch of Fate, asked directly, Do you have a way to save the world? Shimu nodded gently. As long as I can use the power of the player to surpass the Lord of Ashes and create something out of nothing. He looked at the ceiling. The crisis of Ragnarok will be solved. Surpassing the Lord of Ashes? The Witch of Fate fell into thought. Is there a stronger power in this world than the Lord of Ashes? Shimu smiled and said, Theoretically, there is a stronger power. Hecate did not refute this whimsical idea, but instead asked Akhtar seriously what he was going to do to understand what the so-called stronger power was. They talked for a long time. Shimu's sitting posture gradually changed. From leaning on the sofa, he slowly leaned on Hecate's shoulder, and then rested his head on Hecate's knees, as if he was uncomfortable. The two sides were still talking about the deepest secrets of this world, which would determine what the future of this world would look like. But as long as you look at the postures of the two, it is definitely not serious. It's more like lovers. Or mother and son sitting together to chat. The door of the room not far away was gently pushed open, and the savior goddess quietly poked her head out, looking at the scene of the Witch of Fate Hecate and teacher Actar getting along, and found that the master and apprentice could get along so closely. Well, I definitely use it next time. Shimu yawned and looked at the savior goddess peeping not far away. Perhaps he felt that this sleeping position did not fit the image of a teacher, so he lazily turned over and faced the soft belly of teacher Hecate. Not looking at the savior goddess meant that there was no loss of composure. Hecate looked down at Actar, who was resting on her knees and facing her belly, and could clearly feel the heat of Actar's breath. If one day I do something outrageous. Shimu suddenly asked, Teacher, can you forgive me? The Witch of Fate Hecate touched her apprentice's head and asked, Does it mean burning the world? Shimu did not answer. Hecate paused while stroking her apprentice's head, then returned to her natural state and said softly, Wait for me to find the right destiny, and then you can do whatever you want. Then maybe the only way to find the right destiny is to go outside the world. Shimu said that there is an inevitable destiny in this world, that is, Ragnarok will inevitably come, although the form of Ragnarok will be different, but the fate of Ragnarok will inevitably come. Are there other worlds outside the world? Hecate asked, and then she heard the apprentice describe the scenery of different worlds, although most of them sounded like a story. But if there are other worlds outside the world, then no matter how bizarre the scenery is, it is possible. And she heard a kind of expectation in the tone of her apprentice. Her apprentice was looking forward to the scenery outside the world. Hecate and Actar talked for a long time, and the setting sun outside the window became dim, so long that the savior goddess lost interest in eavesdropping. In a bright room, the savior goddess lay on the soft bed, ignoring Sleipnir and Jormungandr, who were fighting next to her, and almost stripped naked, until a black lace bra fell on her face. Sleipnir, you are so arrogant. Jormungandr covered his plump chest with one hand, and covered his lower body without bra with the other hand. She glared at Sleipnir with messy hair, and covered his face. Both sides looked at each other without showing weakness. The savior goddess silently took off the black lace bra covering her face, handed it to Jormungandr, and said, Do you want to put it on? Yes. Jormungandr took the bra and found that it was torn, and there was no way to put it on. I still have clothes in my room. Sleipnir got up, and took out a few sets of clothes from the closet. There is no shortage of clothes at the alchemist witch's place. As long as the alchemist witch creates a doll, you can get relatively suitable clothes by checking the body slightly, and her figure is relatively similar to Jormungandr's. It's a bit tight. Jormungandr put on his clothes and touched his buttocks. Sleipnir, have you grown up? Sleipnir said lightly, You are too skinny. Jormungandr was silent for a moment, then changed the subject. She looked at the savior goddess and said, Savior, how did you accept the Lord of Ashes as your teacher? Sleipnir also cast a curious look. She understood the significance of the birth of the savior goddess, but she never thought that the savior goddess could threaten Actar's safety. If she was in her prime, that is, when she was Actar's partner, she was confident that she could kill the savior goddess with one blow. At that time, she was a woman who really mastered the killing of gods. At that time, I didn't know that the teacher was the Lord of Ashes. The savior goddess sat up, leaning against the head of the bed, hugging her knees with her hands, revealing a reminiscing expression. The teacher didn't tell me his identity at the beginning. It was only when I heard the plague goddess calling the teacher's name, and knew the prophecy of the three goddesses of fate, that I found out that the teacher was the legendary Lord of Ashes. Sleipnir asked, Are you angry? The savior goddess shook her head gently and asked back, I am the savior goddess, but I am also the teacher's student. There is no conflict. Jormungandr asked in confusion, But aren't you destined to cross the Ragnarok? If it were her, she could chat and laugh with Actar until the Ragnarok came and fight with all her strength, but the savior goddess, who was born not long ago, could not be so mature. For the newly born savior goddess, Actar is everything to the savior goddess, and the only home she can return to in this world. And if Actar is killed, it will destroy everything. The savior goddess's responsibility is to save the world. If she can't even save her own teacher, then there is no point in saving the world. The savior goddess expressed her thoughts. Killing the teacher will not save the world. Ragnarok still exists. Only by letting the world get rid of the eternal cycle can the world be saved. She hugged her knees tightly. So I decided a long time ago that I want to save the world, but I also want to save the teacher and completely cut off this eternal cycle. Sleipnir subconsciously wanted to laugh, but looking at the girl hugging her knees with a serious expression, he found that he didn't laugh at all. This girl was really so stubborn that she wanted to do something that even Actar couldn't do. It's really a funny answer, she whispered, But her view of the savior goddess changed subversively. This savior goddess, who looks young and innocent, has a belief beyond her. She is willing to fight against the gods for Akhtar, but she will not think of saving Akhtar and the world. That is impossible, because if even Akhtar can't do it, then she can't do it. But the savior goddess has this idea. What a surprising answer. Jormungandr flicked his green hair. I am increasingly looking forward to what you can do. The savior goddess blinked. Aren't you laughing at me? Why should I laugh at you? Jormungandr asked in confusion, and saw the savior goddess scratching her cheek, her voice a little embarrassed, because the sick witch sister laughed, holding her stomach and rolling on the bed, thinking that my idea was very naive, and I actually wanted to save everyone. Jormungandr frowned and said, how did that woman deny it? The savior goddess recalled what the sick witch said, for any dream and wish, it is best to understand the consequences and be prepared for the consequences after the dream is shattered, otherwise don't easily confirm your dream. Her voice became softer and softer. Saving everyone does not mean that everyone will be grateful for your rescue. Maybe they will resent you even more and want to kill you in anger, so it is more important to protect yourself and the people around you first. As for saving the world, just do it easily. Chapter 276. Is the training time too long? The alchemist witch put down the report in her hand and asked Letitia as she walked over, do you want to reduce the training time appropriately, so that you can spend more time with that man, otherwise your communication will only be limited to the night. She crossed her slender legs and smiled with one hand on her chin. Training during the day and not getting rest at night. Even if the body can bear it, the spirit can't bear it. After Akhtar came to the alchemy workshop, she found that Letitia basically had no time to rest. She had to fight high-intensity battles during the day and sleep with her lover at night. If it were a normal person, she would have died suddenly long ago. Only Letitia's strength has improved a lot, so she can barely hold on. Well, reduce the training time. Letitia nodded gently in agreement. If Akhtar hadn't come to her, she would only need to focus on training, but now she really couldn't focus on training, and she had to take some time off. By the way, what blessing did that man give you? The alchemist witch suddenly asked. She did not notice any change in Letitia's state, so she could not guess what blessing Letitia had received. Letitia stretched out her hand, and the ash flame ignited in her palm. The swaying flame gave people a warm feeling. He said this is the original fire, I am not sure. Before she finished speaking, the alchemist witch appeared in front of her, holding her wrist tightly, staring at the swaying original fire. The alchemist witch did not know whether the man deliberately gave Letitia the original fire, but she was indeed looking for another application of the ash flame, that is, the creation after burning everything. In the prophecy of the three goddesses of fate, there was a preface to the creation recited by Akhtar himself. At first, the world was a pile of ashes, until the Creator came and ignited the first fire, so there was light and dark, cold and hot, life and death, and the contradictions of opposition and unity thus generated the world. Ordinary people may not think much about this preface, but she realized through this preface that the flame of ash has a higher level of use, and that higher level use can exist as the basic law of a new world. And now the original flame in Letitia's hand is the result she has always hoped to study. Letitia, he is really good to you. The alchemist witch adjusted her breathing, and her expression became serious, revealing a cold feeling, as if she had withdrawn her own humanity. Do you know how to use the original flame? Letitia shook her head, clenched the original flame in her hand, and the flame overflowed from her nails and wrapped her hand, spreading along her white arm, and then swallowed her whole body, drowning her whole body in the flame. After using the primordial flame, your strength and recovery will be greatly enhanced, and you can also resist many abnormal conditions. The alchemy witch nodded and said, can you only passively accept the power of the primordial flame? Letitia nodded gently, and then extinguished the primordial flame covering her body. Her physical condition was obviously much better, but her magic power was severely depleted, to the point of being almost exhausted. This state is very close to the liberation of the Sword of Light, but it is only the result of slightly using the primordial flame. In essence, it is because she has obtained power that does not belong to her now. It's not easy to master this level of power. The alchemist witch showed a distressed expression. She found that Letitia's talent was not enough to master the original flame. Theoretically, even if Letitia died, she would not be able to master the original flame. It's like someone gets the answer to a question, but can't understand it, so he must supplement the corresponding prerequisite knowledge. And this prerequisite knowledge system covers almost everything, and it must be studied to a certain level. Usually, people who can achieve this level generally have the talent to become a demon. And there are also situations where you can't learn it even if you study. It's okay. The alchemist witch pursed her lips and smiled at Letitia. Talent and time are not a problem. I will help you make up for everything you need. You just need to have the perseverance to accept my training. Letitia raised her hand and gently gathered the hair beside her ears. An apologetic smile appeared on her delicate face. Sorry, It has nothing to do with you. The alchemist witch put one hand on her waist and snorted. If you can't teach students well, it's the teacher's incompetence. Letitia was stunned for a moment and said, Then all I can do is try my best to learn. The alchemist witch nodded with satisfaction and pointed to the open door in the distance. The alchemy workshop has a very extraordinary guest today. Who? Letitia asked subconsciously, and saw the alchemist witch turn around and waved her hand with her back to her. Letitia did not ask any more questions, but just smiled and said goodbye, and then returned to her residence. The alchemy witch sat down on a chair nearby, took out a piece of paper and a pen to revise her plan. She really had no opinion on Letitia. Although she herself did expect Letitia to have the qualifications to become a witch, it was not worth regretting even if she did not have them. It would just mean that she would have to put in more effort. And now the most critical prerequisites of the art project have been met, which is already a very lucky thing. If Letitia didn't exist, she might not be able to refine the primordial flame until the end of the world. At the same time, on the other side, teacher is leaving? Shimu's eyes passed over Hecate's full peaks and fell on that delicate face. Don't you plan to stay for a few days? The teacher still has things to deal with. Hecate lowered her head, looked at the apprentice, who was resting on her knees, stretched out her hand, and pinched the apprentice's cheek. If you want to be a teacher, just come to Galleon to find the teacher. Then leave after tonight? Shimu asked tentatively, and saw Hecate raise her hand to cover his eyes. And then, there was a gentle chuckle. If you leave after tonight, you will be a traitor. After the words fell, Hecate in the living room turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Shimu rubbed his neck and was about to sit up. Teacher, are you reluctant to let him go? The savior goddess trotted over, bent down to look at Akhtar lying on the sofa, and then took the initiative to lift Akhtar's head and put it on her knees. She touched Akhtar's head. Teacher, is this comfortable? Shimu laughed dumbly. You learn really fast, but you don't need to learn the knee pillow. Why? The savior goddess wondered. What are your plans next? Shimu did not explain, but asked, Do you plan to stay here or go out for training? The savior goddess pondered for a while and asked back, Teacher, what do you think I should do? It depends on whether you want to become stronger. Shimu sat up and said calmly, If you plan to become stronger, you have to leave here and kill. No, defeating a demon or witch counts. He said to the savior goddess. If you can't defeat all the demons or witches, then you can't save the world. The savior goddess blinked and then showed an expression of enlightenment. Just like the teacher defeated all the gods? You can understand it this way. Shimu nodded, stretched out 2 fingers, and poked the savior goddess's forehead. My stupid apprentice, defeat all the demons and witches, otherwise you are not qualified to stand in front of me. The savior goddess was silent for a while, raised her hand and touched her forehead, and then showed a pitiful expression. Teacher, do you think I'm stupid? Shimu turned his head away. It's not that I think you're stupid, but I just feel that it's more atmospheric to say this. The savior goddess's cheeks swelled up with anger. Sometimes she couldn't understand the teacher's thoughts, no. Most of the time she couldn't understand the teacher's thoughts. According to the prophecy of the 3 goddesses of fate, her teacher was under the gravity of the fate of the twilight of the gods, and gradually became a destroyer from a hero. The tragic sense of fate was about to overflow. But she had never seen the teacher have any negative emotions. She always had a gentle smile on her face, which made people feel very reliable and at ease. You should go out for training tomorrow morning. Shimu reached out and poked the savior goddess' puffed cheek, and a leaking sound came out. Find a weak demon or witch to fight. If everything goes well, you can come back before dinner. The savior goddess nodded vigorously. Yes. If it's just to defeat a witch or demon who is not good at fighting, it shouldn't be very difficult. And at this moment, a very amazing guest. Is it you? A gentle female voice came, and the savior goddess subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a girl with long golden hair and emerald green eyes, walking towards her gracefully. Both of them have long golden hair and are very beautiful, but their temperaments are different. The blonde girl who came over has a more mature and elegant temperament, and has a kind of affinity like a wife. You shouldn't be talking about me. The savior goddess shook her head gently, but Letitia showed a curious expression when she heard it. She put the cake in her hand on the table and smiled gently at the savior goddess. You haven't eaten cake for a while, right? Not for a long time. The savior goddess said, and couldn't wait to open the box of cake. Letitia smiled at this, sat next to Akhtar very naturally, and whispered, "Miss Hecate, are you leaving just like that?" Before she came back, she specifically found the white-haired girl and learned about the relevant situation. She came back after she was fully prepared, otherwise she wouldn't have prepared cake specifically, just considering that the savior goddess might have been greedy. "My students will also leave tomorrow." Shimu smiled softly, watching the savior goddess eating cake. After her apprentice challenges a few witches, she will burn this world to ashes, and then let the all-knowing saint update the simulation world. Now this simulation world is not worth continuing the experiment. The next day, the border of the Iris Kingdom. The red waves hit the beach, submerging a pair of crystal jade feet, and then reluctantly faded away. The witch turned around gracefully, looking at the savior goddess and Jormungandr who were coming, showing a charming smile. "It's really touching that you came to see me as soon as possible." She wiped away the non-existent tears. "Do you really want to reunite with me?" "It's to complete the task assigned by the teacher." The savior goddess took out the golden holy sword out of thin air, and approached the clone witch step by step. "The teacher asked me to defeat a witch or a demon," she explained. "And you are the closest witch. So you can only blame your bad luck." Jormungandr shrugged slightly and spread his hands to the clone witch. "If you don't stay in the Iris Kingdom. If the task requires defeating a witch or a demon." The clone witch put her slender hand on her chin. "Even if you kill her, it's just to destroy a clone. Does this count as defeating the witch?" She stated the conditions for defeating herself. "If you want to defeat me, you must kill or capture my clones all over the world, hidden in different corners, different spaces, and different environments. Only then can you be considered to have defeated me." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The goddess of savior stopped. She had no psychological burden to beat the witch clone, because the witch clone always wanted to seize the bodies of the witch of death and the goddess of plague. This was definitely bullying her friends and family, so she had no psychological burden to beat her. But beating the witch clone now could not complete the task assigned by the teacher, because she could not launch a strike covering the whole world at once. "Actually, I know a very weak witch." The witch clone smiled and covered her lips. "If you are interested, I will take you to find that witch soon, but the price is that you have to do me a favor." The goddess of savior asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" "Help me create an opportunity to get close to the Lord of Ashes." The witch clone said her plan. "No matter what method, I hope to create an opportunity to get close to the Lord of Ashes at the end of the world." She blinked. "Don't worry, this favor is limited to this simulation, and will not affect anyone." The savior goddess thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "At the end of this simulation, she will also swing her sword at teacher Akhtar. Only in this way can she understand how strong teacher Akhtar is. Otherwise, she will not understand the weight of what she needs to do. This woman is not trustworthy at all." Jormungandr twitched his mouth, and saw the clone witch showing a sly smile, and began a series of assurances, vowing that she would definitely help find a very weak witch. Otherwise, she would learn to bark like a puppy. Regardless of whether it is trustworthy or not, if you want to find a witch quickly, you have to rely on the clone witch with countless clones. After a while, in a city that is completely different from the atmosphere of the end of the world, the city is surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, and the high-rise buildings lined up one after another include people of different ethnic groups. The prosperity is not inferior to the real Lionheart City. The country of fantasy. This is the name of this city. It is said that the city was built by the fantasy witch, who can create things that should exist through words. That's her. The clone witch pointed at the beautiful girl with long light red hair and a beret on the throne. Fantasy witch basically has no fighting ability. "Excuse me. Can I fight with you?" The savior goddess looked at the fantasy witch on the throne. "The teacher gave me a task to defeat a witch or a demon," she promised. "I will give you the corresponding reward afterwards." No one would be happy to be beaten, right? Fantasy. No, it should be the goddess of lies. She didn't expect that she would be challenged by someone after she disguised herself as a fantasy witch and came to the simulation world for research. "But I will fulfill your wish." The figure of the goddess of lies disappeared from the spot, came to the side of the clone witch, and casually swung her white palm, chopping off the clone witch's head like a sharp blade. The gushing blood dyed the hall red, and the clone witch's body fell directly to the ground, and was killed without even a trace of resistance. Although this was clearly a killing for an individual, it seemed to contain a strange power that instantly acted on the whole world. The clone witches in different environments burst into blood at the same time from their necks, and their heads fell directly, and the bodies fell to the ground one by one, losing their breath of life. What happened? It's not clear, but someone instantly locked onto the existence of the clone witch, and then chopped off the neck of the clone witch. The result was that all the clone witches died in an instant, as expected of a goddess who has reached the omnipotent realm. In the deserted cave, the witch with the severed head suddenly spoke, and red mist emerged from her neck, reattaching the severed head. Then, the severed head suddenly broke off again, as if the concept of severed head was written into the existence of the witch with the severed head. After several times, the witch with the severed head barely reattached her head, but even so, blood was still flowing from her neck, and it was obvious that the power engraved on her existence had not been completely erased. Why is the goddess of lies so strong? The witch with the severed head looked pale, analyzing why she was killed instantly. Is it because of the simulated world that the omnipotent strong can exert stronger power, or is it because the omnipotent strong is so powerful in itself? No matter what, she can be sure of one thing. Before she obtains indirect omnipotent power, she should not provoke the strong who have reached the omnipotent realm. Otherwise, she may be in danger in the present world. At this time, in the land of fantasy. How do you want to challenge me, little guy? The goddess of lies put her chin on the shoulder of the goddess of savior, holding the goddess of savior's waist with both hands, and her voice revealed a playful tone. Is it a duel of life and death, or just a mutual exchange? Jormungandr witnessed this scene, and gritted his teeth and said, "You are not a fantasy witch. Powerful people are used to wearing several vests." The goddess of lies waved her hand, and stepped back a few steps. She hooked her finger at the goddess of savior. "Since you are willing to pay me later, I accept your challenge. It doesn't matter what means you use. As long as you can touch me a little, you will win." The goddess of savior clenched the holy sword in her hand, and rushed towards the goddess of lies fearlessly, then fell to the ground, dropped the holy sword in her hand, and rolled on the ground for several rounds. "You can't even stand steadily, and you still want to fight?" The goddess of lies came to the goddess of savior and squatted down. "Who taught you that you can't even stand steadily?" The goddess of savior opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. She had never fallen since she was born, and she was very stable even when fighting with Jormungandr, but she just fell to the ground. "Haha, it's really a cute reaction." The goddess of lies couldn't help laughing. "Little guy, if you want to choose a witch to fight, you have to choose a weak one, don't choose a too strong one." Although she was quite weak in the prophecy described by the three goddesses of fate, she was easily killed by the Lord of Ashes, and she had never fought with the god of omniscience, but that was only because that group of people was too strong. In fact, there are no more than 10 people in this world who are stronger than her. Chapter 277. Powerlessness. The savior goddess experienced this feeling for the first time. She had never experienced this feeling of powerlessness, that she could never win since the day she was born. The girl squatting beside her smiled sweetly, revealing cunning in her brightness, without showing any malice, but it was precisely because of this that she felt powerless, because the girl had no malice when she killed the witch's clone. It was more like a casual act. "The challenge is over." The liar goddess smiled lightly, put her index finger and middle finger together, and poked the savior goddess's forehead. "Then I should ask for my reward," she asked with a smile. "Who is your teacher?" The savior goddess showed a hesitant expression. She knew the identity of her teacher, and if it was leaked out, it would cause great panic. Although many people already knew the identity of the teacher, they tacitly did not reveal it, because once the identity of the teacher was exposed, countless people would feel fear and despair. The Lord of Ashes at the end of the existence time has come to now, which means that the Lord of Ashes can burn everyone to ashes at any time. "Sorry, this news cannot be disclosed." Jormungandr took the initiative to help the fallen goddess of savior up. She smiled delicately. "But we can take you to see that adult. You dare not even call him by his name." The goddess of lies smiled with interest. "It seems that he is a very powerful guy," she asked. "Could it be someone I know?" Jormungandr shook his head. "We don't even know your true identity. How can we know whether you know that adult?" "The betrayer of God, the god who fell into a witch." The goddess of lies put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. "Can you guess my identity?" Jormungandr reacted immediately after hearing this. She seemed to have removed a layer of cognitive barriers and matched the image of the goddess of lies with the red-haired girl in front of her. "Goddess of lies. You guessed it right." The goddess of lies smiled lightly, then came to the side of the goddess of savior, put her hands on her shoulders. "Next, let me guess your identity." She pretended to think for a moment. "Goddess of savior, right?" The identity of the girl with long golden hair and amber eyes in front of her was not very difficult to guess. She had seen all the gods in the sky, but she had never seen this girl, and considering the gods, who disappeared some time ago, it was too easy to draw a conclusion. And it was precisely because she guessed the identity of the goddess of Savior that she became interested in the teacher of the goddess of Savior. Who on earth could kidnap the goddess of Savior in advance? Yes. The Savior goddess admitted her identity frankly, but the lie goddess sensed something was wrong from this frankness. You didn't feel panicked after knowing my identity. Did your teacher give you the confidence? The Savior goddess was silent. She had to admit that it was indeed because of her teacher's identity that she had the confidence to be calm, but directly admitting it was like a guy who relied on his identity and background to bully others. There are only a handful of people in this world who are qualified to give you such confidence. The lie goddess said to herself, the witch of death, the goddess of life, the witch of creation, the goddess of death, the omniscient God, the omniscient saint, the devil from the outside world. She read them one by one, observing the expressions of the Savior goddess and Jormungandr, and found that they were not too abnormal. Until she said a name. Akhtar. The atmosphere suddenly became wrong. Jormungandr's eyes flickered slightly, and the Savior goddess showed an obvious unnatural expression and gently turned away. The eyes of the goddess of lies gradually widened. As the goddess of lies, she had her own way to distinguish the truth from the false, but at this moment she doubted her power, because the last name she said was just a playful idea. If that man really comes back. She bit her fingers lightly, showing a tangled expression. I must see him in person. Made a decision. Take me to see him. Of course, Jormungandr did not dare to object. Although she was in a simulated world, according to the monster witch, the existence that reached the omnipotent realm could directly kill people in the simulated world. However, the Savior goddess shook her head. I will not go back to see the teacher before I complete the teacher's task. Goddess of lies, Why are you so stubborn here? She is the goddess of lies. She can kill them with just a flick of her finger. Although the Savior goddess has the characteristics of immortality, she has many ways to seal it forever. However, considering that the Savior goddess may really be Akhtar's apprentice. Forget it, if you want to defeat a witch or a demon. She waved her hand, and the environment changed. Dark forest. The coffin was opened, revealing the corpse inside the coffin. No. It was a witch. She was wrapped in white bandages all over her body, basically without revealing a trace of skin, but her overly mature figure gave people a very attractive feeling, whether it was the heavy breasts, the buttocks of the safe delivery type, or the slender thighs. They all give people a very tempting and exciting feeling. What's wrong? The corpse witch blinked in confusion, looking at the three heads sticking out of the coffin. She certainly knew the goddess of lies, but she didn't know why the goddess of lies opened her coffin. If you fight with her, you will lose. The goddess of lies pointed at the goddess of Savior and explained, if you lose, she will take us to see Akhtar. To see Akhtar? The corpse witch widened her beautiful eyes and jumped out of the coffin. The goddess of Savior looked at this scene and silently added one to the number of the teacher's lovers. Why does it feel like there are women who have a good relationship with the teacher everywhere? After a while. I lost. The corpse witch let out a weak cry and fell to the ground, supporting the ground with both hands. Her long blue hair slid down her shoulders, blocking her sad face, as if she had been bullied. Seeing this, the Savior goddess was silent. She probably didn't swing her sword actively. It was the corpse witch who touched her holy sword and then fell to the ground. Let's go see that man. The light goddess smiled and blinked at the Savior goddess. Don't play tricks. My real body is next to the death witch. If there is any accident, the enemy you have to face is the death witch. There shouldn't be anyone in this world who can deceive the goddess of lies, right? Jormungandr said so, then pulled the Savior goddess's sleeve and whispered a few words to her ear. The Savior goddess nodded and agreed to take them to see the teacher, although she felt that even if she didn't agree, the two of them would have a way to find the teacher. But the consequences of not agreeing might be a bit troublesome. No one can guarantee that the goddess of lies will not use tricks to get the necessary information from their minds. Iris Kingdom. Alchemy Workshop. Shimu walked out of the bedroom and looked at the visitor outside the door. Akhtar, is that you? The goddess of lies stood in front of the door, staring at the familiar figure, and activated her power to identify the truth. Shimu smiled and said, if there is no second Akhtar in this world, then ask it another way. The goddess of lies smiled lightly, but her eyes were very serious. Are you the Lord of Ashes? Shimu smiled. No. The information provided by the Witch of Time is not very accurate. The goddess of lies smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes reflecting the man in front of her. Why didn't you tell us when you came back? Maybe we just don't know. The Witch of Corpses came over and greeted Akhtar. We shouldn't be the last to know about your arrival, right? I just planned to contact you at the right time. Shimu explained while walking towards the sofa. After he sat down, a cup of steaming black tea was placed on the table. Shimu looked up and saw the savior holding a tea tray and showing him a slightly guilty smile. Well, it should be because she didn't complete the goal she was told to do. It's great that you can complete the task so quickly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he saw the savior goddess holding the tea tray to cover the lower half of her face, and her eyes began to wander. Teacher, I will go out to practice early tomorrow morning, the savior goddess said hurriedly, and then hurriedly left the living room. Although the teacher didn't say anything, she felt guilty, as if she had failed the teacher's expectations. She actually tried very hard. The corpse witch came to Akhtar and sat down, picking up the teacup on the table. If we fight to the death, I will lose. Who made the gods' immortality so cheating? The goddess of lies sat opposite, her legs wrapped in black silk crossed. Theoretically, the corpse witch is stronger than the savior goddess, but the corpse witch herself does not have the ability to kill gods, and the balance of victory will sooner or later lean towards the savior goddess. People who don't know would think you are already a witch. Shimu smiled and shook his head. Although the goddess of lies seemed to speak from the perspective of a witch, she was actually a goddess. She was hostile to the gods just because she wanted to avoid the Ragnarok, and now the conflict with the gods is not very deep. After experiencing the time reversal, most gods have no memory of the future. As for the gods who have reached the omnipotent level, they don't mind the betrayal of the goddess of lies. It doesn't matter whether it's a witch or a goddess. The goddess of lies looked at the man opposite and said, in the face of the crisis of the burning world, the position. Before she finished speaking, Akhtar showed a malicious smile. Goddess of lies, you don't want the Lord of Ashes to burn the world, right? Ah? The goddess of lies was stunned for a moment, then raised her hand to her chest. Are you finally interested in me? Shimu said in amazement. You should show a humiliated and reluctant expression. If you use this trick on the goddess of death, it may work. The goddess of lies said with a smile, the goddess of death doesn't have a good relationship with you, and she still cares about this world, so she should have the reaction you expect. Then I try it when I have a chance later, Shimu said, while his eyes fell on the corpse witch. The two people's eyes overlapped into a line. The corpse witch blinked her water blue eyes, then showed a humiliated expression, bit her lower lip and said, I will not succumb to you, even if you really want to burn the world. Shimu said decisively, okay, I will burn this world to ashes after a while. The corpse witch's eyes widened slightly. Huh? How long is a while? The goddess of lies was not panicked, but asked curiously. She believed that Akhtar would burn the world, but it was definitely not the real world that was burned, but this simulated world that was created. Shimu glanced at the room of the goddess of savior. Wait until she defeats at least 3 witches or demons. The goddess of lies nodded. Then I have to hurry up and experiment. If there is not enough time, I can wait. Shimu did not explore what experiment the goddess of lies wanted to do. Nowadays, too many people have their own ideas. It would be too tiring to understand them all. Although we can guess what experiment the goddess of lies wants to do from the plot of the DLC. A big lie. Create a plan to avoid the world, avoid the lie of Ragnarok, and thus avoid direct damage, so as to sneak into a new world. And now the goddess of lies wants to create a more illusory and unrealistic world in the simulation world. A false world that is separated from materiality and exists purely in the form of lies. It's just a small experiment, and there's no need to wait. The goddess of lies waved her hand to refuse, and her body gradually turned into a shadow. Before she completely disappeared, she left a sentence. If this simulation can be ended as soon as possible, it will be good news for me. The living room suddenly became quiet. Shimu looked at the corpse witch beside him and asked, Do you need time to prepare? The corpse witch pretended to think. I don't have a plan to save the world. If I have to say, well, it feels good enough to die in my sleep. If there is a day when I have to burn the world, Shimu chuckled, I will make your death less painful. If I can, I still want to live. The corpse witch quickly refused, and Akhtar laughed happily. She said, as if complaining, now you have become a bit of a bad taste. Shimu asked in surprise, really? And you are not very restrained in your desires now. The corpse witch added another sentence, and then as if to verify the authenticity of her words, she gently lifted her slender thighs wrapped in white strips. Shimu's eyes naturally fell on the raised slender thighs. The straight and slender thighs, because of the tight white cloth, gave people a very full feeling of tightening flesh, making people have the urge to tear the cloth strips. I almost doubted my own charm before. The corpse witch pulled back her thighs, and raised her hand to gently gather her long aqua blue hair. Now it seems that there is no need to doubt myself. Chapter 278. The bathroom door opened. The corpse witch walked out, wrapping the white cloth around her arm as she walked towards the center of the living room. Shimu sat on the sofa, looking at the corpse witch. Her mature body looked even more attractive after bathing. As she wrapped the cloth around her arm touched her plump chest. Her erect fruit changed shape slightly, and then bounced back like jelly, trembling slightly. Remember to come find me when you return to the present world. The corpse witch fiddled with her aqua blue hair, sat next to Akhtar, and her postpartum-shaped buttocks became flat and round. She explained to Akhtar, "The clone which wants to borrow the power of my believers to launch a tentative attack on you." Shimu chuckled. "Perhaps the clone which is the one who wants to save the world the most purely." The corpse witch nodded slightly, acknowledging what Akhtar said. Although she had not been with the clone witch for a long time, she could see that the clone witch was really trying to save the world, had a very strong execution ability, and was very willing to help any plan that was willing to save the world. This was why she agreed to the clone witch's request. "I'm back." A pleasant female voice suddenly came. Shimu and the corpse witch looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Letitia coming over, followed by Ashelia and the savior goddess. "Then I won't disturb your gathering." The corpse witch flicked her long blue hair, nodded gently at Letitia, and then turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot, as if she had never existed. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Letitia was surprised. She found that the women who came to see Akhtar came and went in a hurry. They appeared when she was training, and suddenly disappeared after she came back, without even planning to communicate. However, considering that they are witches, they are all arrogant and proud, so it is understandable that they ignore her, because she knows very well in her heart that if it were not for Akhtar, she would have no contact with this group of witches. She has to consider how to cross the Ragnarok in this simulation. Shimu explained, looking at the direction of the sky, "Soon, I will burn this simulated world to ashes." Letitia was diverted and asked Akhtar, "Is this simulated world going to be burned so soon?" Shimu nodded slightly and said, "They are also a little impatient to wait. Even if I don't come, they will find a way to artificially speed up the coming of Ragnarok." Letitia was silent. Regarding the coming of Ragnarok, she talked with Akhtar at the bedside and concluded that it was inevitable. Everyone has different choices and positions. Sooner or later, someone will take the initiative to speed up the coming of Ragnarok. And now it is just a fulfillment of her thoughts. Ragnarok is coming. It won't be dangerous to stay in the simulation world, right? Asheria patted her chest and sat on the other side of Akhtar, grabbing Akhtar's sleeve as if she was afraid. Letitia saw this scene and sighed tiredly. She stood up and grabbed Asheria's collar and dragged her towards the door, saying that she wanted to spar with him. It was obvious that she was going to teach her sister, who was trying to seduce her lover, a lesson. Shimu withdrew his gaze and said to the savior goddess beside him, "Is there anything you want to ask?" The savior goddess nodded obediently, sat next to Akhtar, and asked about the doubts accumulated in her heart. The second day, the savior goddess and Jormungand went out and found a flowing demon on a deserted island. This demon possessed the power of flow, and could easily blow up the sea storms, and could also change the flow of the attack itself, thus being immune to most damage. There were almost no flaws in both offense and defense. The battle lasted for several days. The storms evoked by the flowing demon defeated the savior goddess again and again, but with the blessing of the immortality of the gods, the savior goddess stood up again and attacked the flowing demon. Enough to overturn the sea and shake the sky. The battle affected the vast sea, making the waves hitting the sofa become more numerous. Watching from a distance, you will find that the end of the sea is full of dark clouds and storms. Thunder is circling with the storms and dark clouds, and there is a visible snake roaring, attacking the imperceptible existence. On the head of the snake, there is a Valkyrie with long golden hair. She holds a holy sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and bravely fights the demon. For a long time. The battle ended. The golden holy sword ignored the concept of flow and successfully pierced through the chest of the flowing demon, successfully ending the flowing demon's life. In response, "I am relieved. I hate fighting with gods." The flowing demon expressed his defeat. He looked at the young girl in front of him. "No, it should be the god. The immortality of the gods, combined with your ability, is really useful, but facing an existence like the Lord of Ashes, you can't rely on the immortality of the gods to slowly figure out the enemy's ability and then play a winning blow." He gave advice. "But you do have the potential to save the world." After the words fell, the body of the flowing demon turned into gray mist and disappeared into the air with the sea breeze. The savior goddess fell back and lay on Jormungandr's head. Her chest rose and fell violently, her forehead was covered with sweat, and her clothes were stained with a lot of blood. She won. Although it was very difficult to win, she relied on the immortality of the gods and the power of salvation to kill the flowing demon through a long trial and error. How do you feel? Jormungandr's voice came, and the savior goddess thought about it, and then smiled. It feels very good. Although I was beaten for a long time, I finally won. I feel very good. The teacher will definitely praise me if he knows. Jormungandr laughed softly, and the huge snake body began to swim, approaching the Iris kingdom. In fact, she felt that the reason why the flowing demon was defeated might be that it was annoying. Otherwise, with the flowing demon's ability to flow, even if it did not deflect its own attack, it would be no problem to avoid the attack by accelerating its own flow. But that really doesn't make much sense. It's better to be killed by the savior goddess than to face the unkillable savior goddess later. Of course, this is just her guess. Maybe the savior goddess has really grown to the point where she can kill the demon. In the Iris Kingdom. Pump Tavern. Well done. Shimu praised generously, and helped the savior goddess to tidy up her hair. Being able to defeat the floating demon is undoubtedly a huge growth. The savior goddess nodded vigorously, and her delicate face showed a bright smile. Teacher, I will continue to work hard. Shimu was slightly stunned, and then he reached out and rubbed the head of the savior goddess, and then took the initiative to teach the savior goddess how to fight better. He knew some information about the flow demon, and it was undoubtedly a powerful mechanism monster. It could send out a storm that could blow away everything by mastering the concept of flow, and it could also offset attacks through the concept of flow, and it could also put itself in a high-speed moving state through the concept of flow, or add flow to itself to increase its attack power. That was a flawless ability in theory, but it was not unsolvable when facing a stronger mechanism monster. And the savior goddess was undoubtedly a stronger mechanism monster. The teaching was over. In the early morning of the next day, the savior goddess went out with great ambition and continued to look for another demon or witch to fight. But I don't know if it was an illusion. The temperature outside was much higher than usual, as if someone had put the boiler of the world on the fire, causing the temperature in the world to continue to rise, making people start to feel uncomfortable. After searching for a while, the goddess of savior found a witch, who was born as an elf and possessed the power of laziness, which could make everything inert, making it impossible for people to take the initiative to attack. The goddess of savior and the lazy witch lay on the lawn for a long time, and the two sides only communicated with words, and there seemed to be no hostility between the two sides. Until the goddess of savior's body emitted a faint light, the power of salvation gave her the spiritual influence of resisting depravity. However, her body was still soft and without strength. Before reaching omnipotence or without sufficient willpower, the power of the lazy witch is very suitable for saving life. However, kill me now. The lazy witch sat up and smiled at the savior goddess. Being able to overcome the influence of laziness shows that your will to save the world is strong enough. She yawned. I don't intend to drag the hero down, so I can only go offline. The savior goddess hesitated, and after seeing the lazy witch smile, she pierced the lazy witch's heart with the holy sword in her hand. It was a very strange feeling. Obviously, the two sides did not communicate too much, but just told each other what they thought, but she was more clear about how she wanted to save the world. My mentality became more mature unconsciously. You must save the world successfully, otherwise I will not be able to be lazy anymore. The lazy witch smiled gently, and turned into black mist, and disappeared on the spot. Jormungandr also came over at this time. Geoshur, you seem to have changed a little? The savior goddess shook her head, and smiled as always. I just became more determined in my thoughts. Nothing has changed. Really? Jormungandr said, then smiled. She knew clearly that people would change, and their thoughts would change over time, not to mention that it would be difficult to maintain the original purity in the end of the world. But now it seems that the savior goddess has become more determined in her original thoughts. The temperature in the air is getting hotter and hotter. Unknowingly, the earth began to burn with flames, as if the whole world had turned into a mountain of flames. Except for demons or witches, most of the weak lives were burned to ashes. And the savior goddess also won 3 victories during this period. Ah, is this Ragnarok? In a burning village, a body burning with flames looked up at the sky. He was a human who received the blessing of the corpse, which and had the ability to survive in the ash flame. However, he could only survive in low-intensity ash flames. Using his body as firewood and coexisting with the flame of ash, this could only allow him to survive in the flame of ash for a little longer. The Lord of Ashes is really terrifying. He stretched out his hands to the sky, his arms burning with flames. Although he now has a deep understanding of the evil of the Lord of Ashes. No, the horror, he did not give birth to disgust or hatred. Instead, he gave birth to a kind of admiration mixed with awe. What a great existence! Just coming will subvert the old world. No wonder the gods can't resist such an existence. To save the world, give everything. The voice from the corpse, which suddenly came into the man's ears. Miss Corpse Witch, can you wait a little? The man asked, looking at the sky with his eyes burning with flames, turning into deep holes. I want to witness the Lord of Ashes coming with my own eyes. No answer. This should be considered as tacit consent. Those who can stay in the burning world more or less have the idea of seeing the Lord of Ashes. Only in this way can they know whether to accept the correct death of the delusional demon. Meanwhile, in the Iris Kingdom, partner, accompany me to burn the world this time. Shimu stood on the balcony and said to Sleipnir beside him, It's not that I go to burn the world alone, but that we face this burning world together. Sleipnir looked at the flames on the surface of the earth, and then transformed into his original body, and Shimu saw this and jumped on the horse. He glanced at the people in the living room, his pupils turned into ruby, and then he rode away into the sky. In the living room. Savior, are you shaking? Jormungandr suddenly asked, looking at the goddess of salvation with her head down, her golden hair covering her expression, and keenly noticed that the goddess of salvation was not right, as if she was afraid. The savior goddess raised her cheek and looked around at everyone present. I don't know about that kind of thing, as long as I think about swinging the sword at the teacher. Do you want to give up? Letitia asked, and the savior goddess shook her head gently, and clenched the holy sword in her hand. I must swing the sword at the teacher. Then you have to work hard. Letitia did not point at the savior goddess's behavior. She knew clearly that the savior goddess must swing the sword at her teacher, otherwise there would be no way to know what kind of existence the Lord of Ashes is. And if you can't accurately recognize the Lord of Ashes, then naturally there is no way to save the world. Yeah. The savior goddess nodded firmly, looked at Jormungandr, and the two left the living room. A moment later, a big snake appeared on the horizon. The savior goddess stood on the head of the big snake and disappeared in the firelight. Let's go, we should go to the Arkansas. The white-haired girl said coldly, left the living room, and took everyone to the alchemy which to prepare the ark. In fact, the ark prepared by the alchemist, which could not resist the burning of the ash flame, but it was enough for collecting data. The horse hooves stepped over. Shimu took out the spear of destiny, and the great sword of death. These were fake objects he made, but they were enough for him to fight. Roar! The sudden roar shook the sky, and the flames all over the earth were instantly peeping. A giant wolf walked out of the flames. He was taller than the mountain, and his limbs were enough to trample the mountain. Fenrir Wolf. This is the top monster recreated by the monster witch. It surpasses the Typhon monster and gathers all the power of the monster witch. Shimu chuckled, She-Wolf? Fenrir's dark blue pupils were cold, and her limbs were slightly lowered, making a flying move, and just when she was about to launch an attack. Lord of Ashes, don't hide. A thunderous roar came, and a dark-skinned man suddenly rushed out. He swung his fist at Akhtar. No hesitation. No hesitation. No trepidation. The world cried out in grief at this moment. The blood vessels of the density demon expanded to the extreme. Bursting with hot blood, he put all his strength into this punch, exerting the power of density to the extreme. This was his only chance to hurt the Lord of Ashes. Shimu's ruby-like pupils became brighter, and then he swung the gun of destiny in his hand to hit the incoming punch. The light drowned everything. Chapter 279. Lost? The density demon's eyes widened to the extreme, staring at the spear of destiny. His dark skin peeled off under the impact of the scorching heat, revealing the muscles and blood vessels under the skin, and then the blood vessels and muscles quickly carbonized. He would turn into ashes the moment the spear of destiny touched him. He had expected this kind of thing. If he wanted to touch an existence like the Lord of Ashes with his fist, he must be determined to give up everything. So when he threw this punch, he had already decided to let the medium that was most susceptible to the influence of the density power play a role. That is, he himself. Boom! Throwing everything into life, all the power into one direction. From the perspective of the sky, it was like a sunken abyss suddenly appeared on the earth, and everything within this range was crushed in an instant. Demon, what's your name? Horse hooves walked out of the void, and Akhtar appeared on horseback, looking at the head of the density demon floating in the air. As for other parts of the body, they had already been thrown into the previous punch. Does it still have consciousness? The density demon was first surprised that the Lord of Ashes retained consciousness in the simulated world, but soon he gave up the idea. He said his name straightforwardly. What? Of course people seem to prefer to call me the density demon. I remember you. Shimu retracted his gaze, and the head of the density demon collapsed and disappeared into the air. Roar! Fenrir Wolf reappeared, and she seemed to have escaped the attack direction at the moment when the density demon swung its fist, with an incredible speed. Shimu's ruby-like pupils were cold, and he unexpectedly did not take the initiative to attack. He was waiting for what Fenrir Wolf could do. The top monster cultivated by the monster witch herself, it gathers the power and ability of all monsters in the simulated world, possesses strong resistance to the ash flame, and has the god-killing Fang cultivated specifically. Fenrir Wolf circled around the Lord of Ashes for several times, looking for a chance to hunt the Lord of Ashes, but soon she found that the Lord of Ashes was not on guard at all, just staring at her coldly, as if urging her to act as soon as possible. This prey? No, this man didn't care about her threat at all. Thinking of this, Fenrir Wolf lowered its limbs and pounced on Akhtar, and the wolf's mouth opened, the upper jaw reached the long sky, and the lower jaw reached the earth, as if it could swallow the world. From the perspective of others, Fenrir Wolf suddenly expanded in size, and turned into a demon wolf that seemed to be able to swallow the world. The sky suddenly dimmed. It's not a metaphor. As the Fenrir Wolf opened its mouth, the sky was quickly covered, and as the wolf closed its mouth, the whole world instantly turned into a dark place. The Lord of Ashes, who was enough to burn the world, was eaten. The teacher was eaten. The savior goddess widened her eyes. She stood on Jormungandr, and could clearly see her teacher being swallowed in one bite. In response, Jormungandr gently flicked his tail, and several mountains burning with flames were flattened. The storm that was raised actually blew away the burning flames on the surface for a short time. She said in an indifferent tone, "That man can't lose like this, and the Fenrir Wolf has not been completely cultivated." The savior goddess's expression relaxed slightly, and then she heard footsteps behind her. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw the monster witch walking over. Her expression was still as cold as ever, and her posture was as charming as ever. Although she is not as mature as the savior goddess in terms of body, she gives people a dangerous and charming feeling. If the Lord of Ashes loses, isn't that a good thing? The monster witch asked back, making the savior goddess silent. It's better not to daydream. The corpse witch came over, followed by the clone witch. The savior goddess's eyes suddenly became dangerous, staring at the clone witch who had deceived her, and she felt like she would draw her sword and stab the clone witch at any time. Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, this is not the time for internal strife. The clone witch immediately spoke up and hid beside the corpse witch. We need to unite as one to defeat the Lord of Ashes. The savior goddess hesitated, and did not choose to draw her sword to teach the clone witch a lesson, but turned around dissatisfiedly and stared at the battlefield in the distance, only to see the huge and magnificent body of the Fenrir Wolf slowly shrinking. From the original state of the sky above its head, it recovered to the size of a mountain. However, when Fenrir Wolf was about to shrink its size, its body suddenly began to tremble, and a red light came out of its abdomen, as if a sun was burning fiercely. Fenrir Wolf began to roll in pain, and began to spit out hot ash flames from its mouth, including her buttocks. The painful howl was like thunder, shaking the whole world. The demon wolf that swallowed the Lord of Ashes rolled around, and its size was also rapidly expanding. It tried to spit out the Lord of Ashes, but it never worked. The red light in its abdomen showed that the ash flames were still burning. Theoretically, facing such a fierce burning of ash flames, it should have been completely turned into ashes long ago, but Fenrir Wolf still maintained a strong vitality. This was because she had a certain degree of resistance to ash flames, and also because she had a strong healing ability, and could quickly recover from her injuries. But this happened to be the source of her pain. Soon after, the painful howling of Fenrir Wolf weakened, and it lay weakly on the burning ground, with its mouth open and a tongue hanging on the ground. Shimu rode out on an 8-legged horse. It was not difficult to deal with Fenrir Wolf directly. It was nothing more than waving the gun of fate, but he was looking forward to whether Fenrir Wolf had other surprises. However, the moment Akhtar left his abdomen, Fenrir Wolf turned around and fled without hesitation, with its tail between its legs, disappearing in the flames, and its body shrank to the size of a normal female wolf, and it ran to the monster witch with grievance. The monster witch squatted down and stroked the pitiful Fenrir Wolf. She was not surprised by this result. The next step is up to you. Wait, is it our turn so soon? Jormungandr was surprised. Where are the other demons or witches? The monster witch said coldly, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to us. A steady male voice came, and a man with 4 arms and eyes on his forehead came over. Behind him were the gods. It's our turn. The god of destruction spread his 4 hands, looking at the Lord of Ashes waiting in the distance, and said, "That man is not even interested in taking action against us, which means he doesn't take us seriously, or most of his strength is invested in fighting the god of omniscience." The clone which shook her head, "This is just a simulation world." The simulation world also refers to reality. The god of destruction turned around and glanced at the gods behind him, including the god of wealth and contract, the goddess of cycles, the goddess of wisdom, the god of war, and other powerful gods. This time is different from before the time went back. All the power of the gods was gathered, except for the goddess of death and the goddess of life. Basically, all the gods who can fight join the war. That kind of thing doesn't matter. The goddess of wisdom stepped on the scales of Jormungandr and came to the side of the goddess of savior. The expression of the goddess of savior was a little unnatural. As the apprentice of the Lord of Ashes, she felt guilty when facing the gods. However, the goddess of wisdom did not show hostility. Instead, she raised her hand and gently gathered the hair by her ears, showing a very gentle smile, and said, "Goddess with the name of Savior, can you lead us to defeat the Lord of Ashes together?" She took out the long sword and pointed at the Lord of Ashes waiting in the distance. That man is the Lord of Ashes at the end of time, the enemy who blocks all existence, and his head is the honor of the Savior. The goddess of Savior was silent, clenched the holy sword in her hand, nodded seriously, and turned to look at her teacher. Seeing this, the god of destruction smiled, glanced at the goddess of fertility, and the god of growth not far away, then took out the forging artifacts with 4 hands, and rushed out with legs slightly bent. Boom! Jormungandr lowered his head slightly, and the god of destruction rushed out first, followed by the gods behind him. "I don't have much interest in you anymore." Shimu casually swung his spear, ignoring the distance limit, and directly pierced the chest of the god of destruction. The moment the spear tip was pulled out, the god of destruction turned into ashes. However, the gods who came one after another did not stop attacking, wanting to create an impossible miracle. That is, to create a person who inherits the power of the Lord of Ashes, but maintains an independent personality. Only in this way can it be possible to create an impossible miracle. To do this, they need to injure the Lord of Ashes, or create an opportunity to touch the Lord of Ashes. First, they need the goddess of pregnancy to touch Akhtar's blood or body, and then let the goddess of pregnancy give birth to the Lord of Ashes' offspring, and then let the god of growth let the offspring grow, and then the goddess of wisdom will give knowledge and give birth to the corresponding personality. This child will inherit the blood of the Lord of Ashes, the blood of the gods, and the endless blessings of the gods. He has enough resistance to resist the birth and death of the world, and lead all living beings to a new world. But the premise is to create an opportunity to touch the Lord of Ashes. No temperature world. The ice and snow goddess opened her thin lips and stretched out her hand to the Lord of Ashes, wanting to stop the Lord of Ashes' actions for a moment. "I've seen this trick." A hand stretched out from the blazing flames and grabbed the pretty face of the ice and snow goddess. The Lord of Ashes had cold red pupils, and the fingertips burst out with blazing ash flames, burning the ice and snow goddess into ashes without mercy. There are indeed many beauties in this world, but that doesn't mean he will be so merciful that he won't kill them. Except for a few people who have a good relationship with him, he won't really show mercy to the enemy. Unless the enemy can come up with a method that interests him. "Have you seen this trick?" The god of war rushed over, his smile was more excited than ever before. At this moment, he gathered the power of the gods, so strong that he felt he could smash the world with one punch. Paw! Shimu took the incoming fist with one hand, and then threw it casually, as if throwing a bowling ball, knocking away the gods who attacked from all around. "Although I don't know what you want to do." He drew the great sword of death from his waist and activated the player power. The rules of the game: survive in the world of death. With his current strength, the scope of the kingdom of death he deployed was enough to clear out most of the weak gods besieging him in an instant. However, it failed. It was enough to clear out most of the weak gods in an instant. The attack seemed to have lost its effect, and the gods continued to charge forward. Shimu was silent for a while, and changed the spell. "The rules of the game have changed. Survive in the world of ash." After the words fell, the blazing flames of ash engulfed the world, and the gods who attacked one after another turned into ashes, except for a very few gods with good strength, or gods who evacuated on the alert. The whole world seemed to be suddenly quiet. "Did you lose?" The savior goddess looked around and found that most of the gods were missing, and the original attack came to an abrupt end. Her friend Jormungandr also turned into a burning skeleton, slowly collapsing, and the situation changed so fast that she couldn't react. And she had a very subtle feeling, that is, the attack launched by the teacher was just within her tolerance. Otherwise, she should have died with most of the gods. Duh. 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 The sound of horse hooves came from the flames, and Sleipnir appeared from the flames and stopped in front of the Savior Goddess. The Savior Goddess looked up at the teacher on horseback, and felt a sense of despair that she could never win. That was not the despair she got from the prophecy, but the strong despair she felt after actually experiencing the power of the Lord of Ashes. Just one spell could destroy most of the gods, and it was extremely difficult for her to defeat a witch or a demon. Shimu looked down at his apprentice, only to see that her pretty face was red because of the high temperature, and there was a little black ash on her cheeks. He withdrew his sight, and rode away. The Savior Goddess also reacted, gritted her teeth and stood up, holding the holy sword in her hand tightly, and launched an attack on her teacher. She couldn't admit defeat, otherwise how could she cut off the eternal cycle of the world? Clang! The sword fell, bursting with brilliant sparks, passing by the back of the Lord of Ashes, and the slash that was enough to kill the devil had no effect on the Lord of Ashes at all. Shimu casually swung the spear and pierced the abdomen of the Savior Goddess, lifting her up and meeting her eyes. The Savior Goddess gritted her teeth and chopped with the holy sword continuously, trying to cause damage to her teacher, but every sword did not cause any damage to the teacher except for the numbness of her hand due to the recoil. Really stubborn. Shimu chuckled, looking at his little apprentice gritting his teeth and trying to swing the holy sword. He felt like he wanted to watch for a while longer. With the power of a player, he can fill in the value for himself with his feat, although this value depends on his development of the player, and the upper limit of magic power. But as long as he wants, he can fill in the defense that the Savior Goddess cannot cut. The Savior Goddess didn't know whether she was tired of chopping, and suddenly stopped chopping, looking at the teacher with despair and grievance. Although she knew that he was showing mercy, the scene of hanging her in the air and letting her sword chop her still made her feel very frustrated. Now it's a serious battle of life and death. Not bad, you are the first god who can chop me so many times. Shimu praised as usual, and the spear that pierced the Savior Goddess's abdomen burst into a hot flame of ash, burning his apprentice into ashes. And at this moment, perhaps it's because the teacher of the Goddess of Savior taught well, a charming female voice came, and Shimu's spear moved at the sound, and then suddenly stopped. The witch clone knelt on her knees with her hands folded on the ground. Lord Akhtar, I have admired you for a long time. The witch clone gently raised her head and whispered to Akhtar, please let me follow you. Shimu didn't speak, his ruby-like pupils were slightly bright, and the kneeling witch clone was directly burned into ashes. This old-fashioned plot of deliberately surrendering first, and then looking for an opportunity to backstab is a bit boring. Although the witch clone is indeed a beauty, there is no shortage of beauties around him, and the so-called beauty surrendering is not very tempting at all. After doing all this, Shimu retracted his gaze, and looked at the figure not far away. It was a girl with long blue wavy hair, wearing a wide witch hat, with her hands folded on her chest. She looked at him calmly with cold eyes. Unlike the fear in other people's eyes, her sapphire-like eyes were calm, as if she was not facing the Lord of Ashes. My Lord Witch of Death, I didn't expect you to come in person. Shimu's voice suddenly became gentle, without a trace of hostility. The Witch of Death put down her hands folded on her chest, and her eyes fluctuated a little. I didn't expect that the all-knowing saint could actually guide your will to this moment. Chapter 280. The next one may be the only chance. The Goddess of Wisdom turned her head, and said to the Goddess of Fertility beside her, when the Witch of Death makes a move, you must take the opportunity to attack Akhtar, and seize the opportunity to touch Akhtar. The Goddess of Fertility pursed her lips, then nodded seriously, and then saw the Goddess of Chichu appear beside her, showing a suspicious expression. Don't look at me like that, they think I have experience. The Goddess of Chichu pulled the corner of her mouth. She had brought the Goddess of Love to Akhtar, and had experience once, so everyone asked her to teleport again. The reason given was that she was very weak, and would not attract the attention of the Lord of Ashes. The Goddess of Fertility was silent for a while, and chose to accept it, although she herself felt that the plan of the gods did not seem to be very reliable, relying on her ability to breed the descendants of the Lord of Ashes, and then relying on the ash flame resistance of Akhtar's descendants to sneak into the new world. But what if the descendants of the Lord of Ashes do not have the resistance to the flame of ash, or stimulate the Lord of Ashes to burn the world into ash in advance? That is, the simulated world dares to try, otherwise the risk is too serious. On the other side, this may be the best opportunity. The clone witch turned to the corpse witch and said, leave all your believers to me. The corpse witch nodded gently and said, I hope your plan can be carried out smoothly. Failed, there is nothing we can do. The clone witch smiled charmingly, stretched out her hand and pressed on the corpse witch's shoulder, turning the corpse witch into her own clone. And by the way, let the corpse witch's believers all become clones, so that her clone stock was greatly increased. This is also the reason why it is so smooth in the simulated world, otherwise the corpse witch would definitely not want to make herself her clone. However, if her plan can succeed, then in the future there may be many people who will voluntarily become her clones, and her plan is also very simple, which is no different from suicide. That is to turn herself into the clone of the Lord of Ashes. Since the Lord of Ashes cannot be killed, a new world must be created. Then she only needs to turn everyone into clones, and then turn herself into the clone of the Lord of Ashes. Then everyone will become the Lord of Ashes, and everyone can sneak into the new world. As for losing oneself after becoming the clone of the Lord of Ashes, it depends on whether the Lord of Ashes is willing to separate them from himself after creating a new world. However, something unexpected happened. The Death Witch reached out and gently stroked the Lord of Ashes' cheek, said a few words with a gentle expression, and then turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot, without fighting with the Lord of Ashes. The Witch of Clone, Descending to the simulation world, she only came to meet the Lord of Ashes, exchanged a few words, and then went offline. She felt like she was being played by the Witch of Death. And the gods felt the same way. Didn't the Witch of Death come to fight the Lord of Ashes? The Goddess of Wonderful opened her beautiful eyes, and looked at the Goddess of Wisdom beside her. Now that the Witch of Death didn't help them attract Akhtar's attention, how could they get close to the Lord of Ashes? The Goddess of Wisdom was silent for a moment. Perhaps for the Witch of Death, it is meaningless to fight the Lord of Ashes in the simulation world. Goddess Qiqiao, Who said before that this might be the only chance? Now the Witch of Death did not fight with Akhtar, but just met and chatted with each other. The Goddess of Fertility asked softly, "What should we do now?" To be honest, she was a little lucky. Her power was to make others pregnant. If someone could not give birth to a child, they could pray to her for a child. She could use her power to increase the probability of both the praying parties to give birth to offspring. And now she actually wanted to use the power for herself, so that she could touch the Lord of Ashes and get pregnant. She would never dare to think about this before. But the gods just proposed such an outrageous plan. We can only wait for the opportunity. The Goddess of Wisdom shook her head gently. She didn't have a good idea. Originally, this plan could seek help from the three goddesses of fate and the goddess of life, but the three goddesses of fate and the goddess of life chose to refuse after hearing this plan. And at this moment, witnessed the burning world, and then tried to witness the birth of a brand new world. Shimu raised the gun of fate, and the end from the end of time began to descend, infiltrating into the world, and began to accelerate the process of burning the world. He stared at the goddess of salvation with his ruby-like pupils, as if to say that the time of salvation has come. The goddess of salvation pursed her lips, stared at her teacher, and kept trying to activate her power. The power she possessed was to save the world. If someone wanted to destroy the world, then theoretically she could create targeted power with the power of salvation. But at this moment, facing the destruction of the world, her power of salvation did not work at all. Although the magic power in her body kept changing violently every minute and every second, she never created power against the Lord of Ashes. Blood flowed from her eye sockets, and then evaporated by the high temperature. Her consciousness began to blur, and she felt that her existence was about to dissolve. However, she understood her own insignificance. Gods, demons, are so insignificant in front of the Lord of Ashes. His existence itself can overwhelm everything. If you want to defeat him, you must stand at the same height, at least at the height of omnipotence. Not to mention that she said that wanting to save the world is to fundamentally cut off the eternal cycle of the world. Enough, no need to try meaninglessly. Shimu withdrew his sight, and then swung the gun of fate. This gun was not aimed at anyone. No, it would be more accurate to say that the world was the target. The fire engulfed the world, and the gods rushing in from all sides turned into ashes in an instant, and everything turned into ashes. Then it burned along the long river of time. The burning world is not the end. The power from the end of time is constantly burning, directly burning the source history into ashes, and this process will continue to accelerate as the burning passes. In this process, the power of the burning world will continue to accumulate, and all the impurities in the old world will be eliminated. Then a new world will be born from the flames of the burning world. Sure enough, you want to interfere with the plan of the Lord of Ashes. It's unreliable. The goddess of cycles complained, and then she was burned into ashes. No wonder the goddess of life and the three goddesses of fate ignored the plans of the gods. This level of existence, even approaching, is a luxury. Neither wealth nor contracts are meaningful in this world. The god of wealth and contract sighed, drowning in the flames. Next time, he would not bother to participate in such a plan, not only because this plan is too despicable, but also because he felt powerless from the bottom of his heart. Let the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Life think about saving the world. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Iris, the Ark. This is the product of the alchemy witch's highest wisdom. It is a ship used to survive the end of the world, in order to sail to the new world in endless flames. Sister, can you succeed? Ashleigh pursed her lips and hugged Letitia's arm. She could feel the temperature rising in the Ark. At this time of doomsday, she began to be afraid. She took the initiative to hug Letitia's arm and seek the most reliable source of her subconscious. It was neither the omnipotent Lord of Ashes nor the seemingly omniscient alchemy witch, but her sister who she subconsciously believed would protect her. Letitia looked down at her uneasy sister and just raised her hand to touch her head. She knew the answer very well in her heart. Just close your eyes. Ashleigh did as she was told, and Letitia also withdrew her gaze and looked at the alchemy witch who was sitting elegantly on a chair not far away. If you are afraid, just commit suicide, the alchemist witch said with a smile, then closed her eyes. She used the philosopher's stone to build the Ark, and then kept thickening the shell of the Ark. Theoretically, there is a chance to sneak into a new world, just like a meteorite will burn due to friction during the fall, but its own material will also be refined. The Ark she built is also built in accordance with this idea. As the world continues to burn, the Ark will also be refined, so as to continuously adapt to the burning world process. If everything goes well, the Ark will descend to the new world in the form of a piece of residue from the old world. But this is only in theory. A moment later, the temperature inside the Ark soared to a level that was unsuitable for living things to survive. The two sisters, Letitia and Ashleigh, had turned into ashes. The alchemist, which also lost her body, and the simulated soul attached to the Ark, barely retaining consciousness for a moment. Then she disappeared in the flame of ash with the Ark. Known materials really can't resist the flame of ash. The regretful thought was burned out by the flame of ash. Lies within lies. By deceiving the Lord of Ashes, hiding oneself in the lies of the non-material level, and sneaking into a new world. Theoretically, it is possible to avoid the flame of ash that burns the world. However, if Akhtar had become my partner, there wouldn't have been so many problems. The figure of the goddess of lies appeared in the flame of ash, and then was burned into ashes by the flame of ash. Different people, different ideas, different means. But in the flames of the burning world, they all turned to ashes, and all the impurities in the old world were burned, until all the burning worlds were burned. Only a ball of primordial flame existed in the dark and empty world. How does it feel to burn the world with your own hands? A gentle female voice came, and a girl in a gray cloak walked out of the void. She lifted the cloak covering her head, and knelt in front of the burned primordial flame. It seems that there is no feeling. The primordial flame swayed, and a man's figure appeared from it. He sat in the flame, one hand on his knee, looking at Eden not far away, and said, "Creating according to the laws of the Lord of Ashes does not make me stronger. I am just another omniscient god." Eden raised her hand to gently gather her hair around her ears, revealing a gentle smile. "If you want to become stronger, you can only find a way to improve your worldview." Shimu walked out of the flames and sat next to Eden. The two of them were very close to each other, with their shoulders pressed against each other. Eden looked deeply at the man beside her, then calmly withdrew her gaze, pretending not to know Akhtar's little move. Chatting with Akhtar about the details of perfecting the world. Until Akhtar seemed to inadvertently put his hand on her leg wrapped in black silk, she paused slightly, and then naturally changed the subject. "What did the Witch of Death say to you before she left?" "Nothing." Shimu paused, and then gave an answer. "The Witch of Death asked me to go to hell, and then gave me the grace of death again, so that I don't have to imitate the false grace of death." Eden nodded and said, "She is the one who has the best chance of crossing the Ragnarok. It not only means that she has the power to defeat you, but her plan is the most feasible. She has relevant knowledge about the Witch of Death's plan, so she can conclude that the Witch of Death's plan is the most feasible. It is theoretically possible to survive the Ragnarok by creating a death within a death. Of course, the lies and lies executed by the Goddess of Lies also have a chance to survive the Ragnarok in theory, but the gap in strength between the Goddess of Lies and the Witch of Death is huge, so it is not enough to support the Goddess of Lies to come to the new world. So the Witch of Death is the most likely person to succeed at present. Really reliable." Shimu sighed. "If she is given enough time, maybe she can really take everyone to the new world." Eden added, "The premise is that you don't actively attack the Witch of Death. If you want the Witch of Death to be carried out smoothly, you must burn the world while Akhtar maintains a clear personality, but no one can guarantee that Akhtar's personality can last that long. I try my best. Shimu chuckled, and Eden nodded when she heard it. She wanted to get up and leave, but found that her hand was pulled away. She turned her head and looked at Akhtar, and whispered, "This is a simulated world. I just projected a trace of will, which has no meaning. If it's not a simulated world, it's okay?" Shimu asked, but Eden didn't answer, and turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. During this period, she still needs to adjust Akhtar's worldview, so that Akhtar can create a more self-consistent world, so that it can have a longer existence. Now she doesn't want to see the people around her being troubled by the mistakes of the world. What will happen when you wake up from a dream? Seeing the ceiling or the bright sunshine outside the window, no matter what it is, it makes people feel no surprise. But if a beautiful girl with long milky white hair sat on your belly, waiting for you to wake up, would you feel surprised? "Good morning, partner." Shimu blinked and greeted Sleipnir, but this enthusiasm was not responded to. Sleipnir's cheeks were slightly red, his slender legs clamped Akhtar's body, his eyes were erratic, and he didn't know how to respond. "You can't just say I want to hack you." Chapter 281. Akhtar, I have something to ask you. Sleipnir pursed his red lips, his expression became serious, and his eyes revealed a little oppression. "Do you regard me as a mount or a partner?" Shimu was slightly stunned, feeling the soft buttocks sitting on his abdomen, then met Sleipnir's serious gaze and smiled. "Of course, a partner. As a partner, isn't it strange to be ridden by you every day?" Sleipnir fiddled with the milky white long hair beside his ears, and his voice gradually became smaller, making it difficult to hear what he was saying. Shimu looked at Sleipnir, whose cheeks were getting more and more red, and pretended to be puzzled and said, "Partner, can you speak a little louder?" Sleipnir's cheeks became more red, and she moaned as if she was bullied. She leaned forward with both hands, grabbed Akhtar's clothes on her chest with both hands, and her milky white long hair slid down her shoulders and fell on Akhtar's cheek. I said, "You've been ridden for so long, it's time for me to get off you." She gritted her teeth and deliberately raised her voice. The man under her was the Lord of Ashes, and it was impossible that he couldn't hear her words just because she spoke softly, but he deliberately asked her to say it again. Shimu smiled when he heard it, then raised his hand and stroked Sleipnir's straight and slender legs, his palms brushing across her fair and delicate skin. Sleipnir's breathing became rapid, and she couldn't help but turn her head slightly. She often saw Akhtar and Letitia running to the room to spend the night in the simulation world, and she thought that she should have taken Akhtar down first, so she felt unwilling, so she decided to take Akhtar down after exiting the simulation world. But when the time came, she could no longer do it. She could only hint to Akhtar with words, instead of speaking her mind directly. However, "Partner, what do you want me to look like?" Shimu's hand slid down Sleipnir's waist, passed over the plump peaks, and landed on the rosy cheek. "Although I haven't tried it, I can still change my life form." Sleipnir's beautiful eyes widened, and then he couldn't help but hammer Akhtar's chest with his hand. This man was still deliberately mean at this time. Now she has summoned extraordinary courage. In the past, she was afraid of getting pregnant, and then she would live with the child pitifully, but now she has changed her original idea. "I thought my partner wanted me to become a stallion to ride." Shimu chuckled. With his development of the player's power, he has reached the level of being able to change his life form at will, just like choosing a race at the beginning interface, or changing to another species in the middle of the game. For him, it is just a matter of thought. Unless it is a life form that he does not recognize, or a life form that he has never thought of, he can transform it with his power. "It's fine like this now," Sleipnir said softly, and Shimu did not refuse after hearing it, but suggested, "Partner, do you need me to teach you how to ride me? Do you need to be taught to ride you?" Sleipnir was slightly stunned, and saw Akhtar smiling, lying on the bed with his arms open. "If you don't need to be taught, then I will lie on the bed and not move." "Huh, I also heard about this from the bard." Sleipnir snorted softly, and then reached out to Akhtar's shirt button. She had heard many stories from bards, including the ambiguous details about heroes and princesses, although they were all made up by third-rate bards to make a living. But now was the time to put them to use. But soon she stopped, unbuttoning her clothes more and more slowly, feeling her heart about to jump out of her throat. This kind of thing was indeed different from what the bard said. "Let me teach you." Shimu smiled gently, put his hand on Sleipnir's shoulder, and pressed her on him. And Sleipnir just turned his blushing face away, as if he had tacitly agreed to Akhtar's teaching on how to use riding. At the same time, Shark Girl Kashuk came to the door, and wanted to knock on the door to call Lord Akhtar out for dinner, but after hearing the familiar voice, her hand suddenly stopped knocking on the door. She often did this kind of thing in Lord Akhtar's room, and the noise she made was also very similar. Why didn't Sister Kashut call the teacher to get up? The savior goddess came over. She still had many things to ask the teacher, but Shark Girl Kashut grabbed her wrist and dragged her to the living room downstairs. The savior goddess looked back every few steps. She had just experienced the power of the teacher to burn the world, and now she had a lot to talk to the teacher. Lord Akhtar has something important to do now. Shark Girl Kashut explained while forcibly dragging the savior goddess away. She couldn't let the savior goddess, a child less than 1 year old, witness her teacher and Sleipnir messing around. Otherwise, it would have a bad influence on the savior goddess. Living room. Akhtar, do you have something to deal with? The Death Witch lay on the sofa, biting a piece of bread, and said casually, the horse sneaked into Akhtar's room early in the morning. It must have something to discuss with Akhtar. The plague goddess shook her head gently when she heard it, and pulled the savior goddess to her side, and then asked the savior goddess about what happened in the simulated world, and comforted the savior goddess's lost heart. She probably guessed what happened, and the content was not beyond her expectations. The savior goddess began to doubt whether she could cut off the eternal reincarnation of the world. For this reason, she comforted the savior goddess for a long time, which made her adjust her mentality. Plague goddess, you are really suitable to be a mother. The Death Witch looked at this scene, and couldn't help saying something. In response, the plague goddess just rolled her eyes at her unhappily. It is difficult for the gods in this world to have offspring. Even if they give birth to offspring, they will not be gods, because gods are essentially the side manifestation of the world. If the goddess of fertility wants to give birth to an offspring of the Lord of Ashes, she can only inherit the qualifications or related talents of the bloodline, but the unique abilities from the soul cannot be inherited, and it is impossible to give birth to another Lord of Ashes or gods. Of course, the gods do not want to give birth to another god or Lord of Ashes, but just want the goddess of fertility to give birth to offspring with resistance to the Lord of Ashes. Afternoon. The setting sun broke through the window and sprinkled on the messy bed. A girl with long white hair was seen, with her head resting on the man's shoulder. Her snow-white skin reflected an attractive luster in the sun, but the most attractive part should be the pair of slender thighs. However, it is a pity that the soles of her feet seemed to be stained with some white dirt, which fell on the arch of the foot and the pearl-like toes, making people feel a bit like a beautiful jade covered in dust. Shimu gently pushed Sleipnir away, but this subtle movement woke Sleipnir up. You can rest a little longer. No need. Sleipnir shook her head. She didn't want to separate from Akhtar yet. She was about to get out of bed together, but found that there was still something sticky on her feet. Shimu suggested, just put on your shoes? Sleipnir glanced at her high heels. If she took off her shoes, her relationship with Akhtar would be exposed, and it would be too embarrassing to leave the room with such things on her feet. Then take a shower. Shimu suggested again, and Sleipnir hooked her hands around his neck and complained, it will be sticky and uncomfortable to walk. Then I carry you over. Shimu picked up Sleipnir and took her to the bathroom. He didn't meet anyone on the way, and took her to the bathroom smoothly, washing the dirt on her hair, chest, and legs. At night, the living room was brightly lit. At the dining table, it seems that I didn't dream into the simulation tonight. The plague goddess ate dinner and asked the man beside her, what happened? The simulation world also needs to be updated, Shimu said with a smile, while picking up the barbecue in the bowl and putting it in Sleipnir's bowl. Seeing this, Sleipnir just lowered his head to eat, and did not take the initiative to join the conversation. She felt that everyone looked at her strangely, and she didn't want to talk yet. And she was still struggling with one thing, that is, the monster which wanted her to get pregnant with Akhtar's child, and then study the power of the Lord of Ashes by studying Akhtar's child. Let's not talk about her willingness to have a baby. Even if she is pregnant, she is unwilling to hand over her child for research, even though the monster witch lady should only take blood samples, and will not do dissection or the like. But she is reluctant to have her child studied, but how can she reasonably refuse the monster witch lady? It's better to update for a while. The plague goddess nodded gently, with worry on her pretty face. Now many people can't distinguish between truth and falsehood, and they don't agree with the real world. Shimu explained, there are still a few days for them to adapt to reality, and this is also a preview of the future. The plague goddess did not refute. This world will eventually move towards the twilight of the gods, so it's better to be more mentally prepared now, so as not to be too desperate before death. By the way, I plan to go to the Dragon Empire to see an old friend. Shimu suddenly changed the subject. Would you like to go with me? The plague goddess paused while eating, and a helpless expression appeared on her delicate face. Taking me with you will only hinder your date with your lover, right? She crossed her fingers and gently supported her chin. "We should just stay here." "That's a pity." Shimu said so, but there was no regret in his tone. He said that more to inform the plague goddess that he was leaving. However, "Teacher, I want to go too." The savior goddess suddenly spoke up. She wanted to stay with the teacher, and she would not disturb the teacher's date. "Yeah." Shimu did not refuse. He didn't mind keeping the savior goddess by his side, and he could teach her at the same time. "Savior, don't go with me." The plague goddess shook her head gently. Her eyes fell on the savior goddess. She needs to learn some lady etiquette and correct the bad habits she learned in the simulation world. The savior goddess wanted to refute, but seeing the plague goddess's oppressive eyes, she didn't have the courage to refute, so she had to look to Teacher Akhtar for help. But Teacher Akhtar turned his head away and pretended not to see her request for help. Now she has to save the world, but she doesn't have time to waste learning the etiquette of a lady well. This is what she complained in her heart. But she didn't dare to say it out loud. The second day. Afternoon. At the door. If you encounter danger, shout to the sky for help. Shimu rubbed the savior goddess's head, then glanced at Sleipnir and shark girl Kashut, who disappeared into the distance together. The savior goddess touched her head, with a reluctant expression on her face, but she still returned to the room with the plague goddess and the witch of death. Now she is a little looking forward to entering the simulated world in her dream. The Dragon Empire. This country dominated by dragons occupies a continent, has enviable wealth, and is also a gathering place for cultists. The headquarters of the death cult exists at the border of the Dragon Empire. Of course, the current death cult is no longer a cult, but an orthodox religion recognized by the gods, and does not need to hide in the dark side. Beach by the sea. The blue waves hit the beach, and then reluctantly faded away. The white-haired lowly walked on the beach. People of different races passed by her. No one dared to disturb her. This is not to say that she is very scary. But she is wearing the nun uniform of the death cult, which is very deterrent. Ordinary people dare not offend the members of the death cult, who were once a cult. Those who can join the death cult are very dangerous. "Little sister, are you alone?" A teasing voice suddenly came, and a shadow covered the petite body of the white-haired lowly. "Would you like to play with me?" No matter how you look at it, it's a malicious chat, especially with such standard villain words. You can tell that you will be taught a lesson by the protagonist in the story. Old-fashioned and unoriginal. Okay. The white-haired lowly raised her cheeks and looked at Akhtar, who appeared in front of her, showing a bright smile. "What is this gentleman who chatted with me going to do?" Shimu thought for a while. "Let's have a glass of juice? Shouldn't it be a glass of wine?" The white-haired lowly couldn't help laughing, but her ruby-like eyes never left the man in front of her. "I was thinking before that Sleipnir should not be willing to be controlled by the false Lord of Ashes, so the only person who can ride Sleipnir is the real Lord of Ashes." She grabbed Akhtar's wrist and walked on the beach together. "When did you come back?" "It's been a while." Shimu answered with a smile, looking at the Lolita in a white dress beside him, explaining, "I came here this time to bring your soul out of hell." The white-haired Lolita smiled sweetly, raised her hand, and gently placed it on her chest. "The gods of hell have returned my soul to me. Then there's nothing for me to do." Shimu nodded gently, and then felt the little hand holding him hard, pulling him to stop. "No, you have something important to do." The white-haired Lolita raised her hand and placed it on her chest. The sea breeze brushed across her skirt and hair, and the setting sun shone on her delicate little face. She smiled sweetly. "It's time to accompany me now." Chapter 282. "Where do you want me to go with you?" Shimu asked with a smile. He has a lot of free time now. It's not that he has nothing to do, but at his current level, he can use the player power to discuss the new world model with Eden while accompanying Evelyn. This is also the development of the player power, which can build a communication channel with anyone, and this communication channel can be divided into multiple people or individuals. So it won't delay him from doing things. "There are many places I want to go." The white-haired lowly turned around and stepped on the soft beach with her little feet, leaving a trail of footprints. She whispered to the man beside her, "If possible, I hope you can accompany me to travel around the Dragon Empire, and then go to the Human Kingdom and the Orc Kingdom, to witness every corner of this world." Shimu laughed dumbly. "That will take a lot of time. So we can only choose the most important destination." The white-haired lowly's cheeks bulged, and she said what she was thinking, "Accompany me to see my mother, and then taste my mother's cooking." She was very clear about the fact that this world was about to enter the end of the world, so she also knew that Akhtar would not have too much time to accompany her around the world, so the only thing she could do was to take Akhtar to see her mother, and then have dinner with the family. As for more, she no longer expected it. In this context of the advent of the doomsday, time has become the most precious resource, not to mention that Akhtar still needs to say goodbye to others. Do you want to taste Angelica's cooking? Shimu frowned slightly, met the white-haired Loli's puzzled eyes, and sighed in disappointment. I thought I would have a chance to taste the princess's cooking. The white-haired Lolita opened her mouth slightly, revealing a tangled expression. Want to try my cooking? Although she had learned to cook under the Dragon Empire training system, that was only the level of being able to cook, and it was impossible to compare with her mother. No! Shimu looked slightly disappointed. I heard that good friends will cook a meal for each other. That's what lovers or couples would do. The white-haired Lolita thought so, looking at Akhtar's smiling expression. Her delicate face blushed slightly, and whispered, It's not impossible. Then I wait and see. Shimu sighed and laughed. He didn't mind the white-haired Lolita's cooking skills, but just wanted to tease the white-haired Lolita, and the effect seemed very effective at the moment. Don't complain if you think it's not tasty. The white-haired Loli reminded her, and then quickly added, This is my first time cooking for someone else. Even my father has never enjoyed this treatment. Shimu nodded. I feel more excited. What do you want to eat? The white-haired Loli felt relieved and dragged Akhtar away from the beach and walked towards the market. In the Dragon Empire, there is a very developed commercial market where you can basically buy all the ingredients and even deliver meals to your door. After a while, in the market, Shimu smiled and looked at the Loli in front of him, who was wearing a nun's uniform and had long white hair. She was holding a bag in one hand, looking at the shelf beside her, and selecting the goods needed for dinner. The delicate little face revealed a serious expression, giving people the feeling of a young wife, as if she was a newlywed wife. What's wrong? The white-haired Loli also noticed Akhtar's gaze, turned her head in confusion, and then heard Akhtar's praise. You are so cute. Ah! The white-haired Lolita was stunned for a moment, then handed the bag in her hand to Akhtar, then turned around to hide her expression, and responded in a tone as natural as possible. It's really rare to hear you praise me. Really? Shimu laughed, and did not expose the white-haired Lolita's cover-up, but this scene was seen by the passing lady. She showed a tangled expression, observing the two people walking together, like a couple or a newlywed couple. The lady tentatively asked, Are you two a couple? Is it that obvious? Shimu chuckled, causing the white-haired Lolita next to her to tremble slightly, and quickly grabbed Akhtar's wrist, signaling her not to say anything more. You two seem to be a little different, the lady said politely, and Shimu nodded and looked at the white-haired Loli beside her and said, Well, my lover is more than 500 years old. Ah? The lady covered her lips with one hand, her eyes widened. This situation was completely beyond her expectations, but she quickly reacted, looked at the couple's appearance, and then made a judgment. Are you dragons and humans? I should be considered a dragon, right? Shimu chuckled, looking at the blushing cheeks of the white-haired Loli beside him, as if joking, You are not even 100 years old now. The atmosphere fell silent. The white-haired Loli angrily punched Akhtar's lower abdomen with her fist. She knew very well that Akhtar was a pure human before. Although he turned into a dragon for a while, he soon became the Lord of Ashes, and had nothing to do with dragons. It was meaningless to define Akhtar by species. This gentleman looks a little too mature. The lady asked the question in her heart, and then she saw the man suddenly changed, becoming younger than the white-haired Loli. He held the white-haired Loli's hand, and asked the lady, Now? The lady did not speak. Her eyes fell on the white-haired Loli. Her eyes revealed something hard to say. She could no longer understand this world, but she figured out one thing. This couple is very unusual, otherwise they would not be able to change their appearance and age at will. He's joking. The white-haired Loli explained in a low voice, holding Akhtar in her arms. Her delicate face flushed. Although there is indeed a little age gap, his mental state is more mature than mine. If you two are dragons. The lady shook her head hurriedly. Then it would be too narrow-minded to evaluate with human values. 500 years old can get married in the dragon tribe. The white-haired Loli explained softly. Because the number of dragons is very small, the age allowed for marriage is very early. Maybe 500 years old is not allowed to drink, but 500 years old can be allowed to get married. The lady nodded after hearing this, then looked deeply at Akhtar, apologized softly, and then left in a hurry. She was just a lady who came back from the human world to travel, and she didn't quite understand the Dragon Empire, so she subconsciously applied human concepts to the Dragon Empire. As a result, she didn't expect that a 500-year-old dragon could actually fall in love with a dragon that was less than 100 years old. The white-haired Loli looked at the leaving lady, then pinched Akhtar's cheek in dissatisfaction. This man was still playing a prank at this time. Don't say something that can easily be misunderstood. Do you mean lovers? Shimu asked back, and then he felt the white-haired lowly pinching his cheek even more dissatisfied. Shimu did not resist at all, and looked at the white-haired lowly's dissatisfied look. Forget it, lovers are lovers. The white-haired lowly turned her head away, and put down the small Akhtar in her arms. Shimu also changed back to his original appearance, and continued to choose the ingredients for dinner with the white-haired lowly. The two walked for a long time until they finished choosing the ingredients, and went to the white-haired lowly's current residence. It was a castle on the coastal cliff. The sunset was reflected on the castle, and there were two giant white dragons guarding the gate. What a luxurious life. Shimu stood in front of the castle gate and couldn't help but sigh. The value of this castle and the two dragon guards could easily buy the Iris Kingdom, and any dragon guard could destroy the Iris Kingdom. The power imbalance between countries in this world is extremely similar to the reality, to the point that people doubt whether they are civilized. You can live in the golden temple of the all-knowing God as long as you want. The white-haired lowly walked into the castle gate and said to the man beside her, "It should be easy for you to find two powerful gods to guard the gate." Shimu thought for a while. "You can try it if you have a chance." While speaking, a woman in a backless dress with an elegant and gentle temperament came from a distance. Her long white hair fell to her waist, and her slender thighs hidden under the skirt moved, outlining beautiful lines. What an unexpected guest. Yujilika pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes fell on her daughter, and then her eyes on Akhtar. The only person who can make Evelyn so close is her hero. As for her daughter's feelings for Akhtar, it was like a traditional princess in distress meeting her own hero. The relationship between the two was romantic and interesting. The hero broke into hell to bring her daughter's soul out of hell. No matter how cold and reserved a girl is, she will feel moved. The title of hero doesn't suit me. Shimu shook his head, and Yujilika stared at the man in front of her, then smiled and said, "For Evelyn, you are her hero." At this point, she walked up to the two of them, looked at Akhtar holding a bag in his hand and asked, "You brought so many dishes. Are you planning to stay for dinner tonight?" After speaking, she stretched out her slender hand and planned to take the dishes. Shimu shook his head when he saw this, handed the bag to the white-haired lowly, and explained to Yujilika, "The dragon who will cook tonight is Evelyn, and as for you, you will wait with me for the dinner made by the dragon princess." Yujilika showed an embarrassed expression and looked at her daughter. "Do you really not need your mother's help?" Evelyn hesitated, then smiled. "Mother, I have no problem. Under the education system of the Dragon Empire, her grades have always been very good. Although her cooking skills are not as good as her mother's, she is not to the extent that she cannot do it without her mother's help." In this regard, Yujilika looked at the two of them, and then showed a maternal smile. Hee hee. "So that's it? Is it for the people you admire?" The white-haired lowly did not explain, and left with the prepared ingredients. "Sir Akhtar, please come with me." Yujilika turned around, revealing her fair and beautiful back, and took Akhtar to the top of the castle, waiting for her daughter to make dinner. The top of the castle. The afterglow of the sunset passed through the clouds and fell on Angelica. She stood on the edge of the guardrail and looked at the boundless sea. The golden sunset half sank into the sea, dyeing the sea golden. "How long does Lord Akhtar plan to stay here?" she asked the man beside her, only to see the man who burned the world silent. "Maybe a few days." "A few days, for a dragon, is just a blink of an eye." Angelica smiled helplessly and whispered, "She hopes to be with you forever. Lady Witch of Death may have a way to survive Ragnarok, as long as she is given enough time." Shimu said so, giving hope in disguise. The process of burning the world is to destroy everything old, and it is also possible to understand the old world as death, and what the Witch of Death does is to hide in the death of the world and sneak into the new world. Theoretically, it is feasible. Of course, the premise is that he sits back and does nothing, and gives the Death Witch enough time to study, and collects all the souls in the world into the Death World created by the Death Witch. Otherwise, the Death Witch has no way to let everyone sneak into the new world. "Lady Death Witch, you are really amazing," Angelica praised sincerely. The more she knew about the Death Witch, the more she felt the Death Witch was amazing. Not only did she survive against the omniscient god, but she was also favored by the Death Witch, who burned the world at the end of time. And now, the Lord of Ashes has personally admitted that the Death Witch has the hope of sneaking everyone into the new world. All kinds of impossible miracles are real in the Death Witch. If I hadn't become the Lord of Ashes, Shimu chuckled, maybe the Witch of Death would have already seized the world's dominance. Angelica raised her hand and gently brushed her hair by her ear. "If you hadn't become the Lord of Ashes, would you have become the partner of the Witch of Death?" I already had a partner at that time. Shimu shook his head, and Angelica blinked, raised her hand, and put it on her chest and said, partnerships can also be dissolved. From her point of view, choosing the Witch of Death as a partner is definitely better than choosing a horse as a partner. You know, the Witch of Death is known as the strongest witch in history, and she is the top existence in terms of talent and appearance. The most important thing about a partner is to catch up with the footprints. Shimu turned around, seemingly unwilling to discuss the issue of partners. And Angelica did not discuss this topic in depth, but talked to Akhtar about the interesting things about her daughter's childhood, until the sun was about to sink into the sea, and she couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if we could have dinner together under the sunset. It would be a wonderful experience, but time. Before she finished her words, the sun that had sunk into the sea began to rise, as if time was beginning to go backwards. But that was not a miracle of time interference level. Rather, there was a greater existence that adjusted the trajectory of the sun. Then just let the sun stop. Shimu smiled and turned around. Looking at the white-haired lowly dressed as a cook, she came over with a bowl of hot soup, followed by several dragon maids. And Angelica looked at the sun in the sky, with an indescribable shock. She didn't expect that her casual words could actually make Akhtar interfere with the movement of the sun. Really an incredible man. I don't know what the god of the sun thinks. Chapter 283. What's going on? The White Dragon King stood by the bed, looking at the sun that suddenly rose backwards in the sky, and fell into a brief silence. As the partner of the sun god, he could be sure that the sun god was not responsible for the reverse rise of the sun. Most of the beings in this world's perception of time comes from the rising and setting of the sun, so the sun god did not dare to interfere with the rising and setting of the sun. Otherwise, he would be held accountable by the three goddesses of fate, who interfered with the operation of the sun. He contacted the sun god and found that the sun god did not know, but suddenly found that someone interfered with the operation of the sun, causing the sun to rise again. This kind of thing is simply a provocation to the gods. There are many things in this world that cannot be changed. For example, time is not allowed to go back, and souls in hell are not allowed to leave. The sun must rise and set according to the established rules, and the same is true for the moon. And if someone interferes with this established order, then they will surely be punished by the gods, not to mention that interfering with the operation of the sun is basically equivalent to interfering with the existing time standard. Thinking of this, the White Dragon King flew out of the window, and then opened the gate to the sky. He planned to talk to the god of the sun. He now suspected that the resurrected sun demon interfered with the movement of the sun. At the same time, in the cult of death. No wonder you miss Lionheart City so much. The puppet girl put her hands on her hips, and looked at the shark girl Kashut sitting on the chair, gritting her teeth, and said, "We are good sisters. Why didn't you tell Akhtar about his arrival? You can't blame me for this." The shark girl Kashut turned her head, and explained to the puppet girl, "How can a subordinate reveal the whereabouts of his boss? Will I spread the news of Lord Akhtar's arrival casually?" The puppet girl was even more dissatisfied. She had a better relationship with Akhtar. When Lord Akhtar was weak, she had been protecting him secretly, and even destroyed a country for him. In terms of loyalty, she was no less than him. But Shark Girl Kashut never said anything and stayed with Lord Akhtar. "But you might tell the Witch of Death, right?" Shark Girl Kashut puffed up her full chest, "and I never took the initiative to say it, which shows that I am more loyal to Akhtar." "You are loyal?" The puppet girl laughed. "You are clearly plotting against Lord Akhtar." She had known about Shark Girl Kashut's thoughts for a long time. When they first met, she found that Shark Girl Kashut was interested in Akhtar, and later, she pretended to be a little woman and stuck to Akhtar. But in fact, Shark Girl Kashut killed people without hesitation, and her personality was also very arrogant. "I can't do anything bad." Shark Girl Kashut crossed her legs and snorted. "Think about it, and you will know that I am not qualified to hurt Lord Akhtar." "How could it be possible? Did Lord Akhtar hurt you?" The puppet girl suddenly softened her voice, and came behind Shark Girl, pressing both of them on her shoulders. "Is it often or occasionally?" Shark Girl Kashut was silent for a while and lied. "I just served Lord Akhtar. Nothing happened." The puppet girl narrowed her eyes slightly, and then smiled sweetly. "Ms. Lue wants to meet with you to discuss things about Lord Akhtar." "Understood." Shark Girl Kashut stood up, walked towards the door, and soon left the room. The doll girl stood there, and thought for a long time. Originally, she didn't have any rebellious thoughts, but since Shark Girl Kashut could get the position, then she had protected Lord Akhtar for so long and did so many things for Lord Akhtar, there was no reason why she couldn't get the position. Not to mention that she still retained the memory of the future. Meanwhile, in the seaside castle, Angelica gently shook the red wine glass, her ruby eyes slightly drunk, while enjoying the sunset, eating the food made by her daughter, and watching her daughter communicate with Akhtar. Obviously, as a mother, she should leave, and give space to the two young people to love freely, but she was left by her daughter and Akhtar, and had to watch them fall in love. This feeling is not bad. Now she is very satisfied with this situation, being able to see her daughter find her lover, and have such good wine and food. Well, her daughter is surprisingly good at cooking. She is worthy of being the daughter of a genius beauty. She is a good student who has received nearly full marks in the Dragon Empire. Even her cooking is delicious. Although she is far inferior to her mother, as long as her daughter is given enough time, she will catch up with her in cooking skills sooner or later. No. She will surpass her. Mother, you seem very happy today? Evelyn put down the juice and looked at her mother, who was drunk and graceful not far away. This maturity and elegance is something she has not yet possessed. Yes, he is drunk, but he is conscious. Angelica smiled gently, her beautiful eyes shimmering, staring at Akhtar, who was not drunk at all, and said, "But he is not drunk at all, and he will leave soon." Evelyn followed her gaze, and saw Akhtar holding a knife and fork, eating lobster calmly, without any sign of drunkenness in his eyes. The red wine prepared for this dinner was sold by the Church of Dionysus. Even the strong ones with awakened abilities could not drink too much, but Akhtar had already drunk several glasses, but his eyes were still very calm. But it was very normal to think about it. Akhtar is now the Lord of Ashes, and it is impossible for Akhtar to get drunk with wine brewed in the world. Unless Akhtar voluntarily guides himself into a state of drunkenness. Can't get drunk, this may be a small side effect of the improvement of strength. Akhtar chuckled, and Angelica smiled and said in a joking tone, "It doesn't matter if you don't get drunk, the important thing is to pretend to be drunk." The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Shimu set his eyes on Evelyn, and saw her holding the juice, hiding her expression, and her ruby-like eyes were erratic. Obviously, he had thought of something. "Sir Akhtar, come and have a drink?" Angelica raised her glass and gently clinked it with Akhtar. Shimu drank the red wine in the glass, then raised his hand to cover his forehead. "I seem to be a little drunk." Evelyn, Although she knew that her mother was helping and Akhtar was very cooperative, she felt so ashamed that her toes were tapping on the ground, and her cheeks and neck were flushed. How could the Lord of Ashes get drunk with one glass? Angelica smiled gently at this, picked up the bottle on the table, and filled it with red wine, and then continued to clink glasses with Akhtar. "Being a little drunk is not enough," she said as she drank the red wine, and then watched Akhtar drink the red wine in the glass. Then she continued to clink glasses with Akhtar. In order to help her daughter, she could only guide the situation a little, otherwise Akhtar would leave the castle directly, and go to the Order of the Dead to meet old friends, and her daughter would only lie on the bed, and be happy that she met Akhtar again. For a long time, or maybe just a moment. The sun did not rise or set at the seaside, making it impossible to judge the passage of time, but Angelica's face was already flushed, her ruby-like eyes were full of drunkenness, her slender hand gently supported her chin, looking at Akhtar, who was lying on the table and completely drunk. "Daughter, take him to the room to rest." "Mother, how about I take you home first?" Evelyn looked at her drunken mother, with a hesitant expression on her face. And Angelica rolled her eyes charmingly when she heard the words, and stood up with her slender hand on the table, her footsteps slightly swayed, and then she stood up immediately. "There are plenty of people who will take me back." She waved to the dragon maid not far away, and left with the help of the dragon maid. When she was about to walk into the corner, she suddenly stopped. "Daughter, do you need to teach me some basic knowledge now?" "You don't need to teach me this kind of thing." Evelyn's cheeks flushed, and her tone of voice could not help but rise. And Angelica laughed softly when she heard it, and then left with the maid. She just had a sudden idea, but thinking that this matter was too private, she did not help her daughter. She could only see if her daughter could apply what she learned to practice. There is relevant education in the Dragon Empire, and even the postures are clearly written, so except for some dragons who don't like to learn, there is no lack of common sense in this area. "Akhtar?" Evelyn pulled back her gaze, and called out to Akhtar beside her in a low voice, only to find that Akhtar did not wake up, as if he was really drunk and did not respond at all. But as long as she thought that Akhtar might be pretending to sleep, she felt a strong sense of shame. After pushing Akhtar's shoulder, "Well, didn't wake up." Evelyn hesitated, called the maid standing by, helped Akhtar up, and asked the maid to take Akhtar to her room. As for why she didn't help him herself, it was because there was a height difference between the two. Unless she held Akhtar in her arms, the scene would be very strange, so it was better to let the maid help Akhtar leave. And she also planned to take a bottle of wine back. After the maid put Akhtar on the bed. "Princess, please enjoy your meal." The dragon maid crossed her hands on her belly, bowed gracefully, and then winked at Evelyn. After finding Evelyn's very cute reaction, she left the room contentedly. Before closing the door, she slyly winked at Evelyn, and then was glared at by Evelyn with blushing cheeks. Her Highness is still as cute as ever. After the door closed, the sun outside the window suddenly fell, as if the invisible hand holding the sun suddenly loosened, allowing the night to finally fall into the world. The bedroom was terribly quiet. Why did things turn out like this? Evelyn bit her lower lip lightly. Of course, she knew what to do now, but it didn't mean she had enough courage to do such a thing. Fortunately, she was well prepared. Evelyn took out the red wine she brought back from the dinner, then looked at the night outside the window, and immediately took a big sip of red wine, then couldn't help coughing a few times. It was her first time drinking, and she was a little too anxious. But she quickly adjusted her mentality, and drank the whole bottle of red wine. As the bottle fell, it rolled on the ground for a few rounds. Evelyn felt drunk for the first time. She walked a few steps to the bed, and then her consciousness stopped abruptly, and she lay on the soft bed. Shimu opened his eyes, and looked at Evelyn, who was sleeping on the bed. He adjusted her body, and then covered her with a quilt. He leaned against the head of the bed, and looked at the puppet girl, who was sticking out of the window, and said, "Puppet, what's the matter?" "Lord Akhtar, did I disturb you?" The puppet girl asked, only to see Akhtar shook his head, and looked at Evelyn, who was mumbling beside him. Then he said to her, "Let's talk about it tomorrow." "Yes." The doll girl certainly had no objection, and pulled back her head, leaving space for Akhtar and the little dragon princess. The next day, the sky was slightly bright. Evelyn frowned slightly, then opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Akhtar's sleeping face. She was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, checked her body, and found that she was not only well dressed, but also had no discomfort. "What happened last night?" "I just vaguely remember that I drank a bottle of wine, and then my consciousness became blurred." Why was she so stupid as to finish a bottle of wine last night? Evelyn, who was sitting on the bed like a duck, showed a tangled expression. She should be very clear that she would be completely drunk after drinking a bottle of wine, but she drank the whole bottle of wine in a fit of excitement. "Awake?" A teasing voice suddenly came, causing Evelyn's delicate body to tremble slightly, and she quickly looked at Akhtar, who had already woken up. The two looked at each other for a moment. "It's still early, you can rest for a while." Shimu glanced at the rising sun outside the window, and then teased Evelyn, "I didn't expect you to get yourself drunk." Evelyn's cheeks bulged slightly, and she saw Akhtar smiling and stretching out his finger, poking her cheek, and then there was a sound of leaking air. The choice made after drinking is to despise yourself. Shimu's palm gently stroked Evelyn's cheek. After all, the choice is only valuable when both parties are clear-minded. Hesitation. Uncertainty, shyness, that is the result of not being firm enough in the choice. Evelyn grabbed Akhtar's hand and smiled gently. "The answer has long been known. The moment you went to hell and took my soul out, there was no other answer. Before meeting Akhtar, her life had different possibilities, but from the moment Akhtar promised to take her soul out of hell and really did it, her choice was very clear. There could be no other choice. At that time, I also took out the soul of Angelica." Shimu tilted his head and thought, "Then Angelica also." Before he finished speaking, he was bitten hard by Evelyn, making him unable to say anything because the place where he was bitten was his mouth. Chapter 284. Afternoon. Evelyn nestled in Akhtar's arms, the dragon tail spreading out from behind her hips resting on Akhtar's waist. With the occasional swaying of her breathing, the white scales could be vaguely seen. The setting sun outside the window just happened to shine on the two of them, only to see messy clothes scattered under the bed, and the air still lingering with the smell of lust. "Are you tired?" Shimu lowered his head, and fell on Evelyn's body. Her body was pressed against him, and her petite chest was squeezed flat. The white dragon tail shook weakly, as if responding to Akhtar's words. Shimu subconsciously reached out, and gently stroked the white dragon tail, his palm sliding over the dragon scales. This tail was very active before, changing into different shapes with the owner's mood, occasionally tensing up suddenly, and then suddenly falling down weakly. "Why do you like me to keep my tail?" Evelyn raised her cute little face, her tail shook unconsciously, and she shook off the teasing hand. She was very tired now. If Akhtar continued to play with her tail, it might arouse Akhtar's interest, and cause her to take no rest time at all. "Without a dragon tail, how can I know you are a dragon girl?" Shimu replied, and Evelyn showed a helpless expression when she heard it, and shook off the hand that was stroking her tail, and then took back the dragon tail, completely turning back into a human. Then he asked Akhtar, "Does Sleipnir have to leave a ponytail, so that we can know she is a horse girl?" Shimu was stunned when he heard this, and then fell into deep thought. Then he felt like he was bitten. The position was his mouth, and he couldn't say anything. He only saw Evelyn staring at him with dissatisfaction, as if scolding him for thinking about others at this time. But when Evelyn noticed that Akhtar's eyes had changed and his hand unconsciously brushed across her back, the reprimanding eyes instantly changed to panic. It was already afternoon. And at this moment, knock knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by Angelica's voice. Her voice was as gentle and elegant as always, but this time it was mixed with a little teasing, as if she knew everything that happened in the room. "Mother is here to see us." Evelyn pushed Akhtar away, and sat on the bed like a duck. Her long white hair slid down her shoulders, just covering her two straight peaks. Then she stretched out her hand to Akhtar. "Get up, my hero." Shimu held Evelyn's hand, and then got out of bed together, and after putting on the clothes scattered around the bed, pushed open the door. Angelica turned her head and looked at the two people in the door, then bent her knees slightly, helped her daughter to tidy up her hair, and said softly, "After taking a bath, come to eat." At this point, she added, "Considering that the end of the world is coming soon, it is better not to have children for the time being, otherwise the child will only face the end of the world when he comes to this world." Evelyn's pretty face flushed instantly. She didn't expect her mother to say this, but she had to admit that it made sense. "Then I won't bother you." Waving her hand, Angelica turned gracefully and disappeared at a corner not far away. In theory, she shouldn't care too much, but with her daughter by her side, she couldn't help but say a few words. Shimu and Evelyn looked at each other, then followed the maid to the bathroom, and took a bath carefully inside and out. Then we went to the top of the castle. This dinner was richer than last night. It was prepared by Angelica herself, apparently to help her daughter recover as soon as possible. At the same time, in the capital of the White Dragon clan, the palace, clang. The wine glass fell from the throne, and the red wine flowed down the steps, but the White Dragon King on the throne did not care about such a small matter. He widened his eyes, and stared at the maid who was reporting in front of him, revealing a trembling sense of oppression. "Someone didn't come out of my daughter's room all night." The maid trembled slightly, then nodded. She reported this crucial news in time last night, but she never got a response from the White Dragon King. She thought the White Dragon King didn't care about such a small matter. There are not many people who keep themselves clean in the upper echelons of the Dragon Empire. Many princes or princesses not only have many lovers, but also have ambiguous relationships between brothers and sisters. So she thought that the White Dragon King didn't care about what happened to the little princess. "Who is that man?" The White Dragon King showed a distressed expression of an old father. After all, that bastard cheated his most precious daughter, and his daughter had a good relationship with the Lord of Ashes, and also relied on the relationship with the Lord of Ashes to establish contact with the death cult. Now that she was cheated by an unknown bastard, the matter was very serious. Not only would the attitude of the death cult change, but also the attitude of the Lord of Ashes, who existed at the end of time, would change. The dragon maid shook her head. She didn't know who the man was, and she had never had close contact with him. She just knew that there was this information. The White Dragon King stood up, and then disappeared on the spot. He planned to go and see in person which bastard cheated his most beloved child. After a while, the afterglow of the setting sun fell on the castle, and the figure of the White Dragon King emerged. His performance changed from anger and questioning to a generous look very naturally. "It was you who stopped the sun last night, right?" He stood at the edge of the castle, and spoke to Akhtar at the dining table. "You investigated very quickly." Shimu invited the White Dragon King to sit down, and the two raised their glasses, and clinked them, and began to chat. Both parties tacitly did not discuss Evelyn's affairs. But Evelyn looked a little unnatural. She held the juice in both hands, lowered her head, and did not speak. With her intelligence, she certainly knew why her father came. And Angelica's reaction was very calm. Her slender thighs under the dress overlapped, and she gently shook the red wine glass in her hand. Her eyes fell on the doll girl, who was looking out from behind the guardrail, revealing a little smile. After Akhtar came to the headquarters of the death cult, the spying from the death cult never stopped, but they never appeared to disturb the relationship between Akhtar and Evelyn, which was very patient. After a while, "Akhtar, have you gotten rid of the restrictions of the Lord of Ashes?" The White Dragon King asked the most concerned thing. "The biggest crisis in this world is Ragnarok. If Akhtar can get rid of the restrictions of the Lord of Ashes, then everything. Well, it seems that there is no way to stabilize it. As long as there is no Ragnarok crisis, the conflict between gods and demons will soon break out, and this world may still be destroyed. Unless someone can use overwhelming power to subdue everyone. If I get rid of the restrictions of the Lord of Ashes, Shimu said in a joking tone, I should be in the Temple of Omniscience now. The White Dragon King smiled, drank the red wine in the cup, then stood up, looked at his daughter Evelyn and said, You should go home occasionally, and let your brothers and sisters see your lover. After saying that, he merged into the sunlight and left, so fast that it was almost unnoticeable. This is the strength of the Sun God's companion, who can merge into the sunlight and move at any time. In theory, as long as the sunlight shines, it can be transferred to any place at any time. I can accompany you to see them when there is a chance. Shimu smiled at Evelyn, supported the table and stood up and said, But now it's time to see the old friends. I go with you. Evelyn also stood up and explained to Akhtar, I know where they are. Shimu certainly had no objection. After saying goodbye to Angelica, the two left the castle together, and went to see the old friends of the death cult. There are only two people in the death cult who retain memories of the future, that is, Shark Girl Kashut and Doll Girl. However, when he goes to see the members of the death cult, it is not necessary for all the members of the death cult to retain their memories. As long as he remembers, it is enough. And Angelica looked at the two people in the distance, holding her chin with one hand, and sighed melancholy. If this world is to be burned by Akhtar himself, then everything that is happening now is just Akhtar's farewell to the past. It's really a bit sad. After a while, in a room with closed doors and windows, Lu Wei crossed her hands, gently held her chin, stared at Akhtar opposite her, and slowly said, I have always had a question. What question? Shimu sat on a chair, and next to him was Evelyn, who was sitting in a dignified posture. The two were very close, indicating a close relationship between them. Why didn't I keep my memory of the future? Lu Wei asked the question in her heart. In the future, she was praised as the head of the death cult, and her role was much more important than that of the puppet girl and the shark girl Kashut. Moreover, she was the person chosen by Akhtar to command the death cult. No matter how you look at it, you should keep your memory of the future. You have to ask the Witch of Time, Shimu explained, who keeps the memory of the future, and who doesn't depends on the subjective decision of the Witch of Time. She thinks that Evelyn's memory of the future can affect my choice, so she will keep Evelyn's memory, and if she thinks it is irrelevant, she will not keep it. Lu Wei frowned, and then sighed. I also want to keep my memory of the future, otherwise it feels like I have died once, and if I can know the specific information of the future, it can also help me make specific decisions. After the prediction of the three goddesses of fate, she naturally took the position of the head of the death cult, which prompted her to want to know about the future information very much, and the more she understood, the more she felt something was wrong. Why did even the shark girl Kashut keep her memory? As someone who decides the future war situation, she didn't keep any memory of the future, and felt that she was looked down upon by the Witch of Time. Maybe the Witch of Time thinks that our relationship is not good. Shimu guessed so, and then added, maybe the Witch of Time asked you beforehand if you want to keep the memory of the future. Lu Wei looked at the little princess of the dragon clan. Evelyn saw this, and immediately understood the meaning of Lu Wei's eyes. She shook her head gently. The Witch of Time didn't ask me if I wanted to keep the memory of the future. Lu Wei snorted. Anyway, I'm just a worker, and I have no value in the eyes of the Witch of Time. Personally, our relationship is pretty good. Shimu said with a smile, I admire your talent very much. If one day in the future I can survive Ragnarok, I will still entrust you with important tasks. Lu Wei, She had no doubt that Akhtar would entrust her with important tasks, because the cult of death was also Akhtar's power in a sense. Unless the conflict between the Witch of Death and Akhtar was irreconcilable, the cult of death was the easiest force for Akhtar to command, and she, as the head of the cult of death, would naturally be reused. But she couldn't be happy about it at all. The Witch of Time is not Akhtar after all, and it is impossible to know who Akhtar values more. Evelyn also spoke to comfort her at the right time. She still recognized Lu Wei's talent very much, and hoped that Lu Wei could feel better, and not worry about whether to keep her memory. In response, Lu Wei rolled her eyes gently, then stood up gracefully, pulled the chair away, and then walked out the door. Come on, I take you to see the Tiger King. Don't you want to see the puppet first? Evelyn asked in confusion. It would be more reasonable to see the puppet girl, who retained her memory first. Lu Wei said casually. She is still preparing a little surprise. After the puppet girl found out that Akhtar had arrived, she began to prepare the so-called surprise. But she herself didn't know what surprise the puppet girl had prepared. And she didn't plan to explore it. After a while, in a cave in the forest, the Tiger King was wearing a pair of shorts, lying on a stone bench, grabbing a leg of lamb that had not been roasted yet, and eating it raw. Not far away, there was a live lamb with a missing leg, locked in an iron cage, bleeding. It can be predicted that this lamb will lose another leg later. "Ha, rare guest, I didn't expect you to come to me." The Tiger King paused while eating the lamb leg, looking at the three people who came in with surprise. His eyes first fell on Lu Wei with short blue hair, then on Evelyn with long white hair, and then on the strange man. The two sides' eyes met for a moment. "Lord Akhtar, welcome, welcome." He suddenly showed a happy smile, stuffed the lamb leg into his mouth, leaving only a small section of the lamb foot, and swallowed it together with the bones and meat, so fast that people couldn't react. Shimu was surprised and said, "Do you still have memories of the future?" "Of course not." Tiger King did not hide anything and said truthfully, "I think there is only one man in the world who can make Lu Wei respectful, and the little dragon princess is full of your scent. As expected of a bishop-level figure of the Order of Death." Shimu chuckled, "Your reaction speed is really fast enough." Tiger King scratched his head and said, "No one else dares to have so many scents on the little dragon princess. Anyone with a slightly sharp nose can guess it." Evelyn, She had already taken a bath very seriously, so why didn't she feel that Akhtar's scent was still on her body, but she didn't intend to get to the bottom of it. She just watched Akhtar and Tiger King communicate for a while, and then left the cave. Then they went to see Granny Seth, Coil, Princess Lilith, Alistair and others in turn. Until it was getting dark, Lu Wei looked at the night, and then found a reason to persuade Evelyn to go back. And she took Akhtar to the Puppet Kingdom, where the puppet girl was. Puppet Kingdom. This is a world that does not exist in reality. It is the embodiment of the vision in the heart of the puppet girl. It is a world composed of puppets. At the moment of entering, thousands of puppet maids led the hall in an orderly manner, and bowed to Akhtar, who entered the hall. "Lord Akhtar, welcome to the Puppet Kingdom." The puppet girl appeared behind Akhtar at some point, leaning close to him and whispering, "Please witness the surprise I prepared for you." Since it's a surprise for Akhtar. Lu Wei put one hand on her waist, showing a look of disgust. "Then I won't stay." "Don't worry." The puppet girl took a step back and smiled at Lu Wei. "I also prepared a gift for you, as long as you..." Lu Wei shook her head coldly. "Can you change the gift to share the work for me?" The puppet girl pretended not to hear, and in Lu Wei's unhappy expression, she called a puppet maid and took her Lu Wei out of the hall. She did prepare a gift for Lu Wei, a manuscript about witches or demons from all over the world, which was very valuable. After doing all this, "Lord Akhtar, please come with me." The puppet girl retracted her gaze and smiled at Akhtar. "I will take you to witness the ultimate in puppet technology. 1,000 looks, 1,000 styles, 1,000 loves, 1,000 whispers." Chapter 285. "Lord Akhtar, do you like my gift?" A gentle and respectful voice came into his ears. Shimu opened his eyes, and saw a girl with black hair like a waterfall, kneeling gracefully beside him, smiling and looking at him. He did receive a gift last night, but that gift was the puppet girl herself. "It's really a very unique gift," Shimu commented, while observing the surroundings, only to see puppets with moving figures being dragged into the void by imperceptible silk threads, and disappearing silently. And these puppets with moving figures are all carefully prepared gifts by the puppet girl, gathering thousands of beautiful things, thousands of customs, and thousands of whispers of puppetry. As for the black-haired girl kneeling beside her, she was the original appearance of the puppet girl, and she was also the master who moved all the puppets belonging to the puppet girl. Reality. "Can I understand that you are satisfied?" The puppet girl leaned down, her long black hair slid down her shoulders and fell on Akhtar's face, and whispered softly, "If there is anything you are not satisfied with, Lord Akhtar, just let me know, but please don't ask me to create a puppet that is the same as the Witch of Death. With the ultimate puppet technology, she can have the beauty of anyone, but that is only in theory. If you dare to use a puppet that looks like the Witch of Death, it is no different from suicide. Can others do it?" Shimu stood up and said casually, and the puppet girl was silent after hearing this, and whispered a few words to Akhtar's ear. Shimu's expression became subtle. He didn't expect the puppet girl to be so bold. "Lord Akhtar, are you going to stay?" the puppet girl asked with a smile, but her body was very obedient. She put on the clothes she had prepared in advance for Akhtar. "It doesn't matter if it's a few days or a few years. As long as Lord Akhtar is willing, I'm willing. There's not a few years now." Shimu shook his head gently, and the puppet girl was not disappointed when she heard it. She just put on Akhtar's shirt and changed the subject at the same time. How long does Lord Akhtar plan to stay in the death cult? Shimu thought for a while. Maybe a few days. Then will you go to see the Lord Witch of Death? The puppet girl asked. Shimu nodded when he heard it. He really needed to see the Witch of Death, and confirm the kingdom of death created by the Witch of Death. If he could be sure to take everyone to a new world, then he would have another choice. A few days later. This world has changed a lot. Many people began to openly believe in witches and demons, and move the thoughts and beliefs born in the simulated world to reality. This indirectly led to the subtle style of this world. Many people applied everything they learned in the simulation world to themselves, and directly transformed themselves into alchemical puppets, or new life forms such as elemental life, monsters, and corpses. Among these many life forms, corpses are the most common choice. However, what's the good of choosing to be a corpse? The corpse witch lay on the table, looking listless. She said, as if complaining, I can't help them get through the Ragnarok. Who made your threshold for obtaining power the lowest? A cold female voice came, and the moon witch looked sleepy, holding a thick stack of documents, and walked over. Seeking the power of other demons or witches requires certain prerequisites, but you only need a living corpse. At this point, she added another sentence. And turning into a corpse does not prevent them from seeking other powers. The corpse witch became even more listless after hearing this. But she admitted that what the moon witch said was true. Nowadays, so many people actively turn into corpses, just because the threshold is very low. As long as you are a living person, and have your own fresh flesh, you can turn yourself into a corpse. Of course, this does not mean that you can gain very strong power after turning into a corpse. It is purely because many people in the simulation world choose to become corpses, and have accumulated a lot of experience on how to make corpses stronger. Otherwise, turning directly into a corpse may not be able to beat a dog. If you have nothing to do, bring Akhtar to hell. The moon witch suddenly said, facing the surprised eyes of the corpse witch. She explained coldly, the man is in the death cult, you just need to bring him to the death witch. The corpse witch's focus is a bit subtle. Why does it feel like everyone knows that Akhtar has arrived? The death witch told me. The moon witch said expressionlessly, and that man didn't pay much attention to hiding his whereabouts. As for the whereabouts of Akhtar, anyone with a little keen information can know the information about Akhtar's arrival, but because the information about Akhtar's arrival is too terrifying, most people who know it choose to conceal it. Okay, I go and call Akhtar to hell. The corpse witch deliberately lengthened her voice, as if she was talking about something serious. The moon witch simply nodded slightly upon hearing this, then turned and left the castle. She was now in the lowest level of hell, assisting the goddess of death, and the witch of death in creating a world of death within death. The cult of death. Beachside. Shimu was lying on a chair, holding a glass of juice, looking at the people on the beach not far away. He saw Shark Girl Kashut throwing up a volleyball, then hitting it hard, and the air exploded, as if it was shot out like a cannonball. Evelyn on the opposite side subconsciously raised her hand, and then hit it hard, and the volleyball exploded directly, and there was no way to withstand the huge force from Shark Girl Kashut. The material is not good. Shark Girl Kashut commented like this. She had already restrained her strength, but the quality of the volleyball was still not good. Well, why not swim? Evelyn thought for a while, and her eyes fell on the endless sea. The sunset dyed the sea red, as if the sun had set the entire sea on fire. And in the sunset scenery, a small black dot quickly enlarged, and it became clear after a moment. It was a mature woman with white bandages all over her body, with long aqua blue hair hanging down to her waist, and a pair of slender thighs stepping on the sea without a ripple. What an enviable life. The corpse witch walked ashore, glanced at the people playing volleyball not far away, and then set her eyes on Akhtar lying on the bench, showing a wicked smile. It's a pity that your time is up. It's time to go to hell. When did you change your job to become an apostle of hell? Shimu sat up straight, and put the juice on the table beside him. The corpse witch asked with a smile, so what is your choice? Let me say goodbye, okay? Shimu asked while walking towards everyone. After explaining the reason, he went to hell with the corpse witch. The bottom of hell. The god of hell sat at the dining table, looking expressionlessly at the two people who suddenly appeared in front of him, and twitched his lips, and said, Corpse witch. And Lord of Ashes? Although that is true. Shimu smiled gently, but we are old friends, you can just call me Akhtar. Who is your old friend? The god of hell thought so, he was cheated badly because of Akhtar. If the witch of creation had not cooperated with the gods later to remove his alienated state, he would still be experiencing the torture of living a life worse than death. Heater, why did you appear in hell? He forced a smile. Of course, it's to burn hell, Shimu said nonchalantly, looking at the god of hell's eyes suddenly alert and horrified. He changed the subject. Just think about it, and you know it's impossible. God of hell, The knight who dared to break into hell has now become evil, but he has no way to deal with it. Who can stop him? The other party is the Lord of Ashes, who can press him to the ground and rub him. Please don't make such jokes. He raised his hand to cover his forehead, his voice revealing fatigue. My current mental state can't stand the tossing. Although he has been relieved of his alienated state by the Witch of Creation, his mental state is still problematic and must take a long time to heal himself, just like the weak state after being sick. Then I won't toss you. Shimu smiled, came to the dining table, and pulled out a chair to sit down. The Witch of Corpses not far away saw this, and naturally sat next to Akhtar. Her relationship with Akhtar. It seems to be very close. The two sides have had negative distance communication in the simulation world. I still have work to do. The god of hell stood up suddenly, then glanced at the food on the table that had not been touched for a few bites, and then resolutely chose to leave the living room. He did not want to get too close to Akhtar. Theoretically, there was no danger for him to get along with Akhtar now, but it was like a normal person having dinner with a tiger. No one could guarantee that the tiger would only eat the food on the table, and would not choose to eat you by the way. So the wisest choice was to leave. Am I that scary? Shimu asked the corpse witch, and saw the corpse witch carefully look at him, and then gave a conclusion. Sometimes you are quite scary. Shimu asked, For example, you like to tear off the bandages on my body. The corpse witch raised her hand, and gently placed it on her chest. She remembered everything that happened in the simulated world, and the man tore off her bandages with his own hands. Then I will slowly untie it next time. Shimu said so, and he heard footsteps coming from far to near. When he turned his head, he saw the death witch standing in front of him, and the goddess of death was beside him. Untie what? The death witch's cold voice was filled with a hint of doubt, and her sapphire eyes reflected Akhtar's expression. The death goddess showed an interested expression, and was curious about how Akhtar would answer. Untie the knot in my heart. The corpse witch suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. She casually flicked her long blue hair, and said in an extremely natural tone, Before I became a witch, I had a knot in my heart that was difficult to let go, and Akhtar planned to slowly help me untie it. Shimu was silent for a moment, and nodded affirmatively. That's right. That sounds like something a hero would say. The goddess of death chuckled, but didn't expose the truth. After all, Akhtar is now the Lord of Ashes. As long as this man doesn't burn the world to ashes, no matter what Akhtar does, it can be forgiven. Not to mention communicating with a witch, even communicating with a goddess is not a problem. Let's talk about serious matters. The Witch of Death chose to change the subject and calmly told Akhtar the purpose. I need to confirm whether the world of death and death can withstand the burning of the flame of ash. Shimu nodded. Lady Witch of Death wants me to burn the world of death and death with ash. It would be better if the world could be burned directly. The Witch of Death gave an unexpected answer. While you ensure that there is humanity, try to burn the world as many times as possible, so that we can get. Shimu was silent for a while, looked at the goddess of death, and said, Did you come up with this plan? Why do you suspect that I came up with this plan? The goddess of death felt insulted, and then smiled again. Such a cold and extreme plan was of course proposed by your Lady Witch of Death. As expected of Lady Witch of Death, you can come up with such a reasonable plan. Shimu changed the subject. Goddess of Death, If she said she proposed it herself, wouldn't that make her cold-blooded? This guy still favors the people around him as always. It's okay to burn the world a few more times while I keep my humanity. Shimu picked up the unopened bottle on the table, broke it with his bare hands, and then poured 3 glasses of wine. But burning the world multiple times is too much trouble, whether it is the gods or ordinary people. He asked the Witch of Death. Is there a milder plan? In fact, he could understand the Witch of Death's idea. Even if he burned the world, he just had to reset the time. The benefits were undoubtedly generous. But for those who could not keep the memory of time reversal, it was no different from real death. You can just burn the world of death and death. The Witch of Death did not force it, and directly said the second best plan. She did think that burning the world several times in reality would allow her to collect relatively reliable data, but she also knew that most people would find it difficult to accept this plan. Although in theory this plan maximizes benefits, as long as it succeeds, everyone can survive. But for ordinary people who cannot keep their memories in time reversal, it is essentially no different from death. Okay. Shimu agreed. He had plenty of time to accompany the Witch of Death to slowly experiment. The Goddess of Death also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She was really worried that Akhtar would agree. Although the plan of the Witch of Death seemed to maximize benefits, it was still difficult for most people to accept. At this moment, the simulated world suddenly opened. It's adjusted really quickly. Shimu sighed. Although he didn't enter the dream, he could still feel the changes in the world with his strength. This ability came from his player power. As long as there were any changes in the game of the world, he could know and understand it in a similar way to the announcement. Akhtar, you may really need to burn the world. Eden walked out of the void and took off the cloak on his head. If you only build a new world at the end of time, there will be many mistakes and omissions in the construction of the world view that are difficult to make up for. Chapter 286. Creating a new world at the end of time? The Goddess of Death frowned and stared at Akhtar and asked, Do you already have a solution to Ragnarok? The Witch of Death also looked curious when she heard this. She was not surprised that Akhtar had the ability to cross over and solve the Ragnarok crisis. Now Akhtar can project his existence into the past, so even if he has the ability to solve the Ragnarok crisis, it is understandable. It would be great if there is a way to solve it smoothly. The Witch of Corpse patted her chest. Her sapphire eyes revealed expectation. Although she had already prepared herself to be burned to ashes by Akhtar, it is better to not die. The current solution is just theory. Shimu showed a helpless expression, looking at the eyes of everyone and explained, Now I am not absolutely sure that I can solve the Ragnarok crisis. He turned his head and looked at Eden. Our current plan is to create a relatively stable world model in the future, and then I will create everything at the end of time. The Witch of Death nodded and asked the most concerned question, Is the world created by the power of the Lord of Ashes the world you expect? She knew something about the power of the Lord of Ashes. The essence is that the world created by the omniscient God has errors and omissions, which leads to the emergence of a correction mechanism to clear all the errors and omissions of the old world, and then everything starts over. And this correction mechanism is the essence of the Lord of Ashes. He is both the destroyer of the old world and the creator of the new world, but the underlying model for creating a specific world can only come from the power of the Lord of Ashes. At present, it seems to be the power related to fire, just like the preface of creation woven by Akhtar, which is sensitive, hot and cold, life and death, etc. But such a world should not meet Akhtar's expectations. So I need to exert my power to the extent of surpassing the Lord of Ashes. Shimu stretched out his hand and opened his 5 fingers. It is not the Lord of Ashes who creates the world, but the player's identity to create the world. The Witch of Death nodded calmly and asked, Then have you exerted the player's power to the degree of omnipotence? Today, Akhtar has 2 powers. One is naturally the power from the Lord of Ashes. This power represents a complete world model. As long as you have the identity of the Lord of Ashes and fully master the power of the Lord of Ashes, you can create a new world. The other is Akhtar's unique ability. This ability represents Akhtar's desire to exist as a person, and also represents Akhtar's self-existence, but this ability requires Akhtar to exercise himself and gradually grow to the degree of omnipotence. I will push the player's power to the height of omnipotence as soon as possible. Shimu smiled. He could definitely push the player's power to the height of omnipotence. This was not because he was overconfident in his talent, but simply because he stood at the height of the Lord of Ashes. It was basically not difficult to push the player's power to the height of omnipotence. If you want to grow to the height of omnipotence as soon as possible, the Witch of Death expressed her understanding, you need to clarify the scenery of the world in your heart, what you want the world to look like in your eyes. Her sapphire eyes revealed seriousness. The essence of all human abilities is one's own wishes, and knowing what the world will be like after one's wishes are fulfilled is the most critical part of growing to omnipotence. The Goddess of Death chuckled and glanced at Akhtar and said, This man should have confirmed what kind of world he wants long ago, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Eden for help. The Witch of Death shook her head. He just wants to create a more stable world, which doesn't mean that it is the world in his mind. Lady Witch of Death really understands me. Shimu admitted frankly, and then shook his head again, but creating a relatively stable world is indeed what I want in my heart. The Witch of Death did not speak, but just nodded gently. She just wanted to tell Akhtar how to achieve omnipotence as quickly as possible, and she didn't care what kind of world Akhtar wanted to create. And everything said now is based on assumptions. No one can guarantee that Akhtar's humanity will not be exhausted before reaching omnipotence, and there is no way to guarantee that Akhtar can create the world with player power. Oh, this is really enviable. The corpse witch clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention. Having the all-knowing saint help deduce the New World model, and the death which personally guiding, this treatment is really unique. She guided the topic as if nothing had happened. But what exactly is the burning world that the all-knowing saint said? Eden explained in a gentle voice, if we only create a new world at the end of time, the past history will still exist. If someone disturbs the past history, it will affect the new world. Her eyelids drooped slightly. Preserving the history of the past will have obvious errors and omissions, making the new world unstable. If the Witch of Time or the demons from outside the world continue to exist, the new world will soon usher in the twilight of the gods. The corpse witch asked subconsciously, can't we stand in the time period of the world's alternation and block everyone from peeking into the past? Yes. Eden gave an affirmative answer, but those who isolate this time period will face the pressure of all those who can interfere with time in the future. As time spreads to the more distant future, more and more strong people and geniuses will be born, and sooner or later they will try to cross the wall of time. The corpse witch asked again, if the birth of the strong is suppressed. Before she finished speaking, she quickly fell silent, and suddenly realized that she had made a choice almost the same as the omniscient God, that is, to suppress the later ones, and prevent them from growing to the corresponding height to threaten their safety. There's no point in discussing this. Shimu shook his head, his eyes on the Witch of Death. If the plan of the Witch of Death goes smoothly, then there will be basically no problem. What do you mean the plan of the Witch of Death goes smoothly? The Goddess of Death put one hand on her waist, and said unhappily, this is clearly a plan that the Witch of Death and I have jointly implemented. Sorry. Shimu apologized unexpectedly straightforwardly, and then offered compensation. If the plan goes smoothly, I will still support you to be the Goddess of Death after the new world comes. Goddess of Death, eh? Why does it sound like she doesn't feel happy at all? She had to work overtime all the time in the old world, and she still has to work overtime in the new world. Then what was the point of her efforts to cross the Ragnarok? Come with me, let's experiment on burning the world of death in death. The Witch of Death turned around and planned to take Akhtar to the experiment. However, can you wait a moment? Shimu showed an embarrassed expression, looking at the Witch of Death, with a cute puzzled look on her face. I also want to meet a friend. The Witch of Death nodded, and then asked calmly, when are you free to accompany me in the experiment? Shimu gave an accurate answer, 2 days later. Upon hearing this, the Witch of Death stared deeply at Akhtar, stretched out her finger and poked Akhtar's chest. The dark blue flame burned on the white finger, leaving a mark on Akhtar's chest like ink. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. If you burn my favor again next time, I won't give you any more. After saying this, her figure turned into a dark blue flame and disappeared on the spot. Shimu lowered his head and touched his chest. He regained the power from the Witch of Death. Although the power of the Witch of Death was only icing on the cake for him, it made him feel happy and nostalgic. Which woman are you going to see next? The Witch of Corpse asked curiously, and Akhtar cast a puzzled look at her, then shook his head and explained, I'm going to see a man. The Witch of Corpse's eyes widened subconsciously, and then a man. No, 2 men appeared in her mind. In this era, there are only 2 men who have not reached omnipotence and still have memories of the future. As far as she knows, there are only 2 men. Michael is known as a saint-like existence that can charm the gods. Every country he passes through will be peaceful and happy. He has countless followers, and is a saint-like existence. However, this is not what Michael is most famous for. Currently, the most well-known thing is his ambiguous relationship with the Lord of Ashes. Akhtar and I are really just friends. Michael put down his wine glass and looked at the people in the banquet hall helplessly. You don't make up your own mind, otherwise I will be very distressed. It's rare to have such a good friendship. A noble girl covered the lower half of her face with a folding fan, her eyes full of gossip, challenging the gods for you, this kind of relationship. I challenged the gods for my sister. Michael shook his head, but the people around him didn't care about his explanation, but just felt excited about the relationship they imagined. Obviously Akhtar is such a terrifying existence, but people can arrange his relationship with Akhtar in this way. It really made him a little incomprehensible. It's as if I was just going for you, Misty. A familiar chuckle suddenly came, which made Michael suddenly stunned, and then he regained his calm. No one present noticed anything unusual and still focused their attention on him, but he could clearly feel that there was another person beside him. If they are coming for me, then I'm in trouble. Michael picked up the wine glass on the table, poured a full glass of red wine, and handed it to the man beside him. I didn't expect to see you here. Maybe I'm just a fake. Shimu shook the red wine glass lightly. Michael shook his head. There should be few people in this world who dare to pretend to be you beside me, and those who have the ability to do so without making the Lord of Ashes angry have no reason to do such a thing. Shimu seemed to be surprised and said, "Can you tell that I am the real person just based on this?" Michael smiled, clinked glasses with Akhtar, and then drank the red wine in one gulp, laughing heartily. "How could I recognize my friend wrongly?" "Kill your friend?" Shimu laughed and chatted with Michael, but the people in the banquet hall did not notice anything unusual. They ignored Michael as if Michael had never existed. They chatted for a long time. Shimu stood up and said to the slightly drunk Michael, "Don't you plan to dream?" "No one here plans to dream." Michael explained to Akhtar, "They don't believe in the simulated world created by the paranoid demon, and plan to wait and see for a while. Many people in this world are worried that the virtual world created by the paranoid demon will have no way to leave once they join it, so they plan to wait and see for a while. Otherwise the paranoid demon will suddenly force everyone to be unable to wake up from their dreams and stipulate that everyone must force their way through the 100 levels of hell. Wouldn't that be very desperate? The simulation world is safe." Shimu waved his hand. His figure gradually blurred and blended into the crowd. "If you are interested, you can join the simulation world. Don't worry about not being able to wake up." Michael nodded, then chuckled. "Are you going to find Miss next?" Shimu paused, then disappeared on the spot. After he left for a while, everyone in the banquet hall gathered around Michael again, and did not pay attention to the previous abnormality. At the same time, on the balcony on the second floor of the banquet hall, Miss folded her arms with one hand, her tall body leaned against the wall, and the evening breeze blew through her long red hair, giving people a feeling of lovability. However, after noticing someone approaching, his aura changed instantly, like a sharp blade unsheathed, giving people an extremely sharp and dangerous feeling. Shimu commented, "You are stronger." Mr. was slightly stunned when she heard the words, and her pupils reflected the man in front of her. After a moment, she drew her sword without hesitation, and the flash of arc light contained full expectation. If it was that man, she would definitely be able to block it. Clang! Shimu raised his finger, and collided with the blade, splashing sparks. To hurt the Lord of Ashes as a human being, this is a miracle that even gods think is impossible. Mr. retracted the long knife, looked at Akhtar's fingers, and shook his head gently. "If you mean manicure. Nails can be used as weapons in battle at any time." Shimu moved his fingers. "So you hurt the Lord of Ashes' weapons used in battle." Mr. did not speak, and looked at the man in front of him quietly until Akhtar showed a puzzled look. She took the initiative to hold Akhtar in her arms, and the strength of the hug made people feel suffocated, but she had no intention of relaxing, but instead hugged the man in front of her even harder. "Have I accepted the correct death of the delusional demon?" she said softly. "Otherwise why would I see you again?" Shimu said softly, "The Misty I know is not someone who will accept the so-called correct death." Mist did not object. She did not care about the so-called correct death mentioned by the delusional demon, and she had no intention of accepting the correct death, because the people she cared about all existed in the real world. So she could not choose to escape. Chapter 287. Simulated World. Clang! The sound of swords clashing echoed in the duel field, accompanied by the burst of brilliant sparks. A figure fell from the sky, like a meteorite hitting the center of the duel field, raising a cloud of dust. The savior goddess covered her mouth and nose, stood up shakily, and then her expression suddenly froze, and I don't know when a sharp sword was pressed against her neck. "The progress is very fast." A pleasant female voice came from the smoke and dust, and an invisible force swept through, revealing the true face of the sword holder. It was a woman with long silver hair, and her awe-inspiring temperament was like a sharp blade polished to the extreme, as if anyone would be cut as long as they touched it, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. "But I still lost." The savior goddess pursed her lips, and her delicate face showed frustration, and the silver-haired woman saw this, and drew back the sharp blade, revealing a gentle smile. "If you can defeat me in the field of swordsmanship, then I am the goddess of swords in vain? This battle does not involve the use of power, it is a pure duel of swordsmanship, so the goddess of savior naturally has no chance of winning. And they have only fought for a few days. Well, I am greedy." The goddess of savior nodded gently. She felt that she was indeed a little too hasty, and her desire to become stronger was a little unrealistic. But as long as she thought of her teacher's growth rate, she felt desperate. Her progress was so slow, when would she be able to catch up with the teacher's pace? You know, the teacher himself did not stay in the same place all the time. This way, she would never have the opportunity to cut off the eternal cycle of reincarnation. People will stop improving after reaching a certain level. The goddess of swords smiled lightly, as if she saw through the worries in the heart of the goddess of savior. She smiled and said, Your teacher has grown to the top of the world. It is not easy to continue to grow. Don't worry that you will never catch up. The Savior Goddess forced a smile. If someone in this world reaches the upper limit after progressing to a certain level, then whether she has the hope of reaching the top of the world, she is not sure about this matter. However, she did not say this worry. I don't know if the teacher has entered the dream. She chose to change the subject, and said with a tangled expression, or is he going to see some lover again? The Sword Goddess smiled softly, that man should be in hell with the Witch of Death. The Savior Goddess showed a puzzled expression when she heard this. But the Sword Goddess did not intend to explain in detail, but just sighed and pointed the sword in her hand at the fair neck of the Savior Goddess. Let's continue fighting. If the man wants to see you, he will come back. Yes. The Goddess of Savior adjusted her breathing, raised her hand, and waved at the holy sword stuck in the ground not far away. The holy sword trembled and flew up, landing in her hand. At the moment she was ready to attack, she found the figure of the teacher through the reflection of the holy sword. She was in the audience behind her, together with a woman with long red hair. What's wrong? The Goddess of Sword noticed something unusual, but the Goddess of Savior just shook her head and immediately launched an attack on her. The swords of both sides collided, pulling out a gorgeous arc of light, as if two crescent moons were colliding with each other, and the bursts of fire seemed to turn into stars. While dealing with the attack, the Goddess of Sword took the time to observe the dual field. She knew clearly the relationship between the Goddess of Savior and the Lord of Ashes, but she would not be hostile to the Goddess of Savior for this. It's better to say that she felt anticipation. Since the Lord of Ashes is willing to accept the Savior Goddess as a student, this can also indirectly show that the Savior Goddess has a certain degree of qualifications. At the same time, outside the duel, are you going to see her? Misty turned her head and looked at Akhtar, who was walking beside her, and asked, that child seems to want to meet you very much. It's not a good thing to disturb student studies. Shimu shook his head. He and Misty had just entered the dream not long ago, and he wanted to be alone with Misty for a while, even though they were in the same bed in reality. But that is the body after all, and the spirit should stay closer. Misty nodded gently, then took the initiative to hold Akhtar's hand and stroll with him in the Lionheart City. Compared with the simulation of the last dream, the situation this time was relatively stable. It did not directly destroy the whole world, but maintained a relatively stable state. However, the style of the residents in the simulated world became strange. Most of them chose to abandon their original races and chose to become corpses, elemental life, monsters, alchemy puppets, and other life forms. This also caused the style of the world to become strange. After a while, in a place with a white pigeon square, an alchemy puppet stood on the edge of the fountain, and there was a white pigeon eating bread crumbs on his head. He talked loudly to the onlookers. Humanity will definitely defeat Ragnarok. He raised his arms high. It takes talent to become a demon, but alchemy only requires thinking. Anyone can learn alchemy, as long as we work together and develop alchemy to the extreme. He paused at this point. We will definitely be able to defeat Ragnarok. Aren't you an alchemy puppet? A doubtful male voice came, causing the alchemy puppet's excited expression to freeze. Then he looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a black-haired man looking at him with doubt. Not surprisingly, it should be the person who just entered the dream. Are alchemy puppets not human? The alchemy puppet shook his head and explained, human identity comes from culture and self-cognition. The body is just a carrier of culture and cognition, and it is insignificant at all. Shimu chuckled, really? Will this gentleman join our alchemy sect? The alchemy puppet issued an invitation. Study the ultimate of alchemy with us. Shimu shook his head. As far as I know, the alchemy witch did not enter the dream this time, right? But the alchemy witch's daughter and partner entered the dream. The alchemy puppet's expression became excited. This is equivalent to the alchemy witch coming to the simulation world. I don't want to be an alchemy puppet. Shimu shook his head. The alchemy puppet did not force it, and continued to shout to the people in the square. In order to defeat Ragnarok, alchemy is necessary. Only alchemy can grasp the essence of the world, and only alchemy can create an arc to a new world. Join the alchemy sect, and gather the wisdom of the world to create an arc to save the world. Shimu observed for a moment, and looked at Mist beside him. The two disappeared in the crowd. Now all the culture and technology of this world revolve around defeating Ragnarok. In order to achieve this goal, people can abandon their original race, study all the necessary technologies, and temporarily abandon morality and ethics. Iris Kingdom. In a closed laboratory. Uninvited guest. The white-haired girl stopped shaking the flask in her hand, and turned to look at Akhtar and Misty. May I ask what you can do for me? Shimu replied. I missed you and wanted to see you. The white-haired girl was stunned for a moment. Her eyes looked a little unnatural, but she quickly regained her composure. Although she did not expect Akhtar to say such ambiguous words, she knew how to deal with it. You came for Letitia, right? Shimu denied. I came for you. The white-haired girl opened her mouth slightly. Her pretty face turned slightly red, but her voice was as calm as ever. What do you want to see me for? I heard that you became the partner of the alchemist witch. Shimu asked, and the white-haired girl nodded and explained to him. I inherited all the memories of the alchemist witch. My body structure is very similar to that of the alchemist witch, and I have spent a lot of time pursuing the ultimate in alchemy, so I am fully qualified to be the partner of the alchemist witch. Shimu sighed. But aren't you mother and daughter? The white-haired girl showed a helpless expression. Partners are usually people who walk the same path, and the alchemist which is not interested in women. And daughters. Her sexual orientation is very normal, so she won't attack her daughter. She took off the white coat on her body. And becoming the alchemy witch's partner is just to facilitate research in both the real world and the simulated world. Shimu thought for a moment. That is to say, the alchemy witch is not with you. The white-haired girl nodded. She didn't feel anything wrong. She just hung her white coat on the wall bracket, then took the two of them out of the laboratory, and told them some relatively secret information. A few years later, under the pressure of the Ragnarok crisis, civilization has made a leap forward. Although there are still no demons or witches, an unprecedented brilliant civilization has been created. The bombs that can cleanse the civilization clearly, the ark that can defend against the dense demons with all their strength, the witch Fenrir that can eat the gods, the giant snake Jormungand that can entangle the continent, and other miracles that were unimaginable in the past have emerged. We have never been so powerful. We have gathered all the wisdom of life, and all races are united just to cross the Ragnarok on this day. In the burning world, several huge monsters poked their heads out of the flames, looking down at the Lord of Ashes riding an 8-legged horse below, and behind them were moving alchemical warships. You really fascinate me. Shimu gave such an evaluation. With the help of demons and witches, he ignored many technical barriers that were impossible to break through and created an unprecedented powerful civilization. It seems worthwhile to burn it now. He gently waved the gun of fate and burned the world directly. The blazing flames engulfed everything, burning towards the past. Everything collapsed at this moment. No matter if it was a powerful monster or demon, or an alchemical worship created by the wisdom of countless people, they all turned into ashes in the flames that burned everything. Reality. Iris Kingdom. The morning sun shone through the window and fell on a white bed. The alchemy witch stood by the bed, with one hand on her waist, looking at her daughter who slowly opened her eyes and asked, Awake, have you achieved anything? Failed, although I created many fancy techniques. The white-haired girl sat up and raised her hand to gently gather the hair by her ear, but it has no effect on the burning world flame. That power carries the concept of compulsion. Currently, only those who have reached the omnipotent level can resist this influence. The alchemy witch nodded, not seeming surprised. Although the power of the Lord of Ashes looks like pure flames, it is an absolute conceptual ability, and ordinary technology and power are very difficult to resist. Why witches and demons are so special is because they all have extremely powerful conceptual abilities. Even if you can create an indestructible shelter, as long as you master the corresponding conceptual abilities, you can easily disintegrate the indestructible shelter. For example, if you master the ability to divide, unless there is a corresponding conceptual ability to check and balance, you will be easily killed. And this is why she wants to find materials outside the world. For the Lord of Ashes who burns the world, anything in the world can be burned up, no matter how strong the material is. But this time, the ark will last longer. The white-haired girl got out of bed and told the good news. Theoretically, as long as I can make an ark with a quarter of the world's matter, The alchemist twitched her lips. Do you want to listen to what you say? The white-haired girl turned her face away slightly. She just gave a theory. Whether it works in practice is another matter, because making a quarter of the world into an ark is likely to result in a slower burn, rather than successfully smuggling to a new world. Wait, why do I feel that your temperament has changed a little bit? The alchemist suddenly frowned and looked at her daughter, who seemed to have suddenly matured a lot. She used to be a cold and beautiful girl, but now she has a sense of maturity, as a wife for the first time. The white-haired girl was silent after hearing this, and said casually, It's just that I'm in the simulation world. The daughter is even deceiving her mother. The alchemist which wiped her non-existent tears, and made the white-haired girl swallow the excuse she was about to say. Don't be deceived by bad men. The alchemist which said with a smile, and then talked about her situation last night. She specifically found the demon outside the world and went to the outside of the world. She found that there was nothing outside the world. However, she tried to leave an alchemical clone of herself outside the world. If she could survive the burning of the world, that would be an indirect smuggling to the new world. If there is a plan to successfully smuggle to the new world, then do you want to take your clone back? The white-haired girl suddenly asked. In response, the alchemist which smiled and said, then let that clone burn into ashes. An inactive clone is no different from a dead object. The white-haired girl nodded. Although she didn't care about the alchemist's choice, she cared about her daughter's reaction. She approached her daughter and asked, why do you suddenly have confidence in sneaking into the new world? White-haired girl, Sure enough, her change couldn't be hidden from the alchemist. In the simulated world for so many years, she stayed with the Lord of Ashes for a long time, and their relationship naturally became much closer, because the Lord of Ashes gave her a soul. This kindness made her very fond of Akhtar. Chapter 288. Open the door. The night outside the window is rich, with fireflies flying, and the sound of insects and birds can be heard faintly. Shimu stood in front of the door, and turned to look at Misty behind him. She was wearing a beige dress, which outlined her beautiful figure. Her long red hair was tied into a single ponytail and placed on her shoulders, giving people a gentle and dignified feeling. The sharp blade that was enough to cut the gods was gentler than the moonlight outside the window at this moment, making people reluctant to leave. Go. Misty smiled gently, stretched out her slender white hands, gently gathered Akhtar's hair on his forehead, and then helped him to tidy up his collar. If there is still a future, we will have a long time together. Now Akhtar is going to hell to study the world of death in death, with the Witch of Death. If the plan can be implemented smoothly, everyone can sneak into the new world. At that time, we had enough time to spend together. Now is not the time for sentimental love. We should make calm choices. The continuation of the world is more important. Mister, what do you hope the future world will be like? Shimu suddenly asked, which made Mr. stunned. She crossed her arms with one hand, and the evening breeze blew through her hair. After thinking seriously for a moment, I don't care what this world is like, but my brother seems to want to create a gentle world. A gentle world is not easy. Shimu chuckled, then turned and walked into the night, gradually disappearing. Mr. stood there for a while, put down her arms, closed the door, and the warm light gradually disappeared, turning into a thin line and disappearing completely. In fact, she and Akhtar had been together for more than 2 days, including the time spent together in the simulated world, for more than 10 years. This was very satisfying to her, and that was why she could calmly accept Akhtar's departure. Hell. Twin Towers. Shimu appeared from the void with a surprised look, and saw the goddess of lies sitting elegantly on a chair, holding her chin with one hand. I thought you were going to indulge in the land of tenderness, and couldn't extricate yourself. The goddess of lies said with a smile, I didn't expect you to come back on time. Death is sometimes the greatest tenderness. Shimu said casually, and then asked curiously, why did you suddenly come to hell? The goddess of lies showed a frustrated look on her pretty face. It's because their plan failed, and there was no way to survive the burning process of the world, so they just came to help the Witch of Death to complete the world of death in death. After realizing that she didn't have a card loophole to sneak into the new world, she decisively gave up the attempt and took the initiative to help the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Death complete the plan. Shimu nodded, then looked at the blue flame burning in the void, and saw the Witch of Death appear out of thin air, with her hands folded in front of her chest, her sapphire eyes calmly looking at him. Since everyone is here, let's start the experiment. The Goddess of Lies smiled cunningly, came behind Akhtar, leaned out half of her body, and waved to the Witch of Death. In response, the Witch of Death did not say much, and took the two to the world of death in death. That is not a world on the physical level, but a death world exists in concept. There is no way to observe from the outside world. It was dark and nothing could be seen, as if nothing existed, like a coffin burying the world. And at this moment, the fire suddenly flickered, illuminating the void, and then expanded rapidly, filling all corners. Not long after, a figure appeared in the burning flames. It was the Witch of Death. She was in the flames, looking at her slender hands. Is having a body a defect? She did create a world of death within death, but because she herself was a real existence, there was a flaw in her creation of the world of death within death. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth and asked, Sir Witch of Death, you don't want to commit suicide, do you? The Witch of Death nodded gently. She didn't care about her life and death. It didn't matter even if she abandoned her body. After reaching her level, she could decide her own life and death at will. Even if she completely abandoned her body, she could reshape it. It's such a waste to abandon the body. Shimu suggested, Lady Witch of Death, why don't you let me manage your body? The Witch of Death was silent after hearing this, and lowered her head along Akhtar's line of sight, landing on her crystal-clear jade-like feet. She slightly retracted her feet, and hid them in her skirt. No need. That's such a pity. Shimu chuckled, looking at the cute reaction of the Witch of Death. He was not very interested in the body abandoned by the Witch of Death, but he wanted to see the interesting reaction of the Witch of Death. In response, the Witch of Death just glanced at Akhtar coldly, and then discussed with Akhtar how to perfect the world of death in death. Simulated world. Before the world is about to burn out completely. There is no way to win. A plump nun showed a desperate expression. She clasped her hands tightly, looking at the flames all over the world outside the castle with unprecedented despair. Can humans really cross the Ragnarok? She questioned so much, and was immediately burned into ashes by the hot ashes, and then woke up from her dream. The sun shone through the stained glass, and fell on the nun kneeling in front of the statue. She put down her praying hands, slowly opened her eyes, and her eyes fell on the statue of the goddess of life. Goddess, is this world still saved? She asked the goddess of life, and then lowered her eyes slightly. Except for the existence that has reached the omnipotent level, and can face the Lord of Ashes directly, everything will burn into ashes in the flames of ash, and there is no ability to resist it all. This is the conclusion drawn by people in the simulated world. Only the existence that has reached the omnipotent level is qualified to be the enemy of the Lord of Ashes, and to cause damage to the Lord of Ashes. Otherwise, any ability and creation cannot overcome the Lord of Ashes' own resistance. The alchemical bomb that is enough to blow up a continent has no way to harm the conceptual protection of the Lord of Ashes. This despair spreads to every corner of the world. In the past, people knew that the Lord of Ashes would burn the world, but they had never experienced what kind of existence the Lord of Ashes was until they tried to overcome the Lord of Ashes, which gave birth to greater despair. Lionheart King City. The mansion by the lake. Why are you so depressed? The sick witch was wearing a white top, revealing her 2 white thighs. She walked to the sofa and sat down. She picked up a bunch of grapes on the table, and asked the savior goddess beside her while eating the grapes, Are you hit again? The savior goddess' cheeks puffed slightly, and she looked at the sick witch beside her and said, The minimum condition for fighting with the teacher is to reach the height of omnipotence, otherwise there is no way to cause any harm to the teacher, but lack of time to grow, right? The sick witch yawned and said lazily, Are you going to give up? In response, the savior goddess shook her head, I don't plan to give up, but everyone plans to give up. Do your best and leave it to fate. The sick witch stretched lazily, lifted her white top, revealing her slender waist and brown shorts. It's not bad to learn from me. If someone can cross the Ragnarok, then I will shout the savior, and then take a ride to the new world. And if no one can cross the Ragnarok, then I will die comfortably. The statement without ambition makes people feel laughable. But to some extent, it is very self-aware. Jiosher, don't give up your efforts. The sick witch suddenly changed the subject and patted the savior goddess's shoulder. You have the talent to save the world. The savior goddess rolled her eyes slightly. I don't plan to give up. I'm just a little discouraged, and maybe I can study a way to break through the Lord of Ashes' defense, but it just takes a little time to think. The sick witch thought for a while. Why are you so obsessed with breaking through the Lord of Ashes' defense? Only in this way can we interfere with the teacher. The savior goddess gave an explanation. Whether it is to turn everyone into the teacher's clones, or become the teacher's partner, it is necessary to break through the teacher's defense. The sick and death witch rolled her eyes. Then it will be faster to act like a spoiled child to Akhtar, and ask him to remove the protection. Goddess of Savior, I don't know why I feel that what the sick and death witch said makes sense. Why not try it next time, and ask the teacher to remove the protection? Time passed day by day. More than 2 months passed unknowingly, and 60 days and nights passed. This means that people have spent more than 60 decades in the simulation world and experienced more than 60 despairs. And this accumulation of more than 60 despairs has made most people give up crossing the Ragnarok and start living for themselves, until they get tired of living, and seek the correct death given by the delusion demon. In the simulation world, on the edge of a cliff, the delusion demon stood on the grass and asked the alchemical puppet in front of him, Are you sure you want to die correctly? The meaning of living is basically gone. The alchemical puppet raised his mechanical prosthetic hand, and said the reason why he wanted to die correctly. Originally, I thought that after I got rid of my human body, I could experience all the happiness in the world. If I wanted to try any food, I could feel it by inputting the corresponding information. If I wanted to experience any kind of beauty, I could create the corresponding puppet. I have experience being a man, a woman, a lover, and being loved. Basically, I have experienced all the things that I thought were exciting in the past. At the beginning, I was very satisfied, but soon, I felt unprecedented emptiness. For this reason, I even became a prostitute, but it only gave me a very short stimulation, and then I was soon overwhelmed by the huge emptiness. Delusion demon, Actually, he was not surprised at all about what the alchemical puppet said. In the simulated world, civilization developed very quickly. After most people gave up on crossing the Ragnarok, they used the developed technology for their own enjoyment. For this reason, they developed many ways of playing that he thought were perverted. For example, transforming himself into a prostitute was just a common thing. No wonder the goddess of life said our bodies so weak. The alchemical puppet raised his hand, and then clenched it into a fist. After being easily satisfied, I feel more empty than ever before. Limited satisfaction may not be a bad thing. The delusional demon sighed and said, you can find more meaningful things, such as defeating Ragnarok. The alchemical puppet shook his head and said, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have the power impulse of a witch or a demon to keep themselves from being empty for a long time. Now I just want to get a good night's sleep. There are many amazing people in this world who can keep themselves from being empty for a long time, but they are usually demons or witches. They have the underlying impulse of power, and can always demand things that can never be pursued. But it is difficult for ordinary people to do such things. In a long time, they will soon fall into emptiness, and then reach the point of voluntarily accepting death. Really? The delusional demon stretched out his hand, touched the head of the alchemical puppet, and gave the man in front of him the right death. In the simulated world, he also has a way to give people the correct death, because the simulated world is also a false world created by relying on his power, although this false world is so grand that he himself cannot control it. But after all, there is a privilege, that is, to give people a correct death. He has experienced this many times, killing people who come to him for a correct death again and again, giving them their last life. You want to die after you are satisfied, you are really fragile. The density demon walked out of the forest, with his hands in his pockets, and asked the delusion demon, if you continue like this, you will bury most people in this world with your own hands. The delusion demon showed a helpless smile. Even if I don't give him a correct death, he will kill himself, so it's better to give him the last beautiful dream. The density demon scratched his head, and then sighed. The current development is something he never expected. He originally wanted to gather all wisdom to overcome the crisis of Ragnarok, but he didn't expect it to lead to civilization self-destruction. There is no need for Ragnarok to come. The civilization of this world is about to self-destruct. And at this moment, hi, can you give me a ride? A dwarf came out and waved at the delusion demon. I'm tired of living. Delusion demon, More and more people want to die, which makes him very busy now, especially asking them if they really want to die. The density demon sat cross-legged and watched this scene silently, chatting with the delusion demon. Many people came to seek the right death. As long as people stay in the simulation world for a long time, they will easily fall into the state of nothingness in life. Many smart people also noticed this danger, so they began to resist entering the simulation world, so that their hearts would not age quickly. Iris Kingdom. Father also needs to die correctly. Letitia pursed her lips, and looked at the mummy on the bed. Her emerald eyes showed a little loss. She had a premonition that her father would choose to die correctly, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Sister, do you also want to die correctly? Ashleigh walked in from the door, her eyes revealing expectation. After she found that joining the simulation world could easily lead to the mind falling into nothingness, and choosing self-destruction, she chose not to log into the simulation world. So her mentality is still as good as before. Letitia glanced at her sister calmly, and did not choose to scold her. Although she often dreamed of the simulation world, her mind did not fall into nothingness because of this, and she still maintained a very firm self. This may be because she devoted most of her time to training, and it is also related to her clear goals, and she will not easily fall into a state of nothingness. I will not seek a correct death before my wish is fulfilled. She said so, then turned and left the room to arrange her father's funeral. Ashleigh didn't mind this. She knew clearly that the stronger the desire, the less likely it was to fall into nothingness, and the longer the self could survive. This can be seen from the reaction of the existence of the peak of humanity. Even if they continued to dream, they never wanted to die properly. Ability is the embodiment of desire, and developing ability to the peak of humanity can show that they have a firm self-will, and they are only one step away from reaching the devil, and it is impossible to fall into self-death easily. Sister's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Isn't it that she has reached the peak of humanity? Ashley guessed so. She was very weak, and could not judge the extent of Letitia's strength. The only thing that was certain was that her sister had grown to the extent of awakening ability, but she didn't know the true form of this ability. I don't want to die yet. She withdrew her sight, and looked at her father, who was lying on the bed, and turned into a mummy, and murmured, Father, the Iris Kingdom will disappear naturally. Chapter 289. Lionheart City. The breeze blew up the yellow leaves on the ground, passing through the empty streets, until they were caught by a slender white hand. The Savior Goddess looked down at the leaves in her hand, and then looked at the surrounding scenery. The doors and windows of the shops were closed, as if everyone had left Lionheart City. No, most people had already destroyed themselves. Even those who survived had lost the desire to leave their homes, and were waiting for the next dream to begin. Long time no see, Savior. A gentle female voice came from not far away, and the Savior Goddess looked over subconsciously. She saw a beautiful girl with long brown hair, walking over with a dignified step, followed by a maid holding a parasol. Sister Anastasia, are you out for a walk too? The Savior Goddess showed a hint of surprise. She had met many friends, but most of them had fallen into self-destruction and chose to enter the right death. Now she could see Anastasia intact, which was undoubtedly a happy thing for her. After the dream ended, I habitually went out for a walk, Anastasia explained, and then invited the Savior to walk together. The two walked through the bleak streets, and came to a church. Everything will enter the end of life, people will be like this, and civilization will be like this. Anastasia looked at the statue of the goddess of life, clasped her hands together, and prayed silently for a moment. She put down her praying hands. Has Akhtar come to Lionheart City? The Savior shook her head gently. She hadn't seen her teacher in the world for a long time, and could only see her when she was dreaming. Now the teacher has been accompanying the Witch of Death, studying ways to cross the Ragnarok. You're really busy. Anastasia chuckled, raising her hand to gently rub the brown hair beside her ear. I wanted to tell him the good news that I have awakened my ability. What ability did Sister Anastasia awaken? The Savior Goddess asked subconsciously. She knew clearly that Anastasia had no special talents and theoretically could not awaken her ability in her lifetime. However, there is a way to make people awaken their abilities quickly. As long as you follow the footprints of the corresponding powerful existence in the simulated world, and then obtain the corresponding grace from the corresponding existence in reality, you can immediately obtain extraordinary magic power, and obtain the qualification to awaken magic power. Keep it secret. Anastasia smiled, but stretched out a finger, and the warm-toned flame swayed at the fingertips. The Savior Goddess looked at the flame, and immediately recognized the true form of the flame. It was the flame of ash. No, the nature was not very similar. What is this? It's the flame of ash. Anastasia extinguished the flame in her hand, and then explained to the Savior Goddess, this is proof that Akhtar has a deeper grasp of the Lord of Ashes. He may have been able to transform destruction into creation. The Savior Goddess widened her eyes in surprise. Doesn't that mean that the teacher's underlying impulse has begun to emerge with the instinct of creation? Anastasia asked in confusion. Emerging the instinct of creation? It's a bit difficult to explain. The Savior Goddess pursed her red lips. The teacher is the Lord of Ashes. His underlying impulse is to burn the world into ashes. But after completing the duty of burning the world, the teacher's underlying impulse will change to the impulse of creation. She raised her hand and pressed it on her chest. That means the teacher will soon start burning from the end of time to the present. Anastasia lowered her eyes and smiled softly. That sounds a bit distressing. Sorry, Sister Anastasia. The Savior Goddess hurried out of the cult, and her figure quickly disappeared, leaving behind an anxious voice. I'm going to check on the teacher. Anastasia chuckled at the sight of this scene, and then looked at the maid Norma beside her, and the two left the cult one after the other. Hell. Outside the Twin Towers. Shimu sat on the edge of the steps, looking at the Savior Goddess trotting over from a distance, and smiled gently. Why are you running so fast? Teacher, did you know I was coming? The Savior Goddess asked subconsciously, and then realized that she had asked a very meaningless question. For a teacher who has reached the height of the Lord of Ashes, there is nothing she doesn't know as long as she thinks. In 3 days, I will burn the world. Shimu directly said the information that the Savior Goddess was most concerned about. Try to stop it, otherwise I will burn everyone and everything to ashes. The atmosphere suddenly stagnated. The Savior Goddess found that she had many questions to ask, but they suddenly became meaningless. Now that the teacher has issued the final notice, she seems to have no choice but to accept it. Everyone will die, right? It depends on whether you can cross the twilight of the gods. Shimu stood up and patted his apprentice on the shoulder. Although he has been staying with the Witch of Death to experiment with the Kingdom of Death within Death, his will has been projected into the simulation world, and he has been studying the power of the players. He has long reached the height of omnipotence. The New World model has also been perfected with the efforts of Eden and him, and now the final stage can be started. Yes. The Savior Goddess responded softly. Although time is very urgent, she has no choice now. She adjusted her mentality and exhaled. Teacher, can I remove your protection when the final battle comes? Even my protection can't be broken, which can only mean... Before he finished speaking, Shimu saw his apprentice holding his arm pitifully, begging softly, Teacher, please. Even if I remove the protection, you can't interfere with me. Shimu shook his head, but found that the Savior Goddess held his arm tighter, and her expression became more pitiful, making people unable to bear to refuse. Teacher, if you don't remove the protection, there will be no chance to interfere. The Savior Goddess deliberately prolonged her voice, as if she was acting like a little girl. In response, Shimu was silent for a moment and asked, Who taught you to act like a spoiled child like this? The Savior Goddess hesitated, and then said truthfully, It was the sick witch sister who taught me. Okay, I will remove the protection when the time comes. Shimu raised his hand, and rubbed the Savior Goddess's head, but removing the protection is not necessarily a good thing. It will be more dangerous for you, just like putting your hand directly into the sun. The Savior Goddess pursed her lips. That's enough. Seeing this, Shimu didn't say much, and turned to talk to the Savior Goddess about other things. The two sat on the steps, talking like father and daughter. No, maybe brother and sister. After a long time, the Savior Goddess left hell. 2 days later. The whole world knows that the Lord of Ashes is about to come, and people have made their choices at this last moment. For most people, the correct death is the only choice, and only a few people choose to cross the Ragnarok. It's over. This is the last day of the end of the world. The delusion demon stood at the edge of the city, then turned to the density demon and asked, Do you choose to fight against the Lord of Ashes or choose the correct death? The density demon clenched his fist. Of course, I choose to fight against the Lord of Ashes. Even if I can't win, I want to punch that man, otherwise it's really... Before he finished speaking, the delusion demon added the second half of the sentence. It's too suffocating, right? Yes. The density demon laughed and looked at the horizon with the delusion demon. Now the temperature in the air is getting hotter and hotter, indicating that the Lord of Ashes from the future is coming at a very fast speed. The end of time. In the world of Ash. It's over. Shimu drew out the great sword of death, and calmly looked at the all-knowing god, who turned into broken light and disappeared, then cast his eyes to the past, and then moved forward to the past, gradually burning the past time. And this was also reflected in the past. The flame of ash suddenly spread all over the world, and everything was burned into ashes at this moment. Only a very few people could survive. Iris Kingdom. Volcano Alchemy Workshop. You are here? The alchemy witch was wearing a white coat, her legs wrapped in black silk crossed, and she smiled at the man who appeared out of thin air. Am I the last witch to survive? Shimu answered, Obviously impossible. That's true. The alchemy witch sighed, then raised her white neck, and said unexpectedly calmly, Then kill me. Although she has been trying to study non-existent matter, and has indeed come up with a corresponding idea, that is, to extract non-existent matter from the soul, but due to time constraints, this plan has never been implemented. So she currently cannot produce the material to transcend the Ragnarok. What a pity. Shimu sighed, and drew out the great sword of death out of thin air, and was about to end the life of the alchemist witch. What a pity! The alchemist witch blinked her eyes, and pressed her fingers lightly on her rosy lips. Is it a pity that you didn't give both me and my daughter? Shimu, What a pity my daughter has already gone to hell in advance. The alchemist witch smiled, otherwise. Before she finished speaking, the great sword of death was swung down, directly ending the life of the alchemist witch. Shimu turned around expressionlessly, disappeared in the alchemy workshop, and went to find the next person, who was going to try to transcend the Ragnarok. Unlike the last time he burned the world, he had to face enemies from all over the world, but this time, they were extremely scattered. These were people who tried to cross the Ragnarok, and basically no one tried to cross it by force. There were also many demons and witches. The relationship was not very good, and even their plans were somewhat contradictory. Lionheart City. The lakeside mansion. The invisible barrier isolated the flame of ash. Why do you look a little impatient? The plague goddess sat elegantly by the lake, looking at Akhtar, who walked out of the void, and her delicate face showed a hint of confusion. Is it caused by the impulse of creation? Maybe. Shimu answered like this, and saw the plague goddess shook her head, stood up with her skirt, and reached out to touch his cheek. Why do you want to keep me in this world? Maybe it's because you appeared too early. Shimu answered. There are many goddesses in the sky, but the plague goddess is a special one. She appeared too early, and it also means a turning point in the fate of the world, so it is hard not to leave a deep impression on people. Is that so? The plague goddess smiled cunningly, and the melancholy in her eyes disappeared. She pinched Akhtar's cheek. What impression did I leave on you at the beginning? Shimu thought about it, and when he was about to answer, he saw the plague goddess covering his mouth with her palm, and then gently kissed the back of her hand. If I could see you in a new world. The plague goddess showed Akhtar the lipstick kiss on the back of her hand. Then it won't be through the back of the hand. It will be a reward for the savior. Is saving the world worth a kiss? Shimu shook his head dissatisfiedly. When did saving the world become so cheap? The plague goddess put her hands behind her back and moved closer to Akhtar, showing a bright smile. Then what kind of reward do you think is appropriate? Shimu said, at least some interest? Okay. The plague goddess reached out and grabbed Akhtar's collar, then shook it hard, and then the two of them kissed each other. After a moment, the two separated. Are you satisfied with this? The plague goddess asked with a smile. She no longer cared about Akhtar's identity as the Lord of Ashes, because the man standing in front of her was not a destroyer, but a savior who had reached a cooperation with the Witch of Death. So she could accept Akhtar's greed for herself. I can't bear to kill you even so. Shimu touched his lips, as if hesitating whether to burn the world to ashes later. However, after seeing the goddess of plague raising her white neck, waiting for him to take action, he lit a flame in his palm and burned the goddess of plague. Shimu turned around and looked at the sick witch not far away. The two of them overlapped their sidelines. Then he flicked his finger expressionlessly, and a spark burned the sick witch into ashes, sending her to hell. And at this moment, a girl walked out from behind a tree not far away. She was wearing a gorgeous Lolita dress, black double ponytails hanging down, and a charming smile on her pretty face. It was obvious that she had been hiding in the lakeside mansion for a long time, but she had not shown up before. It's really different treatment. The witch clone walked gracefully, step by step, approaching the Lord of Ashes, looking at his indifferent expression, keeping a calm and elegant smile. But who let me meet you too late? She stopped in front of Akhtar, and lifted the hem of her skirt. You should have removed the protection, right? Shimu replied, yes. Then be polite. Can I become a part of you? The clone witch approached and hugged the Lord of Ashes in her arms. She activated her clone power, wanting to turn herself into the Lord of Ashes clone, and then turn all lives into the Lord of Ashes clones, and then redifferentiate in the new world. Theoretically, as long as her plan succeeds, the Lord of Ashes can use her power to turn everyone, including the souls of hell, into clones, and then successfully smuggle everyone to the new world. As for whether it is still considered oneself after turning into the Lord of Ashes clone, it depends on people's definition of self. The slender hands of the hug were strong, and the clone which seemed to want to merge into the Lord of Ashes body. The plump fruit squeezed the flat roundness, feeling the temperature transmitted from the Lord of Ashes body, and felt that she was about to be burned. No, she was burned. The ash flames ignited in the body of the witch clone. She felt like she was holding the sun. Not to mention becoming a part of the sun, even getting close to it was a luxury. It was enough to burn the Lord of Ashes of the world. The moment she wanted to merge into it, she was burned into ashes. A breeze blew by. It rolled up some smoke and dust, drifting to the lake not far away. Shimu turned around and left calmly. If the witch clone had reached the height of omnipotence, she might be able to resist his ownish flames and successfully transform into his clone, but the witch clone did not reach the height of omnipotence after all. The flames that burned the world's ashes became more and more intense. The devil and the witch thought about the way to save the world, and applied them one by one to the Lord of Ashes, but they all failed without exception. This was due to both the imperfect plan and the lack of strength. In the end, Teacher, the Savior goddess called softly, holding the holy sword tightly in her hand, and her amber eyes reflected the man opposite, who was the culprit who burned the world to ashes, and also the teacher who taught her. Shimu did not speak, and her ruby-like pupils reflected the student's uneasy look. Maybe I should give you more time. Teacher, the exam will not wait for anyone. The Savior goddess shook her head gently, and then swung the holy sword in her hand. She wanted to show everything she had learned, even if it was meaningless to the teacher. Shimu witnessed the holy sword swung, gently raised his hand, grabbed it in his palm, and then the hot ash flames engulfed everything. The fire burned towards the past. Until 50,000 years ago. The tree of omniscience had not yet spread everywhere, and the first human beings had not yet been completely intoxicated by the endless grace bestowed by the omniscient God. The goddess of life was born. Next to the tree of all-knowing, a goddess in a white robe looked at the world like a child, but her mature figure that seemed to have gathered all the beauty of women made it impossible to tell how long she had been born. Shimu stopped burning the world, walked out of the void, and stood in front of the goddess of life. The sights of the two overlapped into a line. Chapter 290. Who are you? The goddess of life stepped back subconsciously, her eyes revealing uneasiness. She felt danger, a danger that completely denied her, as if this strange man could completely devour her existence. This man is the enemy of all life. Didn't you keep the future memory? Shimu nodded gently. His words were very gentle. In theory, as long as you reach the omnipotent level of existence, you will not lose your memory under the interference of time. But if the past and the future are superimposed, then the future can choose whether to synchronize the memory to the past. The goddess of life, who is in the kingdom of death and death, does not seem to intend to synchronize her memory to the past, otherwise it will cause the existence of the goddess of life to be separated from the kingdom of death and death, and appear in the reality at this time. This will not only cause the goddess of life to kill herself once, but also cause the witch of death to spend a lot of time adjusting the kingdom of death and death. However, this does not mean that the goddess of life and her past self have become independent individuals, and everything that happened in the past will be fed back to the goddess of life in the future. The past and the future are in a superposition state. Are you back from the future? The goddess of life suddenly asked curiously, raising her hand and gently resting it on her full chest, like a timid and curious kitten, making people feel very cute. To be more precise, I came back from the end of time. Shimu explained the reason for his coming without any secrets. I should have continued to move forward to the more distant past, but... The word stopped before they were finished. The goddess of life showed a curious look, but she did not choose to ask further questions, but followed the man's gaze, and saw a human figure that seemed to be woven by light appear behind him. The god of answering questions. Shimu suddenly spoke, as if to explain to the goddess of life, he is the first god, the last god, and a great being who knows all the secrets of the world. Just a prisoner of the world. The voice of the god of omniscience was calm and emotionless, and his cold eyes glanced at the goddess of life, and then retracted his gaze. But the goddess of life showed an uneasy expression because of this look. She realized the gap in strength between herself and the god of omniscience. Although both of them were gods, their forms of existence were completely different. But she soon calmed down. Will the god of omniscience be humble? A gentle male voice came from her ear, and then the goddess of life felt her hand being held, and the warmth and strength conveyed made her feel at ease. The goddess of life turned her head, and saw that the man who claimed to come from the end of time was smiling, as if to indicate that she didn't need to worry. This man seemed to know her. In the future, I will be protected by you. Now I will protect you. Shimu said seriously, making the goddess of life more certain that she would get to know this man in the future. The god of all-knowing, who was not far away, saw the scene without saying anything, but turned around calmly, and the surrounding scenery changed. Shimu looked around. He was in a temple that seemed to be made of gold, and the original elects were kneeling around him. Behind him, and the god of all-knowing, there was a throne. I didn't plan to see you, Shimu said, as he sat on the throne. Seeing this, the goddess of life subconsciously looked around, trying to find her place, but found that there were only 2 thrones here. But soon, she didn't need to worry about the seat. The man holding her hand gently pulled her, and then sat on his legs. Something was wrong. The goddess of life clearly realized that she shouldn't sit on the man's thighs, but it seemed inappropriate for her to stand up directly in such a serious environment. After hesitating for a while, she chose to acquiesce. I plan to see you. The voice of the god of all-knowing was calm. He turned a blind eye to the Lord of Ashes, taking the opportunity to hug the goddess of life. From his perspective, there was nothing wrong. After all, Akhtar was sublimated from a human to the Lord of Ashes. It was very natural to retain the desires of the human period. What's the reason? Shimu asked. He was the person who knew the god of all-knowing best in the world, so he knew clearly that the god of all-knowing would not do meaningless things. The god of all-knowing, who has the power to answer questions, can basically exert his abilities to the extreme, which means accurate. As long as the god of all-knowing judges that he cannot do something, it is basically equal to not being able to do it. So the god of all-knowing will not do things that he thinks he can't do. I know your preface to creation. The god of omniscience replied, I want to give you the optimized preface to creation. The preface to creation is related to the continuation of my creation world. Shimu rubbed his temples with his fingers. Do you think I should trust my enemies? The god of omniscience calmly asked back. Do you regard me as an enemy? Shimu answered, no. He did not regard the god of omniscience as an enemy, but just to achieve his goal, he killed the god of omniscience. But he did not hate the god of omniscience, and it was even more impossible for him to regard the god of omniscience as an enemy. The two sides only had a conflict in their positions, so they fought each other. So you want to accept my optimized preface to creation? The omniscient god asked calmly. He had no hostility towards the Lord of Ashes, but just wanted to fulfill his responsibility as a god and let his chosen people live in a more stable world. Akhtar, who returned from the end of time, carried the souls of all his chosen people, so he was willing to help Akhtar create a more stable world. Really a competent god. Shimu shook his head and chuckled. He believed that the omniscient god could come up with a more stable world model. This did not mean that he was weaker than the omniscient god in strength, but that the omniscient god's power to answer questions was too suitable to give the correct answer. If he and Eden were to continuously experiment with the correctness of the new world model, the omniscient god could directly know the final answer based on the power to answer questions. I should have asked you for the model of the new world, Shimu said jokingly, but the god of all-knowing gave a negative answer. The model of the new world is designed according to your power. I cannot know the direction of your power development. Only after you develop your power to a certain level can I optimize the world model you designed based on the existing information. Shimu was silent for a while and said, okay. The god of all-knowing nodded and stretched out a finger to pass the information to the Lord of Ashes. Shimu did not respond immediately, but asked, God of all-knowing, do you want to go to the new world? No. The god of all-knowing gave an answer, that is your world, and my people will also become your people. I will not have the responsibility to take care of them. He came from the initial doubts of mankind, so he is willing to answer human doubts and give people grace. But if his people go to the new world and become Akhtar's people, then he has no obligation to continue to take care of mankind. So he has no reason to go to the new world. Humans will take care of themselves. Shimu did not persuade, stretched out his finger to touch the god of all-knowing, and then he knew everything that the god of all-knowing had optimized. As expected of the god of all-knowing, the new world model he optimized is indeed more perfect, and can significantly increase the survival time of the new world. After doing all this, the god of all-knowing withdrew his hand, and looked at the praying elect. As for the Lord of Ashes, he no longer had interest in communication, nor did he have the need to communicate. Shimu did not say much, and left the golden temple with the goddess of life, and the two went down along the path, until they came to a platform. Who are you? The goddess of life couldn't help asking the question in her heart, and Shimu thought for a while, and said, Akhtar is your lover. You're lying. The goddess of life put her hands on her hips, and looked at Akhtar's surprised expression with dissatisfaction. If you were my lover, you wouldn't have touched my waist before. Shimu slammed his palm. I didn't expect there would be a flaw here. So who are you? The goddess of life asked this, and Akhtar shook his head and smiled. We have a very good relationship, and we have had in-depth exchanges with each other's bodies. The goddess of life's cheeks bulged slightly, and she was dissatisfied with this man playing tricks on her, but she soon froze. Shimu stretched out his palm, revealing strange lines. It was the life atlas that the goddess of life had deliberately injected into his body, containing all known life information. And the goddess of life also confirmed one thing at the moment of purpose, that is, she and Akhtar did have in-depth exchanges, otherwise Akhtar could not have her power. Do you believe it? Shimu pulled back his hand, and the lines disappeared. If we were not close, I would not have this level of favor. The goddess of life nodded, then covered her lips with both hands and said, I seem to be a very powerful god in the future. Want to know what interesting things happened in the future? Shimu's tone was tempting. In the expectant eyes of the goddess of life, he began to write a history book and made up a story that did not exist. At the same time, in a world that the living can never reach. This is a world created by the witch of death and the goddess of death. If the world is regarded as the living, then there is death, and the process of the Lord of Ashes burning the world is understood as aging, which is the process of death. The witch of death and the goddess of death use this death to create a stowaway ark, allowing the creatures of the old world to go to the new world. At this time, in a garden full of white-red spider lilies. What's wrong? The goddess of death put down her teacup and looked at the goddess of life with a puzzled look. Did something happen? That child is deceiving me. The goddess of life said softly, which made the goddess of death stun for a moment, and then immediately reacted. She held her chin with one hand. It was the Lord of Ashes who burned the time to 50,000 years ago, and then contacted you 50,000 years ago, right? The goddess of life raised her hand and gently stroked her rosy lips, her pretty face showing a distressed and helpless expression, but she soon regained her composure, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then stood up with her skirt. Are you going to stop him from messing around? The goddess of death asked curiously, but the goddess of life shook her head when she heard it, raised her hand, and gently gathered her hair by her ear and said, I hope the child won't go too far. The goddess of death asked curiously, what if he goes too far? He didn't go too far. The goddess of life explained, and then left the courtyard where the white spider lilies were blooming. The goddess of death rolled her eyes when she heard it. Of course, he wouldn't go too far now. With her understanding of Akhtar, the man would only gradually improve the goddess of life's favorability, and when the new world came, he would directly attack the mature goddess of life. Now the mature goddess of life can face everything calmly, and it is basically unlikely to take her down. But if she attacks the goddess of life in the past and keeps it non-offensive, then the goddess of life will acquiesce to what Akhtar does. Once Akhtar has fully raised the favor of the goddess of life in the past, he can actually start with the mature goddess of life. Directly take down the original motherhood and beauty. The flame flickers. The history of mankind is burned out, and the flame of the Lord of Ashes continues to burn towards the past, burning all traces of the old world into ashes. It's like a long movie tape, slowly burning from the end to the beginning, and the story in the tape disappears completely. Then there is nothing. In the world of nothingness, there is a flickering flame, reflecting an Akhtar, who sits in the void, with one hand on his knee, looking at the flickering flame in front of him, and falls into a long contemplation. There is neither past nor future here. Host, are you not going to create the world yet? The system's voice came into his mind, bringing Shimu back to his senses. He asked the system, System, have you fixed the panel? Of course. The system's voice jumped up. Now I can take the host away from this world. Really? Shimu stood up, and the flickering flames in the void went out, and the world fell into darkness again. In the beginning, the world was a void. The preface of creation sounded slowly, and the void world changed. Until the Creator came, he ignited the first flame. The light suddenly surged out, as if a sharp blade cut the world's abyss, and the world was born from it, rushing towards the endless and distant future. And then, the Creator threw the death of the old world into the brand new world, watching the first life born from the death of the old world. That was the goddess in charge of life. She seemed to be the embodiment of the concept of perfect women, strolling in the lonely world with the Creator. Life was born wherever it passed, and civilization was born and germinated, with concepts such as death, fate, lies, etc. Is this the myth of creation? On the bench in the church, the little girl looked at the blindfolded nun beside her and asked, Are we all descendants of the Creator and the goddess of life? The blindfolded nun touched the little girl's head. We are all children of God, and should believe in God. The little girl frowned and said, It's really hard for the goddess of life to give birth to so many people. The blindfolded nun smiled dumbly. The goddess of life does not need to give birth to children. She only needs to wave her hand and exhale to create life. At this point, she added another sentence. But she does have a child, but it has not been born yet. Sister Nun, have you seen God? The little girl suddenly asked, and the blindfolded nun heard it, touched the little girl's head and paused, then whispered, I have seen it before, but he has left now. The little girl looked puzzled. God disappeared not long after the creation of the world. The blindfolded nun explained, It's like going out for a walk, and will come back after a while. The little girl looked uneasy. How long will he be away? This world was created by God himself. If God leaves the world, it means that God has abandoned this world. When God's child is born, he will come back. The blindfolded nun explained this way. She didn't know when Akhtar would come back, but she could confirm that Akhtar would come back after reaching Almighty. This time is uncertain, but as long as Akhtar can reach Almighty, he may appear in front of her in the next second. Outside the world, Shimu looked back at the world he created, then calmly withdrew his gaze, and planned to go to the next world. But just as he turned around, Teacher, why did you come out? I am worried about my disciples' long journey. Hecate's delicate face showed a gentle smile, so I made a little effort and opened the barrier of the world. She came close to Akhtar and adjusted her collar. Disciple, please pay attention to safety.